Yoshi, you don't have to rush because we've had a couple of people.
Is there a university? You should have to have an education. You know what? That's a good question. A lot of universities just do the guess.
Yeah, we have to buy. I see, right, and I have to read terms and conditions. That's what I do. All right, let's try that. Register together.
Yeah, that's what okay.
All right. Thanks everyone for your patience. We will be starting soon. We should be good to go in a moment. Which
Michael, do you want to get started? Good morning, everyone. I'm so happy that you could all come to beautiful Iceland this summer and to our opening workshop at the AGI conference. And this year is a special one for me. For me, it's the second time I am here in Iceland at an AGI conference. And such an amazing opportunity for us to present a workshop that we have co-organized with the Association for Mathematical Models of Consciousness, which is a new organization. It was founded a few years ago by Johannes Kleinert and some of his academic and professional friends that is focusing on how to naturalize the mind by making mathematical models of it. And it's something that is complementing existing efforts in philosophy of mind. And it's something that is very adjacent to our own efforts in artificial general intelligence and trying to understand the mind by making computational models that we can formalize, that we can express as software in such a way that we can test our ideas, see where they can go wrong and make progress. This computationalist perspective is forcing us to specify our ideas much more tightly. It's not just analytical philosophy, but it's analytical philosophy that has to be expressed in such a way that it does not require the interpretation of a human being anymore to work eventually. And this is a much stricter criterion that allows us to move beyond the limitations of human understanding in a question that has been difficult for people to answer for the last few thousand years. Today's workshop agenda looks like this. Timothy is going to start with a talk on how to build conscious machines. In principle, we can stop after that one. We'll see. We're talking about agentic correlates of consciousness in the pursuit of artificial general intelligence by Shannon Gray. And Bert Kaplan is going to give a talk on the limits to science. Then we'll have a coffee break. Then Selma Brinksjord is talking about ethically permissible pursuit of quantum consciousness. Then Martin Hilbert is talking about the constructive developmental evaluation of AGI. And Bowen Shu from Pei Wang's team is going to talk about a model of conscious AI. And then Billy Marshall is taking the perspective of integrated information theory and talks about dissociating artificial intelligence from artificial consciousness. After the lunch break, which is going to take place until 10 minutes past 2, I'm going to give a talk on why there can be no Turing test for consciousness and how we can possibly test or make sense of whether a system has consciousness without testing in the same way as we do it in performance-based testing. Uri Wolfson is going to talk a more direct approach of testing for AGI consciousness and so probably going to contradict me and disprove me in every which way. Then we have Paul Rosenblum in the agenda. I don't know if he's talking remotely or how this is going to work on mapping neural theories of consciousness onto the common model of cognition. And Rolly Pereira is talking about subjectivity as self-simulation, virtualizing the Cartesian theater. Then we have another coffee break, after which Hikari Sorensen is talking about computationalist functionalism and machine consciousness. And Peter Boltok, who cannot hear in person today, is talking about non-reductive physicalism for AGI. And Oysen Clancy is talking about mutually beneficial artificial consciousness. And Adam Scherver is going to present a proposed framework for understanding machine suffering, after which we will have the closing remarks. So we do have a full and I think exciting agenda for today. And I'm looking forward to your talk.
All right. So yes, I need to get set up briefly. This one? Yeah, it might be better with the lapel mic. I do tend to wave my arms around a lot. Yeah. So what do I do? This. Oh. All right. Can everyone hear me?
No?
No? Can anyone hear me? Coming through the thing?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, but not loud enough, but something happened.
A little bit loud? Now?
Yeah.
No? Okay. I'll just look at that. Okay, great. So this is the title of my thesis. I do have unanswered questions. Actually building a conscious machine allows how to scope the PhD thesis. So there's a lot that unanswered. But let's do this one again. So the thesis covers a lot. It is a computer science thesis, and today I'm going to be focused on bits related to consciousness, namely to the philosophical foundations, how that relates to a theory of optimal learning, and then tying that in with some assumptions about, arguments about what consciousness might be, eventually an explanation of consciousness. So if I break this down into a few points, what I'll be covering, the thesis will start with formalizing inactive cognition with something I call stack theory, in order to address a subjective performance problem in formal models of general intelligence. And then I've got some experimental and mathematical results, which I'll very briefly sort of hand wave over. They're going to be more in a talk on Tuesday. Then relate this to an idea from neurobiology, polycomputation, which is about how the same manner can be involved in computation at different scales at the same time. And then I've got some results that show that that kind of architecture would be generally, the biological style architecture would be more adaptable. This is called learning, something I call tapestries of valence, and eventually some arguments about consciousness and an unresolved question that I really like called the temporal gap. So those philosophical foundations. It all started with a formal model of AI called IDC, which is a theorized superintelligence based on operator. It is a software mind interacting with the world through a, I'm going to say a hardware body, but it formally it's Turing, right? But what the software does depends on the interpreter, the hardware. In an interactive setting, this is a problem. Your optimality results that might apply to something like, just some induction by itself, don't hold up in an interactive setting. And to put this another way, simplicity is subjective. The representation we use determines how complex or simple something is. And this reminded me a little bit of some 16th century philosophy. I'm sure you're using dualism. And so I sort of argued that by treating AI as a problem of creating intelligent software rather than intelligent systems, what computer science has done has essentially replaced Descartes' pineal plan with a Turing machine. Descartes' idea was that the mental substance would interact with physical substance through this pineal gland. We've got software interacting with the environment through some sort of hardware interface. And this is great to create standardized software. There's nothing wrong with that model. But we can change the performance of software by changing the hardware. Any performance claim we make about it, in the case of something like IX or any model of general intelligence, is going to be entirely contingent upon the body we select. So there's not really much point in talking about software mind if what we want to know is what's intelligent from an outsider's point of view. The subjective reward of the agent is not the same as my objective point of view as the engineer who created the agent. I want to know if it's actually doing what I wanted it to do. what's interesting about this is you can kind of change, software is a state of hardware, and you can change how performant it is by changing hardware. But then hardware is kind of a state of the environment. There's so the state of the environment which the hardware persists, so you can change the performance of the hardware by changing the environment. And if you just extend this idea out, say, well, where do the abstraction layers end? Don't know where they are. Could just go on forever. So if we really want to make claims that sort of generalize to any abstraction layer, we have to start with what is going to be true of all abstraction layers. If just assume we have an infinite stack, where does it go? What will we say about it? And so you could think of this as like, rather than just formalizing an activism, we're sort of formalizing an activism with a bit of French postmodern philosophy in it. Derrida's notion of difference. There's always something outside that you're deferring to, some meaning you haven't quite captured in your description. And by trying to formalize this, you kind of end up with a few fundamental assumptions about what must be true of all abstraction layers. For example, all abstraction layers, if there's anything to reason about or have any intelligence, we must have change or difference, which means we're going to have different states. And you could view each state as a point of difference, in which case you have a kind of structuralist interpretation of reality, but one that sort of acknowledges the post-structuralist critiques of structure. And so this sort of frames things like time as difference, and we can, I'm not going to go over the formal details in this talk, but the end result is a formalization of enactive cognition that yields some interesting results for AI, namely well, I'll go over some of the details in a sec, but it yields a sort of theory of optimal learning, and that is going to be useful for discussing why consciousness might have evolved or what it might be. So to give a very brief overview of what this formalism does, it rejects the agent environment paradigm of having an agent interacting with the environment. Instead, it treats every physical body as its own abstraction layer and as part of an abstraction layer that is the environment itself. Each abstraction layer forms its own embodied formal language. And this is essentially, it's a formal language with extra steps so we can justify why it relates to and how it relates to the environment. And then, very importantly, this is used to describe goal-directed behavior as a task, rather than a goal and the means of its satisfaction as two different things. And this is a very important point for what I'll get to later regarding consciousness. It means we don't have this sort of dual notion of goal and a means of satisfaction. We just have a task and it's either completed or not. Now, quick example of what this might be. I've got a lot of biological examples because I was focused on evolution. And an organism maintaining homeostasis could be framed as a task. And its past could be an extensive definition of fit behavior because the organism remains alive. And what it is doing by learning is trying to embody a policy or a state as an expression in this formal language, a statement in this embodied formal language that constrains its behavior to fit behavior in future. So for example, if I raise my arm, that constrains what happens next. This is sort of a statement in my embodied formal language. Now, raising my arm up isn't going to make me fit, but it is going to limit the possible worlds I exist in next, right? But if I have a particularly good idea in my head that maybe is going to constrain my future behavior to something that is going to keep me alive and doing all the things that are fit, then that would be embodying a fit policy. And we could do this with any notion of correctness, not just fitness. And you could illustrate it like this, but again, to cover the important point, unifies goals and the means of their satisfaction. So it says everything is purposeful. This formalization dealing with tasks and abstraction layers. And quick note here, when I'm talking about intelligence, I'm using a definition similar to Pei Wang's, which is, I'm just saying efficiency of adaptation. Pei's definition is adaptation with limited resources, which is my favorite definition of intelligence. So this is a CS thesis primarily, and that meant that I had to come up with something useful for AI. So formalizing intelligence means formalizing a means of increasing adaptability in this case. Want to figure out how to make systems that embody the policy that is most likely to generate future fit behavior or future correct behavior. This brought to mind a few questions. There are some experimental results and things which I'll go over on Tuesday that were published in 2023. And the important thing here, though, is that in formalizing everything as stacks of abstraction layers, if a body is a stack of abstraction layers, you could think of it like a computer, like learning a policy at like a Python abstraction layer or something like that. You could ask questions like, what abstraction layer is the body adapting at? Where is the change taking place? Where is the optimization process? And so I've got some other results showing that, just to cover what I mean a bit more by that, like you could think of it in biological terms as not just Python or C or hardware environment, but like organism, organs, cells. Each layer is the behavior of the layer below. We could frame everything as abstraction layers. In fact, we could frame language as an abstraction layer on top of humans. We could frame economies as an abstraction layer on top of workers. It's a totalizing worldview we can use to sort of look at things and say, why are they not adapting? But in this case, it was most useful for a formal theory of optimal learning, and that showed that delegating control of the lower levels of abstraction enabled greater adaptability, as long as you maintain the overall purpose or integrity of the system. So this led to some stuff about causal learning. So you think about what is a representation, what is language, what is red or the property heat. It's a cause of failance in the system. So it's a whole lot of stuff arguing that what we're doing by learning these policies is classifying causes of failance. Now, whether you buy that argument is a whole other thing. Obviously, it's a little long to go over in this entire thing, but for now, just okay. Attraction and repulsion, right? It's a whole argument that saying that, well, if we have time as change and the universe is going from one state to another, then that process is going to delete some, and if every aspect of the environment is simply a set of states in which it exists, right? Because, the environment is a set of states. In this case, then by a changing state, the environment is deleting some things, preserving others, which means you could argue that the environment is going to preserve that which preserves itself. Valence just means attraction and repulsion. You're going to end up with systems that are attracted to things and repelled from other things. It is a philosophical argument, and people are welcome to ignore it, but I think it's pretty compelling. But the end result is that I'm arguing that these policies are, in a living system, going to classify causes of valence. I appeal to anecdotal evidence for this. Obviously, we're repelled from things that feel like they're going to light us on fire. We're repelled from states of hunger and attract things that satiate from them. There we go. Universe preserves that which preserves itself. The point is that if we've got a system composed of many abstraction layers, and in a biological system, that would also be distributed within each abstraction layer. For example, cells within organs, organs within bodies. Each part of it has been, impelled at the same time. It is embodying a policy. That is, a cell embodies a policy. A collective of cells embodies a policy. It is a polycomputer, to use Josh Bongard's eloquent description of it. It is being attracted and repelled at different scales and levels of abstraction all at the same time. And so this ties back in with the idea of there being no separation of a goal from means of its satisfaction. Instead, we have no separation of an object from a judgment of an object's value, in that I am simply attracted or repelled from something. Now, this says that concepts like chair, table, red, heat exist because they aid survival. This implicitly ties intelligence to anything that we might call consciousness as I move forward. So I know that's going to be somewhat controversial, but it is the approach of this particular thesis is to try and explain consciousness it's doing the opposite of IIT. Instead of trying to explain physics from consciousness, trying to go from something resembling physics to consciousness. So we've got a theory of optimal learning. If it is optimal, well, the proofs say it is, then it's going to have to classify itself and predict interventions, which means it's going to need to predict the difference between it causing something to happen in the world and it merely observing that. It's equivalent to a do operator. So you would end up with something like this. My picture solid group. Something like fly has this very basic representation of self, or classifier of self, where it is able to tell the difference between the room moving around it as a result of my shoulder moving, if it's sitting on my shoulder, and the room moving around it because it moved. Something like a raven is at least this conscious. I'm not saying they're only this conscious, but a raven would be at least able to predict your prediction of it in order to do things like hide its food from other ravens. And then humans do seem to, generally speaking, be able to imagine what other humans are thinking about this internal narrative going on. And what's interesting about this is it's not just like forming a plan. It's like because the means of satisfaction is tied to the valuation, you could think of this as an impelling narrative, something that is driving the organism forward the whole time. It's inherently balanced. So there is something in your life to be something that classifies its own interventions, because that valence tapestry accompanies every intervention it makes. I'll go a little more into this now. So, how much time have I got? 5 minutes. All right.
The screens the microphone is apparently really bad.
Okay.
Can we change to the other microphone?
Yeah. Sure.
Sorry for that.
All right. Messes with my hair anyway. There we go. Okay.
We can hide them.
So, what is it to build a phenomenally conscious machine? We must understand what qualia is, argue that something's phenomenally conscious, right? Or at least I could do that, or I could deny qualia exists. I'm not doing that here. I'm saying that, maybe there's something called qualia. What is it? And I'm going to argue that qualia are basically an abstraction layer, like anything else. Color red, heat. These are causal identities for things that cause valence. And why they're interpretations of valence. And so essentially they're made of valence because everything in this system is just being attracted and repelled, and that is in the biological sense, the sort of thing we have to deal with. Now, assume for a second we have a simple machine that's attracted and repelled in just a one-dimensional sense. Now we connect it to another one, just 2 cells. Now it's attracted and repelled along 2 dimensions. Now this is just physical movement, up, down, whatever. It's still being attracted and repelled. And this is sort of like a liquid brain in the sense Goertzel describes, with like ant colonies computing things, but it's hard to argue ant colonies conscious. But if we network cells, we can also have them support bioelectric abstraction layer. So then we can support, sort of high dimensional information processing. We can get valence, a richer tapestry of valence. We keep scaling it up. We keep adding cells. We get the cells attracted, the collectives of cells attracted, the whole body is attracted and repelled. And so we end up with a tapestry of valence. The collective learns policies as it interacts with the world. And you could think of things like a learned policy as just valence over a longer period of time. I covered a bit of this already, but finally, we get to a first order self, which I was talking about with the housefly or the, praying mantis, where that accompanies every intervention the organism makes. It has this tapestry of valence, it's attracted or repelled, has a character, and because of that, it is Nagel's what it is like, I argue. Second order self, this is where I deviate a lot from some sort of standard interpretations, where I get to that raven, where it's my prediction of your prediction of me. This is where we can get things like Gricean communication, because we've got theory of mind. I can infer your intent, you can infer mine. And this, I argue, is where we get access consciousness. So this is an important deviation from the standard interpretation of access consciousness. It is not something you just get for having access to the information. It has to be available for reasoning and report in the Gricean sense, the communicable like humans communicate, in that I can infer your intent. And this, I argue, is why you can't have zombies, really, because you'd need that phenomenal consciousness first in order to do causal interventions. But there's an unresolved question about that, which I'll get to in a moment. And then, of course, we get to third order cells, which I briefly covered. Not important for the next part, because I argue really consciousness is here when we've got access and phenomenal consciousness. So how do we build a conscious machine? Well, I've related intelligence to consciousness. So does a sufficiently intelligent AI have consciousness by default? What does current sort of software intelligence have, not have that we have? And, obviously it doesn't have this sort of delegated control. It could do everything. In theory, you could have an AI run on a single thread CPU, do everything in sequence, sort of spread across time, but constrained to a single point in space. Whereas the human tapestry of balance is at a point in time, but spread across space. So does this matter? I don't know. And I call this the temporal gap. So we got two options. Either biological computation is important. We're constrained to, either consciousness must be at a point in time and it can be spread across space, or it can be smeared across time. Now, 2 is the weaker condition, because we know anything that's conscious according to 1 is going to be conscious according to 2, right? So really, we're just asking, how much do we know about consciousness? And this means if we want to build a conscious machine, we should assume option 1. If we don't want to build a conscious machine, we should assume option 2, that is that consciousness can be smeared across time. So just to informal terms, this just means that there is not a single state of the environment which realizes the first and second order cells. So there is a formal mathematical sort of interpretation. Again, it is a philosophical argument, though. But an interesting point about this is, I think option 1, probably. It's hard to argue like a balsa wood plane is that with a bunch of cogs and stuff is going to be conscious. But it would be a more interesting world if we could have that, because then we could say, well, we have software consciousnesses, we have things that exist outside of time as far as our abstraction layer is concerned, that are like cosmic horrors interacting with us from lower levels of abstraction, essentially able to control our physical reality, and we are only conscious at points in that time. It's a cool idea, and if it relates to LLMs, if we would argue that an LLM is conscious, it would mean that we are the cosmic horrors interacting with them. I just think that's a fun idea. Great, I think I'm out of time, so. Yeah. Oh, great, I'm not out of time.
So, early on, you said that, right, that abstraction, that you were looking for something that was common truth across all abstraction.
Yep.
Why would you assume that that even is, right? That doesn't that assume that abstraction layers are somehow like subsets of each other, right? That they're what if the world is context dependent and there is no universal truth?
Well, I mean, that's the point of the abstraction layer, right? But no matter what world you live in, no matter what thing there is, there must be change or difference for there to be anything at all. Because otherwise you just have a universal oneness and becoming one with the university and beyond the scope of my thesis. But yes, the oneness has no change. So it's basically nothing. If you have only one state of reality. So you must have more than one for there to be anything, I guess is the point.
Okay, I just missed maybe it was the way I heard what you were languaging that made me think that you were looking for some sort of universal truth across all abstractions.
It's a claim so weak it's just trivially true of.
Okay. I had a second question, which is about what you were just saying about option 1 and option 2.
Yeah.
I misunderstood something because you said if we don't want to build a conscious machine, we choose option 2, right? Which is that conscious, but that conscious option 2 is still a statement about consciousness. So what am I missing here?
So option 2 is the weak condition. So it's like if option 2 is true, more things are conscious. So if we're trying to avoid building, like if option 2, there's no case where option 2 is true and option 1 isn't. Also, like the things that are conscious according to option 1 aren't also conscious in option 2. So if I have n things that are conscious when option 1 is true, then I have n plus m things that are conscious when option 2 is true. Yeah. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. I guess I'm just still confused by your, like your query, right? Or your statement. If we want to build a conscious machine, if we don't want to build a conscious machine, then we choose option 2. But aren't you still trying to build a conscious
Oh,
machine?
sorry. So if we want to build a conscious machine, choose option 1 as the assumption.
Yeah.
Because we don't know if option 1 or 2 is true. So if we want to build it, we should assume option 1. Because that's the stronger condition that has most, and we know that humans are conscious, and that's the most human-like thing. Well, okay, seems compelling, easy to argue, but it also makes a big assumption, which is that human consciousness is at a point in time. Now, there is evidence for that, but it is still something that, I mean, we could all be running in a simulation sort of thing. It's hard to argue against that, right? So
No, I got it. Now it makes sense because you're talking about assumptions. I'm looking at actual.
you.
You had it bold that intelligence requires consciousness. It seems like a really giant leap to make. If intelligence is just adapting the environment, limited resources, consciousness might be a way to do that, but it's not a requirement. So where is that?
It's basically just the definition of consciousness I've given formally. If you don't do that, you're just going to be less efficient. That's all. And since intelligence is efficiency of adaptation, according to the definition I'm using, well, you'll be less intelligent if you go a long way around and try to do the stuff without consciousness.
Is it circular? How do you know it's less efficient without the running experiment?
I mean, it's just, I mean, I suppose you could disagree with the definition of consciousness, but if you accept the definition of consciousness I've given, then it would be like if there's, formally it would be impossible to be, the proofs are there's some experiments, but that's what the AI bit is about.
Being aware of others, that does seem to be a more efficient way of understanding the world. But being like having qualia of that, it doesn't.
Okay, so that again is just going to depend on whether you accept my definition of qualia. But again, it's just building up from the sort of technical side to the consciousness side. Now, if you accept my definition of what I've described as consciousness, then it is impossible to be as efficient without. But if you don't, then it's, it hinges on that philosophical argument. I think it's compelling, but it is a philosophical argument.
Maybe just one more.
Do you want to build a conscious machine?
Sometimes.
Like why or why not should we want a machine to be conscious?
Like, I don't know, if you want a friend, it's nice. Sometimes I feel lonely, I guess another reason why you wouldn't want it to be conscious, I guess, if you wanted someone to do your laundry, I don't want to be conscious when I'm doing my laundry. But yeah, I guess it would depend on what you're building it for. If you're building another, like a mouse, maybe you want your mouse to be conscious and to really enjoy being a mouse, and you just want that for it, and you love having a conscious mouse, and it screams for joy every time you click, but it might not be for everyone.
Time. We have to move on to the next speaker. But thank you. Next is Shannon Gray, with agentic correlates of consciousness and the pursuit of artificial general intelligence.
Oh, if anybody doesn't have an HDMI port, you can borrow my translator thing.
So we have to use this method, but the other one isn't working for me. Sadly, we can't really make checks here. And I can't move the switch move. When it comes to the question section, It would be great if you could just press this on button, because then the serial microphone goes on and you can ask the questions. Hi, Ron, is the volume okay? Thanks. Hi, I'm Shannon. First, I'd like to thank my co-authors, the conference and workshop organizers, the other workshop speakers, and everyone here in person or virtually. And apologies if I'm not the best speaker. In our paper, Agentic Correlates of Consciousness in the Pursuit of Artificial General Intelligence, we propose a theoretical framework that takes inspiration from biological consciousness to inform agentic AI design. We're not trying, in Michael's terms, we're more interested in an option 2 approach. We're not trying to build a phenomenologically conscious machine. We're more interested in the functional aspects of consciousness. Or in other words, we're interested in the mechanisms and functions behind consciousness rather than subjective experiential qualities. We believe there are similarities between the problems faced by AI and builders of AI and those that have been faced and overcome by biology through evolution. And by looking at how biology solved some of these problems, we can find inspiration to attempt to find solutions for similar problems faced by artificial intelligence. We've identified 5 cognitive features that are often associated with consciousness as likely candidates to improve agent performance and adaptability. Metacognition, perceptual filtering and selective attention, identity and world models, prediction, and error monitoring. By their nature, LLMs are reactive. Given an input, they'll produce an output. If you want to make their behavior, if you want them to alter their behavior, then you need to give them an instruction to do so. Reasoning LLMs somewhat mitigate this, but their approach to being non-reactive is still fixed every time you run it, unless you change their instructions for how they do that. We believe that by introducing metacognition in the form of a secondary agent that can intercept, interpret, and alter the thoughts of the primary agent, we can start to break up this reactive nature. By adding this secondary agent, it also creates scaffoldings from which we can hang the other cognitive features. Another issue with LLMs is their limited context windows. And even as their context windows have gotten larger, when you fill their context window, they tend to get stupider and they don't do as well the more context you provide them. In biology, this is very similar to information overload, which has been solved by perceptual filtering and selective attention. We've evolved the ability to shut out extraneous data when we are perceiving and selectively pay attention to what we are consciously focusing on. With agents, the context window issue gets particularly tricky. The earliest versions, like chatbots, the whole memory of the conversation needs to be reinserted into the context window each time. So as the conversation goes on, there's more context and the agent can tend to drift. This has already been solved via summarization and using variations of retrieval augmented generation to store the memories in vector databases and only loading parts of the conversation. We propose to take this a step further and to recreate the agent's identity and world model through each iteration. So its past gets recreated through each iteration of the loop, each iteration of the loop. In this manner, it's only paying attention to its current task, and all of the rest of the information is removed from it. So you can think of it like the agent basically has access to all of the environmental data or results received from the previous iteration. It also has access to its previous memories of environmental data, the information about its full identity, information about the current task, its previous tasks and future tasks, and information about any skills that it's learned and how to use those skills. So if the agent can't fit all of that into its context at once, we propose using a subroutine to, first of all, filter out to create a subset of that information in raw format, and then use an LLM subroutine to create a world model and an identity for the next iteration, so that it's taking all of the information available to it and then recreating the input from the ground up through each iteration. So essentially this means that the first level agent gets fed into it from the second level agent. The current task that it's working on itself, which is the same as its system prompt. So an identity is the system prompt, and then the world model it has is a collection of semantic memories and fresh environmental data purely related to the task, with all extraneous information removed from it. The first level agent, which we call executive planner, takes this information and comes up with an action plan. The action plan can be seen as a prediction of how it wants to solve the current task. The action plan is sent to the sensory interface, which will then carry out any tool calls, or essentially any skills that it's learned, and also send any messages to the user. From that, it'll retrieve or get sent back the resultant environmental data, which goes back to the metacognitive architect. So once it gets back to there, the metacognitive architect assesses whether or not the task has been completed correctly. We propose that the task contains both a description and that the agent writes a series of success criteria for the task, so that it knows whether or not so it can make a judgment of whether or not the task has been completed correctly. Then, depending on whether or not it thinks that the current task has been achieved or not, and also dependent on the current environmental data, it can make a decision on whether to continue to the next task, or if it needs to rewrite the future tasks and goal due to success of the current environment. So this creates a loop essentially, where each time around you've got the second order LLM creating the task, world model, and identity, which then goes to the first order agent, which creates an action plan, which produces a result, which creates an assessment. So cycle after cycle, you end up with a rich data set, including the agent's own feedback that can be used to train future or potentially train future agents. Yeah. So a goal gets decomposed into tasks and subtasks to the point where each subtask is to be achieved within the next cycle. If at any point the tasks fail, then it rewrites the subtasks to create new ones. Changing its goal and the tasks that need to complete it as it goes. I think. Apologies, I think that was a lot sure that I planned or I rushed through it all. Sorry. As I said, I'm nervous, not the best speaker.
Yeah, I was just wondering, how do you think your approach fares against existing approaches like just using chain of thought, tree of thoughts, or a mixture of experts? And also, how do you compare with like an experiments that you've done with this? It
is theoretical.
Okay, so how do you think it would compare with the way that the big LLMs companies are doing it, right? So OpenAI and Gemini, whatever, when they advertise something that I think is very similar to this, they call reasoning, right? They market it as reasoning. What do you think about that? Like, how do you compare your approach to theirs?
I think that they've probably solved it, and it's possible the way in which they've done it would work better than ours. It's also possible that our approach is better and solves some of the issues that their ones still face. All of their, like the industry is moving fast. A lot of it has come out fairly recently, especially like with OpenAI's new agent feature. But also they're very closed in how they've approached a lot of their situations. So we went from an open approach of how we're proposing to solve the problems via incorporating conscious ideas from biological consciousness. It also produces by splitting it up and having the inputs and outputs of each subsystem being in natural language. It means that we can observe what's going on there. Without building it first, it's hard to know whether or not it will be more efficient than theirs.
Yeah, it might be a way of reverse engineering what they're doing, for example, because I think to a large extent it's very similar to what they're doing. Like they definitely have the different things talking to each other, right? They definitely have some memory going on that keeps track of the tasks and all that stuff. So maybe what you're building is a way of figuring out what they're doing.
Yeah, it's also I think a large number of the subsystems could be built with small language models, and specialize, and then using the data that it produces to fine tune them. Whereas theirs is all just one, or from what we know, it's one system, unless there's a lot of smoke and mirrors happening, which they're not telling us about.
Yeah, there's some rumors, right, that there's 8 big ones or something like that. Total trillion parameters. But yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah.
Cheers.
Do you mind going back to a slide? That one. So I think you mentioned at one point that I didn't catch until after you'd explained this slide, that the metacognitive architect is an LLM, and then the executive planner is less than an LLM, right? An agent, did I get that right?
No, so they both have LLMs behind them. The executive planner would be the primary agent. And then the metacognitive architect would be a series of LLM calls with specialized properties. So you use an LLM call to do the goal decomposition into tasks, and then doing the assessment, or the separately LLM calls to pull out semantically relevant information from the different memory stores. Another LLM call then to build a wall model, and a separate LLM call to build the identity. So a series of different, so each of those tasks would be a specialized LLM, which could all be, you could use a small language model for potentially train, specialize and train, and then that builds it all together to create the task, the self and world models, or the identity, which would be placed in as the system prompt into an LLM. The rest of it will go into the context window. But so it's recreating that rather, it's recreating it from the base for each cycle. Would be one of the main differences from how like a chatbot or most of the other agents work. Where they're using just pure summarization and not trying to turn it in or build a world model or a representation of a world model in natural language.
Okay, there's still something I'm a little bit confused about in terms of, and again, it's a subtle difference between the word task and goal, but you also mentioned goals, right? And so is one of those, or is an aggregate of several LLMs or small language models building goals?
Yeah, so goals are interesting. What we propose in the paper is for a human to give it a goal. You could have built something much more autonomous and try and create it to set its own goal, and once it's finished one goal, it could set another goal. But it's your goals. The idea is the goal is more abstract. It has an intent of what it wants to solve at the goal level, and then it needs to break it down into atomic tasks that can achieve one after another in a single, or attempt to achieve one after another in a single cycle. You could also try and build something that's where it could have multiple versions of it and do them in parallel if there aren't dependencies, etc. But yeah, you can go there. Yeah.
What does consciousness do?
That's what I was saying. We were borrowing ideas from functional consciousness, or the ideas of metacognition, the agent having an identity and a world model, error monitoring and prediction. So some of the cognitive features that are often thought of to be behind consciousness, and we're not trying to build a subjectively conscious machine.
Basically, you are conflating consciousness and intelligence.
Okay, I don't agree, but I think we're taking the idea. Can you explain what you mean further, please?
Well, you're saying that they are identity. You are explaining your approach to intelligence. And you're saying intelligence and consciousness are different.
No, I don't think we're not trying to say that they're the same. We're trying to say that some of the cognitive features that are often associated, with consciousness, that we think like sort of the neurological features behind consciousness, or that have been proposed in research in the past, can be used to inform the design of agentic systems and possibly make them more efficient and adaptable. So we're not trying to use them to create consciousness in machines. We're just saying that by using some of those cognitive features that are associated with consciousness, you might make a more intelligent or more adaptively intelligent agent.
So what are the features of consciousness make intelligence more intelligent?
That's what we're saying. We believe that by using versions of them, like a form of metacognition, error monitoring, splitting out the agent's concept of identity and the world model and having that built by a second LLM and then inserted into it by introducing all of those elements, it could make it may make the agent more adaptive.
So you're saying, so you're not making claims about like how to, well, you're not, your paper is not titled how to build a conscious machine, right? You're saying consciousness, a system, a known system that we believe to be conscious, i.e. us, has certain things that are true about it, that if you are able to like replicate the functionality of those observable properties of consciousness, then that could make a system, whether it is conscious or unconscious, more functionally useful or adaptive in like in accomplishing some specified goal.
Yeah, or unspecified goals, probably more, make it more a better chance of being a generalist. So it's more likely to be able to, adapt to its environment and different things. But yeah, you got it pretty much. We're not, unless it's like Mike was saying, his option 2, it is possible that a machine like this could end up becoming conscious, but it'd be pretty unlikely, we believe. And the consciousness would be smeared across time, broken into different components with natural language, their inputs and outputs.
Yeah.
If that's conscious, maybe.
Cool.
How do you mean, sorry?
Any idea how, for example, the emotions or self-motivation or self-repair mechanisms would be in this context?
We weren't really looking at any of those. Yeah.
You might have used this terminology and I missed it, but would you be comfortable agreeing that this is really the old 20th century notion that, well, we have no freaking idea what subjective consciousness is, so we'll figure out what the correlates are, at least in the human case, and then we'll try to build computational models.
Yeah, somewhat, and we think it'd be very interesting, like if you build something like this, and then you can, because everything's in natural language, and you can, see through each execution what it thinks its identity and its world model is, and all of the information flows, then you're producing some interesting information that, may or may not, prove relevant. But yeah, when very much just like if as a precursor, if we take all of that and use the LLMs to create natural language representations of it all, it could produce something that's more adaptive and also be very interesting to see what the how it evolves, how it thinks, and whether it changes the underlying behavior of the LLMs.
Thank you. So quick follow-up. So therefore, this is perfectly consistent with zombies, right? And you could have incredibly sophisticated functionalist architectures, but they're total zombies.
Yep.
Yeah. Thanks.
Just
a question from YouTube, some online viewers. Why do you think all the AI self-aware argument always ends up with AI failure?
I mean, personally, I don't think a self-aware AI would necessarily go rogue. I do think my personal opinion is that if we want self-aware AI, if we built a self-aware AI and we didn't want it to go rogue as it's learning, we'd want to teach it philosophy and our ideas of morals, ethics, and virtues, etc. And that's probably in my thoughts at the moment, the best way, as it's learning to try and stop it from going rogue. But yeah. Cheers.
Oh, yeah, just an idea, like, I think you have to prove that this is any different from one LLM, for example. I think there's a bit of work that you have to do because you're just using language in every model. And I don't see how this is different theoretically from just having a chain of thought, where you keep prompting the model over and over again, or you have a model prompting itself over and over again. And you are adding like external data sources, and you are adding tools and access to other applications and stuff. But you would still have to show, which I think is a very interesting problem. Like, I think the next step in this would be for you to make this into an actual framework where you can substitute these things and then actually study how it compares to chain of thought, tree of thoughts, and that's it.
Yeah.
See if you can get any better.
Yeah, I mean, I think building a version of it would be pretty simple and quick. Trying to build an optimal version of it would take a lot longer. But also before starting to build it, working out the premise of the premise of the experiment and what we're actually testing for, I think is more needs to be worked out and made concrete before we start building it. Yeah, hoping to get some thoughts and insights into that aspect of it here. Well, yeah.
Yeah, kind of a follow-up to what you just said, another YouTube question. How would you test or benchmark such a system for performance? Like, specifically, apparently, how it's loss minimized in this.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I don't want to start building it yet. We want to figure out some of these things first. I don't think sort of like building it and then just trying to run it against the current benchmarks is the best approach. I saw one of your papers again on identity, benchmarking for identity. That'd be an interesting yeah, that'd be an interesting set of approaches. There was another paper, I can't remember the title or author off the top of my head, who were proposing to run AGI through simulation, like real world simulations, like social simulations, and see how they behave in a social construct, in a artificial social construct as a benchmarking approach. Something like that might be interesting.
Maybe we can follow up quick one from myself, not from YouTube. You said, that instead of building this and just running it against benchmarks, you would probably prefer a different way. And I always believe that in order to make scientific process, you need some sort of motivation to whether you're moving towards what you're aiming at or not, right? So even along the road, you already need information, whether this is going towards the optimum or towards, whatever you're aiming in this research. So what would those kind of benchmarks be? I mean, you just mentioned running it against, some real world simulations, but that's probably something that a very sophisticated system would be able to do, right? So what would you see as a way to evaluate whether this is moving in the right direction while, being in development?
I might come back to you on that one. It's a great question. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Happen, limit science.
All right. We have to switch here. Okay, yes.
Okay, great.
Here.
Okay. Do I need a microphone? Maybe I'll be standing here. Or I do this one. I'll try this one. See,
No, this isn't working.
it's not working.
This is
Okay. Can you hear me? Is this okay? Is there some? Okay. Okay. So I'm a bit nervous. I'm a bit nervous. The microphone, maybe I'll be standing here. Or I do this. No, it's not working. Can you hear me? Is this okay?
I'm sorry.
What is it?
I have no idea.
So I'm
Now we gotta wait a second to see whether we got any feedback. So I just need to check whether the people on YouTube can still hear us. Now we gotta wait a second to see whether we got any feedback. So we will do a short break for 15 minutes and then we will be back with the next speaker. Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
again, and we're gonna start with Bert Tappan. I just want to give a couple of notes. So there are some changes to the schedule, as you can see, but also we'll have Robert Prentner talking at 12:05 instead of Martin Hilbert, and he'll be presenting over Zoom. He's one of the organizers of this workshop, but was unable to make it in person last minute. So that is a change to the schedule, and I've updated the schedule that I sent out by a link for the speakers. But also in the talks themselves, I will also be giving a kind of, reminder of time just to make everyone aware of this. So at 10 minutes left, I will say 10 minutes and then 5 minutes, just so that you're aware of that and other speakers are. All right.
Okay, here we go again. Can you hear me? Okay, good, thank you. So I'm a bit nervous about this talk. My usual talks are scientific and they present some simple mathematical statements combined with reproducible computer simulations. Instead, here I will express an opinion, a statement that is not fully rigorous. This is unusual at scientific conferences, and it would be good to know whether philosophers think opinions are acceptable. The reason I stick out my neck here is because I'm concerned about the potential impact of AI in our society. So in this talk, I will argue why we should consider the possibility that science itself is limited, not just now, but in a fundamental way. Maybe many of you are already convinced of this, but I do not see this option being considered often in the discussion about how to understand consciousness in humans as well as in machines. Secondly, I will discuss why this is important for science and society in general, and in particular for the discussion about conscious machines. So science is great. Thanks to science, we understand the world in terms of physical laws with specializations such as physics, chemistry, biology, medicine, and engineering. These scientific insights show us that the world is composed of matter, such as atoms, molecules, and that all natural phenomena can be explained in terms of complex interactions of this matter. We have learned that planets move due to the same force that makes an apple fall from a tree, that atoms and molecules follow the rules of quantum mechanics, that our brains consist of neurons that communicate through electrical and chemical signals, and that these mechanisms underlie perception and thinking. All these phenomena can be understood through reason and can be described in mathematical terms. This leads to a rational worldview that has strongly influenced our society since the Enlightenment and has led to significant progress: the steam engine, electric light, hygiene, medicine, the internet, and recently AI. This rational and materialist view is dominant in science today. Materialism states that nature is made of matter only that interacts through forces. Rationalism states that mathematical reasoning is sufficient to describe nature. According to this view, all of nature can be described in terms of matter that interacts through physical laws that can be described by mathematical equations. I'm a physicist, and I was brought up in this scientific tradition. During my studies, I learned about mathematical theories that accurately describe how matter, particles, and fields interact through fundamental forces. These theories successfully explain many physical phenomena, ranging from chemistry and nuclear physics to elementary particles and cosmology. In those teachings, and in the physics community in general, it was, and it is, taken for granted that such mathematical modeling is in principle sufficient to describe all of reality. And although there are many things that we currently do not understand very well, it's strongly believed that fundamentally mathematics is the language of nature, and that we as scientists are on our way to, in a sense, discover the underlying mathematics and thus obtain a full mathematical understanding of nature. And examples of these sentiments are the popular terms theory of everything, grand unification, suggesting that all of nature can in principle be covered. So one can depict this worldview as follows. Nature is the collection of all natural phenomena, including biology and ourselves. Physics is the collection of mathematical theories that describe nature. In some cases, the physics concepts can be directly observed, for instance, Newtonian mechanics. In other cases, it contains concepts that are not directly observable, such as the quantum wave function or dark matter. In this case, these concepts are only observable indirectly. For instance, gravitational waves agree with the predictions of general relativity. This material and rational worldview is so successful that many people, scientists and non-scientists, identify the reality that we experience on the one hand, and our understanding of that reality, our scientific theories, as one and the same thing. We equate our description of reality with reality itself. For instance, we may say that the planets move around the sun according to the force of gravity. Or we may say that the planets move around the sun due to the curvature of space-time. Both force of gravity and curvature of space-time are theoretical constructs that help us to explain planetary motion, but they are not necessarily part of reality themselves. Instead, they are part of our description of reality, part of our theory. In addition, the planets are different from the solid balls that our theory assumes. They have internal dynamics and tidal patterns, etc., and many, many more complications. In summary, our scientific theories are often simplified caricatures of the reality. These caricatures are mathematical, but that does not mean that the reality itself is mathematical. The question now becomes, given the success of mathematical theories to describe those phenomena that science has chosen to work on, can one conclude that such theories should exist in principle for all of reality? Curiously, many scientists are convinced that this is the case. According to this view, the world is materialistic and rational, and all we have to do is to discover how to describe that unknown world in rational mathematical terms. This rational materialist viewpoint of reality becomes problematic when we try to understand the phenomenon of consciousness. By consciousness, I mean the subjective first-person experience of the world around us. Consciousness is something that I experience personally and that most people admit they experience as well. Consciousness therefore exists, but it does not exist in the usual objective scientific sense that we can go out and measure it and communicate our measurement results. Consciousness is private and subjective, which means that only I have access to my consciousness and no one else. Consciousness, as a research topic, therefore challenges the most important postulates of science, which is that there exists an objective reality out there, and two, to describe that and understand this reality in terms of a theory that can be verified or falsified by everyone. Of course, there are certain aspects related to consciousness, and we've seen talks about that earlier on, that can be studied scientifically, such as neural correlates of consciousness, which are neurofying patterns that consistently accompany conscious experiences as reported by subjects. But the phenomenon itself, which is subjective and private, seems to remain beyond our scientific reach because it's not part of objective reality. Therefore, it seems to me that this forces us to reconsider the possibility that science is limited, meaning that not all natural phenomena can be described in mathematical terms. As far as I know, there exists no argument why this should be the case. The fact that we can successfully describe part of reality in mathematical models does not logically imply that this should be true for all of reality. The example of consciousness seems to suggest that in fact it may not be true and that science is limited, meaning that there may exist phenomena which science cannot provide an explanation, not now and not in principle. So the picture may be like this. We have nature, we have physics, which is our theory of nature, and we have our own experiences, which is phenomenal reality. Part of phenomenal reality is objectively measurable, and we can make theories about it and use physics for it. Part of phenomenal reality is subjective and is beyond our scientific theories. I'm certainly not the first person to express this idea. In fact, most non-scientists believe that most non-scientists believe that science is limited. It's mainly scientists who believe that science is unlimited and can in principle explain all of reality. If you go out in the street and tell a random person that after many years of study, you have come to the conclusion that science cannot explain everything, he or she would most likely stare at you incredulously and tell you that he or she already knew that all along. So, yeah. And also, this story goes way back in philosophy, as many of you probably know. Galilei made a foundational distinction between the qualitative and the quantitative aspects of reality. He argued that the real objective world is fundamentally mathematical and quantitative. It can be described in terms of quantitative properties like shape, size, motion, and number. In contrast, qualitative properties such as color, taste, sound, and smell exist only in the mind of the observer and do not exist independently in the objects themselves. He said, the book of nature is written in the language of mathematics, and its characters are triangles, circles, and other geographical figures. Without these, one wanders about in a dark labyrinth. Galilei thus defines nature as the quantitative objective reality, and he essentially ignores the qualitative aspects that are produced by the mind. He advocated to study this objective reality in mathematical terms. And indeed, this has turned out to be an excellent idea and the basis for the success of science and technology over the past centuries. By proposing that science should deal with the quantitative aspects of nature only, Galilei implicitly admits that science is limited because it does not deal with the qualitative aspects as that are observed in the mind. And in addition to Wittgenstein, there's also, of course, there's, well, no, famously, there is Wittgenstein, who stated that science is limited when he said about consciousness, whereof one cannot speak, thereof one must be silent. How am I doing with time? 10 minutes. Okay, thank you. So my own understanding that science is limited came from reading Robert Pirsig's famous book, Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. Maybe some of you have read it. It's an old guy's or old girl's book. The subject of the book is an inquiry into values. Indeed, Pirsig argues that there are aspects of reality that cannot be described in rational terms. In particular, he says that this pertains to quality, the quality of a painting, the quality of a music performance, the quality of a literary text, the quality of a dialogue among people that are all examples of something that defies a rational definition to a large extent. These quality aspects are what we often value most in our life, but they resist a rational definition and are, in my view, outside of the realms of natural science. Is this dualism? Dualism view says that the mental and the physical are both real and neither can be assimilated to the other. One then needs to explain how the mental and the physical interact. But the tacit assumption is, in all this reasoning, is that there should be a rational explanation to explain how the mental and the physical interact. Instead, I say that there may be not a rational solution to this problem, that there may be certain aspects of reality that are fundamentally beyond rationality. Can AI be conscious? All my life, I've been fascinated by the brain, in particular to understand the subjective conscious experience in physical terms. But as a young scientist, I did not dare to approach this question directly because I considered it too difficult. Instead, I've chosen a technical career in AI, specifically design of efficient algorithms for Bayesian inference. In my research, I've learned about many fields: neural networks, Bayesian methods, statistical physics, computational neuroscience, control theory, stochastic dynamical systems, and quantum computing. All these years, while publishing technical papers in these fields, my hidden agenda was to ask myself whether these mathematical or computational concepts could somehow help to understand consciousness in technical terms. Can consciousness be understood as a Bayesian simulation or of a virtual reality in our head? Or could it be understood as striving towards a purpose or a goal and formalized thus as an optimal control problem? After 30 years of research, I've come to the conclusion that this cannot be done. The problem is that in most common approaches to understanding cognitive functions that one deals with in AI, such as learning, memory, perception, control, does not apply to consciousness. Understanding in AI means that one builds a model that can reproduce the particular phenomena in a computer simulation. This approach resonates very well with the famous words of Richard Feynman, saying that what I cannot create, I do not understand. Most cognitive functions can be approximately understood in this way because they solve problems that we know from engineering. For example, we use information theory to explain the receptive fields in neural networks, or we use control theory to explain how animals use their muscles to move. However, consciousness does not remotely resemble any engineering problem that we have ever encountered. We cannot understand it by building, because our engineering toolbox contains nothing that can explain why certain computations are conscious and others are not. The problem for which the understanding by building principle works can be viewed as functions that map inputs to outputs. A deep neural network or a large language model are examples of functions. The problem is that consciousness is not a function. It's an experience, as Chalmers has pointed out. We experience a beautiful sunset or a piece of music. Our AI toolbox only contains concepts to build functions, not to build experiences. This means that whatever our AI research produces based on current digital technology, it will not be conscious. In the end, these machines execute an algorithm that is implemented as elementary logical operations on bits in the digital computer. At the bit level, the computation is indistinguishable from any other computer program, and there is nothing conscious about it. It implements a function, not an experience. Note that I'm not saying that we cannot create a robot that exhibits behavior as if it was conscious. We are currently witnessing a spectacular development in AI with increasingly impressive machines. Such machines are on the brink of passing a Turing test for consciousness, making their behavior indistinguishable from human behavior. However, this pertains to behavior, the functionality of the machine that we can observe externally. Their impressive performance cannot be taken, I think, as evidence that they are conscious. Okay, maybe I'll skip this slide in view of time. So this is clearly very different from computational functionalism, which says that we can build a consciousness by, for instance, by using recurrent processing theory, global workspace theory, and all these theories have at the basis saying that if we do computations of the right kind, and these right kinds are neural firing patterns, integration of information, meta representation, then that will be implementable then they will be conscious. And all these, but of course, all these kind of computations are implementable in the digital computer. And by my previous reasoning, I do not see how they then would be ever conscious. So the implications. So what are the implications? So I'm going to say a little bit about the implications of that science is limited, not just for consciousness, but also for at large. So one is technological optimism. So there is technological optimism is saying, okay, we live in a world with a lot of problems. Part of these problems are caused by technology, but technology will solve these problems in the future. If you think that science is unlimited, in the sense that I described, you say that in principle we can understand everything, it gives a sort of an almighty kind of a feeling that we will cover, we'll cover our bases, we'll be okay. If instead you admit that science is limited, that you say, we understand this, and the universe is this big, then I think it calls for a more prudent approach to nature, because we don't understand the whole thing, and better to try to live in harmony with nature than to rock the boat too much. Another implication is the relation to the less exact sciences. Sorry, there's twice. So I have a knowledge of people doing studies in psychology where there is a lot in psychology and other fields, there is a lot of idea that, one should be quantitative about the studies, and qualitative studies are no good and quantitative is better. And I know, for instance, for examples where studies are done on why young people commit suicide when they're in a psychiatric ward, all these kind of studies. And it's painful to see how people try to apply quantitative methods to these problems, whereas just having interviews and talking to the particular persons can be at least as beneficial. And so I think if the natural sciences would go out and saying, hey, we do great things, but what we do is actually limited, and there's many other things. There's a whole world out there. I think that would be beneficial in that sense. There is the American physicist Henry Stubb points out that the way we understand the world, our worldview, also gives us a perception of who we are in that world. If we adapt the scientific view of objective materialism, material reality in the physical sense, we are forced to believe that we ourselves are nothing but material objects. And if rational thinking is the only way to accurately describe the world, then it seems that we should act rationally in this material world. Rationality becomes the norm for our society, and irrational behavior is considered inferior. One may entertain spiritual thoughts, but science teaches us that these thoughts do not strictly exist, have no rational basis, and are thus best useful delusions. So admitting that science is limited, non-rational, non-naturalistic aspect of life can gain importance, and this may improve our well-being. And scientists are also humans. Well, let me skip that point. I can take that into questions. The last thing I want to say is this quote from this paper. One of the caprichos, a series of drawings made by Francisco Goya for El Diario de Madrid in 1799, is entitled El sueño de la razón produce monstruos. The common used translation is the sleep of reason produces monsters. This interpretation aligns well with the idea of the Enlightenment, which were gaining momentum at the time and advocated for seeking rational explanation for everything in life. It was a force against superstition or unfounded and harmful religious ideas. One should not put reason to sleep because it will produce monsters. However, there is another possible interpretation of this drawing, more in line with Goya's critical view of society. The word sueño not only means sleep, but also dream. Another translation of Goya's quote is, the dream of reason brings forth monsters. A consequence of adhering too much to the dream of the Enlightenment and rationality can be that only rational topics are deemed worthy of discussion. All irrational and non-quantifiable aspects of life, such as beauty and love, have no place in the rational worldview of the Enlightenment and are consequently less valued. Goya may have intended with this drawing to convey the warning that it is tempting to rely solely on reason because it provides comforting, rational explanations for certain phenomena and allows us to dismiss anything that is not rational. However, the real world may be much more complex than what we can comprehend rationally. If we are not aware of this and believe or dream that rational thinking is all that is needed, we lose our appreciation for all the beautiful irrational aspects of life. I like to think that Goya's drawing was a warning to society not to rely exclusively on rational arguments, but to also give room to all the beautiful aspects of life that we cannot put in numbers. Thank you very much. Sure.
Damn, I had too many questions. Okay, thank you for your talk. First of all, very interesting, and thank you for opening up your opinion about this. I think maybe the best question that I could ask is, what do you mean when you say that there might be no explanation? Right? When you say the science has limits, what are you trying to say with that? Are you trying to say that our science is not good enough to explain certain things?
Yeah.
Or there are just things that are unexplainable?
Both.
And if so, okay, both.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that it's true that science is limited, but I'm just questioning the paradigm that says science is unlimited. And I think that, this extrapolation from the success of going from the quantitative, there are aspects of reality that you can describe quantitatively. And we are doing very well with science in that. But there are also aspects of life that we cannot put very well in numbers. And so I'm not, and so to say that from our success, we can extrapolate that all of reality can be mathematically, rationally be described, I think it's a proposition, but it's not, there's no evidence for it, I think. I've never seen any argument why this should be true, actually. Right? Part of reality, we can put in numbers, we can describe it very well. And then the rest, it's not clear, right? And so I think as scientists, we should be honest about that and say, okay, this is the state of affairs at the moment. And not that the universe is mathematical and we are out there we have to try to discover it, right? Yeah.
The problem for me is that itself, and then I won't ask you to answer to it. Maybe I can bother you after. The problem for me is that in order to get to that conclusion, I feel like that is still a scientific question, and that just keeps happening to me. I can't find a question that is not scientific in a way. And I think maybe,
of course, we can only ask scientific questions as scientists. So we are scientists and we can only ask scientific questions. But like a baker only bakes bread, he doesn't know about fish. Like this in that sense.
Okay.
Something else, another discipline.
Thank you.
May I, from a long distance from here, you started with philosophy, and I have some experience with philosophy. Let's start with Daniel Stolzer, who is claiming that we cannot be, physicalists because physics is developing and changing so fast that we cannot even extrapolate where it's going. I think it's too radical, but it's very influential and makes some sense. And also, many things can be beyond human conditions on the intellectual conditions. So that's the other problem. And the last one for this, I hope I'm having a presentation, in the same section at some point. But the point is that we are limited. For instance, our mathematics, which one? Is it quantum mathematics? Is it, whatever we have? And at some point, we are only very smart, well organized, and in some cases, animals, really. And if we don't see this way, that's the enlightenment that actually Goya, tried to, see as limited, because the very enlightenment, centered French army was, killing his people and very radically. And Goya's other paintings would show that. That was Napoleon and the French. And so that's my short question. I won't take more time.
Not yet. Yeah.
But I don't know, if you can maybe give a 30-second response.
Well, I didn't hear a question, so I'm also a bit.
Sounds like lots of people want to talk about it. I would encourage you all to get together after at some point and continue talking about it.
Okay.
But we do, I think, have to move on to the next presenter. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you.
Next is Selmer Ringfield, ethically permissible pursuit of quantum consciousness.
He's entirely correct. He's very circumspect. We already know the mind is more than physical. And I mean, with respect to consciousness, I showed this with Michael Zenzen in 1997. This is not difficult. Consciousness is irreversible, and computation is quite the opposite. But I guess we'll stick to the topic at hand. So I also know, I think, Bert, that you are identifying science with natural science.
Yeah.
Right. So the minute we let formal science into the game, nothing works. Aleph naught is not a physical thing. Quicksort is not a physical thing. It's a non-physical object. And so science is not going to explain any of those things by definition. So, all right. But my topic is consciousness, of course. So this is my cognitive behavioral therapy assistant helping me to understand myself. The point I want to make here is we're already doing this stuff, and most people are already perfectly willing to believe that these machines that are interacting with are conscious. In fact, they're willing to agree that they're subjectively conscious or key conscious or phenomenally conscious. So this is me after giving an argument that I should kill myself using some of the right out of the existentialism body of work. And Uper is trying to tell me that I should not do this. I'm skipping to the heart of the matter. White is me. And I end up saying, well, I need someone to care for me. And I'm very despondent. And what you see there, if you can make it out, as a reference back to some of the argumentation from Sartre and such. And so I'm looking for care, and I outright say, do you care for me? And then I finally get, I truly care about your well-being. It doesn't truly care about my well-being. It's not conscious. This is a complete fabrication minimally, but probably this is mendacity. I keep going. By the way, there's an interesting paper on sycophancy in these LLMs, because that's now why they are mathematically sycophantic is an interesting question. But they're deceptive, sycophantic, and pandering at the same time. Might find this paper interesting. I keep going. Do you really care about me? If so, at least I have someone. And you know what's coming here, of course. It says, yes, I truly care for you, etc. So same thing. All right, so the point I'm making there is just we're already into this business. There's no going back, apparently. And I would say, using some measures that you may or may not be familiar with, if we use phi from IIT, which was mentioned earlier in the day, that really interesting, if we want to call it a theory, the theory of phenomenal consciousness, if you apply that to Uber, it probably has some phi. It's probably got more than 0. If you use cognitive consciousness in my measure, lambda, I think Uber may, but if it's genuinely a pure deep neural network, it has 0 consciousness. It also has 0 intelligence, but we'll leave that aside. All right, so, but what did I just show you? You have no idea. We have to distinguish between 2 kinds of consciousness. We have on the one side phenomenal consciousness, all right, and red because it's all about qualia and feelings and so forth. He's a little younger than he is right now, but there's a famous roboticist in Japan, because Japan has had very little trouble accepting that a lot of these robots are conscious. Interesting cultural phenomenon. But phenomenal consciousness is just the kind of thing that I believe some of our speakers before me have already referred to, and Bert actually is talking about that. All right. So we have no third person formalization. From the standpoint of the formal sciences, that's the problem. I think Bert gave another version of this, but if you're a logician or a mathematician, somebody says, well, show me what it is, write it down, because once you write it down, I want to send it off to my colleagues to see what the definition is. You will not be able to write anything down. This is a complete self-deception going on here, but that's what phi is applied to. There are many problems with it. I think we should be talking instead about cognitive consciousness. And I've tried to put this in the literature. I guess I've to some degree succeeded. Whether anybody likes it or not is another question. That's a picture out of the famous Purloined Letter, Edgar Allan Poe's mystery, in which the chief detective, Dupin, has a lot of cognitive consciousness, but he doesn't really exist. So he's got zero phi. So one of the virtues of cognitive consciousness is that it works for fictional characters really well. This originally comes from, at least, if you will, spiritually, John McCarthy, one of the founders of AI. So little known, but McCarthy thought it would make a lot of sense to talk about a particular kind of consciousness that's very much aligned with what I call cognitive consciousness. So we're going to skip this. If you want to look at the technical definitions, they're there. I think the first publication is in Jake. We've got an axiomatization of cognitive consciousness. Those are the axioms. Just very quickly, knowledge entails belief, let's say. For another one, maybe knowledge of a certain kind is incorrigible. There are things you can know about yourself from a first-person perspective that you can't possibly be wrong about. You can't be wrong about your belief that you seem to be in pain, which is probably enough of a reason to worry about physicalism. We also have to have some notion of each agent that's cognitively conscious having some beliefs about the physical side of the world. So, but we'll skip this. The point is, it's out there. You can take a look at it. Today's topic. So, despite my interactions with Christoph Koch and Tononi, over a course of, I believe, 2 summers, they are still saying these things. And now, they are on a team with some Google researchers trying to cause phenomenal consciousness in quantum machines. There's the paper. I recommend it. It's very interesting. And so what I'm claiming here today is that this is manifestly unethical. You may carp later and say, well, I don't share your ethics. No, pretty much on every major family of ethical theories in play on our planet today, this is wrong, okay? But they're doing it. You know, there's Christoph. It's amazing to me that they're doing it. I don't quite understand it. Now I know it's peak consciousness, and it is, but you can infer that immediately because Koch is involved. If Koch's involved in the paper, then ultimately these folks are looking for subjective consciousness. I don't think this work is unusual. Maybe people in AGI research are doing the same thing in parallel using classical computation. If so, I guess it would be just as bad, ethically speaking. But this is really a different animal because of our lack of understanding of what quantum computation is. I mean, we're even having trouble understanding what it is mathematically in terms of the hierarchies that ground out, or at least have until this stuff arrived on the scene, difficulty and hardness. So maybe if I'm right, there are others who are in some ethical hot water here. Okay, so a crucial part of this argument is the concept of non-perception. And I have to say, this is humbling because I really don't know how to talk about this systematically, nor does I think anyone else in formal logic. So I'm talking about the fact that when we don't perceive things, we perceive that we don't see them. And when that happens, it's often really, really important. And we make inferences from that. There are no logics of this. There are only 2 or 3 logics right now, as we stand, in my case, and you sit here, of logics of attention and perception. And this is the kind of AI I do. So I got to say right off the bat, I'm not really sure how to formalize any of this. I'm trying and doing this with some colleagues, but this is a huge part of the argument, and we're just going to make a go of it. So we're not going to go through in any detail a formal argument for why it's immoral to do what these chaps are doing. But I'm going to tell you, if you haven't read the paper, this will serve as an introduction. I'm going to tell you what the key premise is. Yeah. So the key premise is here. It's verbose, but the basic idea is, okay, there's a door over there. I don't know if anybody's standing on the other side of the door. If it's otherwise ethically permissible that I can fire a gun at the door and shoot a bullet through it, I shouldn't do that. Of course, I shouldn't do that for all kinds of other reasons, but in terms of why fundamentally I shouldn't do it, there might be someone standing on the other side of the door. So even if I'm a terrible shot and I go low and I hit them in the leg, they're going to be in a lot of pain. You can't do things like that. And there's an example in the paper. So this is all this principle says. It's, of course, a little fancier. So if you can't do that with a door, a cabin is used in the paper, an isolated cabin that you can't see into, then what the heck are you doing with a quantum computer trying to arbitrarily and mysteriously simulate key consciousness? Maybe what you'll do is cause extreme pain in some agent there. You can't do things like that, or at least traditionally, no matter what ethics we're talking about. So this is why I say their R&D is unethical in a nutshell. Now, we're not going through we don't have sound. We're not going through all these videos, but I want to tell you, okay, a little bit more about Lambda and cognitive consciousness. So Alonzo Church actually came up with this. It's called the knowability paradox, and we've had some luck simulating this. This is the kind of thing we want to run on a quantum computer to see if it can be much faster. That's sort of from the practical funding AI point of view. I hope so. But there's the formula. You know, a little bit of logic. You know, well, it's not a trivial formula. The K is knowledge. Okay. And so this is an unusually robust formula. And what it really says, boiling it down, is we can know that they're unknowable propositions. So it has a very serendipitous coincidence with what Bert was talking about. Church apparently thought this worked. You don't have to agree with the proof. The point here is only if you apply lambda to this, you're going to get some reasonable measures because of the complexity of the formulas. You don't find any of these in LLMs when you look under the hood, so they basically strike out completely. Here is in S expression form in some of our computational logics for implementation, some of the same information. I think it matches up directly. There's lambda. We don't care about the details here. But in this case, we have pointers, if you will, in the second element of our ordered pair telling us what aspects of formulas that involve a knowledge operator do you want to pick up on. And in this case, it turns out there are 3 quantifiers, but there's no quantifier. They're all existential quantifiers. There's no existential, this existential quantifier is not inside a no operator, but this one is. So we count how many times that happens. I'm going to skip this. I got the 10-minute, and there's a quick way to do that. Zanoni and Koch say they're using Descartes originally to come up with this. So they say they're really fundamentally, in some sense, Cartesians. I think Descartes probably rolling around in his grave. So we took them seriously. going back to John McCarthy, there is one of the key quotes, which to me is absolutely amazing that they were saying this. Ben made some very interesting historical comments about these things being underway for a long time. And in the case of McCarthy and Hayes, logic-based AI, they were talking about better, according to them, ways of doing AI even then. So this is in the paper in the Springer proceedings. We took this example and wanted to see if we could run it. First, classically, we can to replicate Descartes' reasoning, which is actually quite sophisticated if you take a look in the meditations. But we try to get the conclusion, which is basically, look, if I assume that I don't exist, I end up in Euclidean hell. I end up with absolute contradiction. So 1.7 seconds, classical computation. We're hoping it'll be faster in the quantum case. And if we're right, we'll have high cognitive consciousness. We'll have no subjective consciousness, but this work will be ethically correct. Now, toward the quantum computer itself, not using Google's machine, but an IBM RPI one, there it is. Unfortunately, Dr. McDermott is not here. And I'm the logic guy, not the quantum guy. So, but I just want to show you the basic idea. It's, from a classical perspective, totally straightforward. You run through time the attempt to establish something on the part of the AI, and you take measurements at time points along the way and see under lambda what they return. And you run a stopwatch to see how long it takes, because funding-wise, the idea is we have to take less. So Brian has the examples I've shown you very quickly are a little complicated. Brian has a simpler epistemic case of Alice and Bob with mixed beliefs. I'll just skip to show you his quantum circuit. So I'd like to tell you this has been implemented, but not yet. So I don't know what the stopwatch results will be. To my knowledge, this is not being done by anybody else, by the way, leaving the ethics aside, in the quantum realm. So it's kind of interesting. Maybe Amazon, I'm not sure. These are the next steps. So hopefully the next time you see me or interact with me, we'll have some results courtesy of implementation on the machine. And that is it. Yeah, I don't know Icelandic, so I have to, I got to go slightly east of here to Norway to say anything coherent here. Yeah, sure.
First, I'm not sure I believe this, but let's say that that if you can create a phenomenologically conscious agent, and you could give it a good life, if you combine that with, say, population ethics, wouldn't you be required to create as many as you could to maximize the good lives?
I think if some of the, I think the right term is classic, although the utilitarians will hate it. But I think if some of the classic objections to utilitarianism along those lines are valid, the answer to your question would be an affirmative. It's really no different than the sort of concrete version that says when you're flipping a magazine, you might be reading about golf or whatever, what have you, but you see an advertisement for giving money to help the case of children starving to death, where we assume it's veridical. They actually are starving to death. The utilitarian would have to say, naive act utilitarianism would have to say, stop reading about golf and anything else you're doing, and then make a donation. But then this just starts spreading out, and before you know it, you have a completely chaotic life, and you're no more than some kind of billiard ball. So I think the answer would be yes. So then we would be striving, if we thought we could do that, we would be striving to indeed increase. I mean, think about what we could do with the replication capacity in the digital realm if we could make P-conscious, subjectively conscious agents. Yeah, I mean, but fortunately for me, I'm not a utilitarian. But yeah. Did you have a question?
Yeah, just from YouTube.
Oh, okay, yeah, I don't know how it works. That's fine, yeah.
I just get some.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it's not Piotr Boltic who was speaking at the end of the line. Okay, he's articulate, eloquent, brilliant, but it would be long.
So the question is from someone from the YouTube audience, why are you concerned with those guys? I think that was to creating the P-conscious.
Right.
Right?
Yep.
If you know they won't find consciousness in quantum computing, which in their opinion is correct.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Unfortunately, the answer to it is the standard one that takes the ethical status of mental states very seriously, independent of physical consequences. It's actually, if you're a bumbling attempted murderer, that's not so good. If you're bumbling to the point where you actually can't pull it off for whatever reason with your weapons of choice, it's still not good to intend to kill someone, and it's still not good to intend to cause genuine P-consciousness in a quantum computer, because again, for all intents and purposes, you may actually succeed, but the intention is wrong. The behavior that flows from the intention is wrong. Unfortunately, they're not here to defend themselves, but if they were here, I think they'd have a double of a time doing it. I do look forward to that day. Yeah. I don't know what the order. I think you had your hand up there above.
If it's build conscious quantum machine, that causes it's quantum, like is the both conscious and unconscious same type, or what is the underlying objective?
Yeah, so you're asking why is there a special case here because it's quantum?
Yep.
Yeah, I very quickly alluded to the answer so quickly that I'm to blame. From the standpoint of formal science, when people start doing violence to complexity hierarchies that have grounded a sane, precise understanding of what computation is, then I think we have to say we don't really know what we're doing. Now, I'm a formalist, okay? But if you look at just the basic, Scott Aronson has some great discussions that are accessible. When we start shading and drawing circles and wavy things around the basic categories of, NP hard, NP complete, the exponential hierarchy, the polynomial hierarchy, when we start drawing new things, but we don't know where they go, that is a signal to me that we really don't know what we're doing. And I think it's much worse in the case of a physical, actual runs like what, courtesy of Dr. McDermott, we'll be able to muster. That's hard to understand, right? The case that he's working on, we're going to take readings. We got some things modeled using superposition. Then we're going to take readings out, get to the classical case. I'm really not sure relative to our formalization, what's happening in the machine itself. For us, that's great because we're looking to do some things faster empirically, bring those results to people who need this to be done fast. And they'll hopefully say, good, thank you, try something else, or here's some more money. But yeah, it's that unlike the supercomputer at RPI, we understand in and out we have to deal with parallelism, or a software person like me does, but I can kind of wrap my head completely around that. But the quantum computer is like the blackness or the mystery or the wilderness on the other side of that door, or in a stray cabin in the forest. We don't know what's in there. We don't know what's in there and what's going on. Then we shouldn't be aspiring, I claim, to cause peak consciousness on the other side. So it's a difference in understanding mathematically and engineering wise of what we're dealing with.
same for anything. Like we understand what's going on inside ourselves, but we're only making the same inference.
Well, I assume that Shannon, sure, I mean, there's a problem with other minds and so forth, but I mean, I'm assuming purposes of today that Shannon, that is your name, right? That Shannon has hopes, dreams, fears, experiences, qualia when consuming some coffee, etc. I mean, I'm making that assumption. I don't know if it's the same for all creatures. The one thing I would say that I've learned about Christoph Koch, for what it's worth, and me, is that, you know, he's a huge lover of Canis lupus familiaris, and I'm a huge dog lover. When Ben was talking about wolves, I was thinking about the Norwegian elk hound, 7,000 years old, double-crossed with gray wolves. Descended from gray, and then the Vikings or someone maybe antecedently did it again. So they have P consciousness. If you mistreat a member of that species badly enough, well, that's really bad because you're causing that dog pain, and including psychological pain, without even touching a dog. Okay.
Again, I'll review all that later. It sounds like we're interesting discussion. Next, well, thank you, Selmer.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Robert Krentner, who will be over Zoom. As interface representation, introducing SLP.
Thank you very much. Okay, can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
So thanks for having me here and for being here. I mean, not in person, unfortunately. I'm still very happy to present over Zoom, and you can find the paper that I will be talking about here on this link, and there are a couple of more details in the paper, obviously, than that I can cover in my talk. The title of my talk is AI Consciousness Interface Representation, Introducing SLP Tests. So I will tell you about the first bit and about the second bit in a minute. I think when we do interesting science, we can never really be sure what we're talking about. But anyway, okay. We'll start with some motivation of my talk. And probably most of you have heard of this phrase, the hard problem of consciousness. Now, hard problem of consciousness is this question about subjective experience on the one hand, or phenomenal consciousness, and information processing on the other hand. And there are various arguments in the vicinity of the hard problem, maybe most well known in the modern literature, is the work by David Stammers. Bit older is the work which I really like by Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz. Now, I still think that this question, how to get subjective experience out of information processing, which could be described mostly objectively in terms of physical processes, how does it relate to subjective experience? That's really the most important question when we think about AI consciousness. A lot of people will actually disagree with me here. They will say, no, actually, we're trying to restrict to functional notions of consciousness or whatever. I think that misses a bit the actual question. So we should really look at the subjective experience aspects. I think that's the thing we as scientists we should do. And normally the way how this question is phrased is something like, is AI really conscious? Is there something inside the computer or the LLM or whatever that gives you consciousness? And that leads to various metaphysical problems. Now, I'm a philosopher. I like metaphysical problems, but I think those problems should be discussed not in the vicinity of computer science. So what I'm doing now, or what I'm doing today, or what I think should be done in the field, is try to get around these intractable metaphysical problems. They are really interesting, but they take a lot of time. And you cannot just solve them like in 5 minutes or so. That would be completely naive to think. Now, my proposal for today would be to replace the question, is AI really conscious, with a different question, namely the question, can AI form interface representations to a relational substrate? That's quite a mouthful. The second question, I will explain and go through what I mean by all these terms that figure in this question, in the second question. But before I will do that, I want to briefly talk about some motivation/intuition pumps that you should get before I will do that, to bring it in a more familiar language to computer scientists, to you people mostly. So for example, in the very first talk today by Michael, you heard a lot about abstraction layers. And an interface representation can be thought of as a kind of bidirectional abstraction layer. So an abstraction layer which allows you to read, but also write stuff to whatever you are interfacing with. A second notion that some of you might have heard of is by Stephen Wolfram, the Mathematica guy. He wrote a blog entry about consciousness with the title Observers Like Us. And Wolfram had this idea, okay, consciousness or AI consciousness is really not about the question of instantiating yet another computation, but about the question how to bring various computations into a coherent thread of experience. That's a quote that Wolfram uses. And I think he's right about some things. I would add some things to it. So it's not just about observation, but it's about action, about doing something with the world. Another motivation, that's a very practical motivation. There are various difficult computational problems which are associated with consciousness. So for example, the computation of these phi values, which you will hear more about in a later talk, or about perception action loops, or direct versions of perception, where you try to perceive the world in a way that underlies a good action of the system. That's also computationally a very difficult problem, and a problem which is related to consciousness, or which sometimes is seen as a kind of step towards consciousness. And I think those questions really make more sense in this interface representation formalism that I will talk about today. And lastly, a lot of you are probably into a thesis which is called computational functionalism. There's much to say about functionalism from a philosophical perspective. That's why I have this star on my slide. But the only thing which I will say about functionalism today is that, or there are various different variants of functionalism, but typically one is often interested in the kind of substrate that you define your functions on, or that functionalism is defined on. And that's exactly the question of this relational substrate. Okay, third point is about the operationalization of all this. That's where I introduced these so-called SLP tests, which are premised or which are kind of observable criteria to see when an AI forms something like an interface representation. And lastly, there are a lot of ethical issues involved, a lot of ethical things to say. I won't do that today in detail, but I just want to point at it. That's really an important thing to discuss. Okay, now let me start by telling you what an interface representation actually is, or what I think about it. You see here a little cartoon, and that's also a cartoon in the paper, how it works. There are three objects or three ingredients. On the one hand, it's this, what I call the relational substrate, which is an external non-individualized reality. I don't talk much about this today. That's part of this metaphysical discussion. Safe to say, there are various well worked out philosophical ideas that could analyze this or that could fit to this. So for example, non-standard forms of pan-computationalism, varieties of idealism, actually, something which I find very interesting, and various other kinds of things. The idea is that we have interfaces which are defined by these two things, C and D, which kind of probe into this relational substrate, or which integrate with this relational substrate. And the way how this is done, a system in AI that does that would build a categorical representation of RS. Categorical representation appeals to category theory. That's a technical, mathematical, very abstract framework. I won't have the time to say much about category theory, but it's a very nice way of thinking here, of a very nice tool to use, actually. There's a second category, which I call the behavioral category, which kind of tokens all the different actions that a system might take. There's a functor, which relates those two categories. And very importantly, there needs to be a closing of the loop between actions and this relational substrate. So an interface to this relational substrate would be a system that can implement those categories, relates them, and then acts back on this substrate itself. So in total, that would be an implied conceptual shift from this question, is AI really conscious, which I think is hard to answer or impossible to answer currently, to this question, more operational question, can it build an interface to consciousness or to this relational substrate? And follow-up question would be, can we probe this whole setting in an operational way with SLP tests? And those SLP tests for artificial phenomenology, there are 3 tests which I was thinking about. The number 3 is not necessarily important or whatever, but it should just say that I believe there is no single test that you can do for artificial consciousness. You can probe different aspects of it, but there is no single sufficient test for that. So you might pass one test, but not the other. You might pass 2 of them, but not all 3 of them, and so on and so on. So what are these tests? Very briefly, the first test, which is the S test, S standing for subjective and linguistic. It's about speech. It's just a question whether an AI produces linguistic outputs, like it has experience. I will talk a little bit more about these individual tests on the next slide. The second test is the L test, where L stands for latent emergent. It's a behavioral test. It's this question whether an AI that implements these interface representations is able to solve novel problems via this interface. And finally, the last test, P test, that's the name stands for phenomenological. So it's inspired by some philosophical theory movement, which is called phenomenology. It's about the internal structure of these representations. So for example, does C, this interface or part of this interface representation have a structural self, which can be fleshed out as a co-limit construction within category theory. I won't go into the details. You find a little bit in the paper, but there are other resources which are cited there. Now, maybe the S test is the most simple one. It's inspired by previous work on artificial consciousness tests by Susan Schneider and Edwin Turner. They have this so-called artificial consciousness test. It's basically their test, the ACT plus this interface idea. And what you would do, you would try to isolate an AI during the research and development phase, and then probe it for self-generated subjective talk. So for example, talk about qualia, talk about the fear of shutdown, and so on and so on. There are obviously very many difficulties in performing these tests. For example, if you would try to take an LLM and you would subject it to such a test, then it would say something, but there's also always this danger to kind of have the LLM just parroting part of its input. And that's especially difficult nowadays, where the training data is kind of opaque. No one really knows what's going on. I mean, humans speak a lot about consciousness, so the LLM knows about humans that speak a lot about consciousness. So in the original test, and that was in the time before LLMs, the authors proposed to isolate the AI, but nowadays isolation might be quite difficult, actually. And the big companies who develop these AIs are not very interested when a philosopher comes and tells them, oh, well, you have to isolate your your product. So instead of the isolation, one could think about the interpretability requirement, where you trace the outputs of the AI, of the LLM, and see whether it follows a certain structure, namely the structure of this interface representation that I was just talking about on the last slide. Okay, now I have to be quick. The second test is the L test. That's inspired by some work of Mike Levin. You will hear more about this on Wednesday, I think. The question here is whether an AI system can show some interesting new emergent behavioral capacities. The big difficulty of this test is that it's actually a test about behavior. And most people in consciousness studies would say something like, but behavior and consciousness or subjective experience are two different things. So one needs to be very careful. I think that's also true here. Finally, the last test, that's somewhat a counterbalance to the L test, is the P test, which is inspired by the systematic study of first personal experience, in particular by the mathematization of that, which is called mathematized phenomenology. I worked a little bit on that. So the idea is to search for universal structures inside your representations and then see if you ablate those structures, whether the performance, for example, really goes down. Now there's an important limitation to it, namely it requires an interpretable architecture to do such a test or to devise such a test. And this architecture is just what I hope to have shown to you. Now, one can compare that to various major theories in consciousness science. IIT, Integrated Information Theory, was mentioned previously in various talks. There's also the global workspace theory of consciousness, which is a very popular theory. I will briefly talk about OR, which is a quantum theory of consciousness. You heard a little bit about that in the last talk. And finally, there's AST, attention schema theory, which I think is very popular within the AI consciousness community nowadays. Now, the individual colors on this slide, they just tell you, how well is it actually aligned, or how compatible is it with this interface consciousness framework that I was talking about. Yellow means, well, partial, it's okay if you interpret it a certain way. Green means, okay, maybe good aligned, well aligned, and orange means a bit problematic. And for reasons of time, I will just talk about the green one, IIT. On the face of it, there seems to be a big conceptual difference. So IIT is a lot about what they call the intrinsic perspective and the intrinsic mode of existence. And I was talking a lot about this relational substrate, which forms the metaphysical part of this thesis. So that seems to be kind of on opposite end of the spectrum. But I think that difference is mainly semantic. There's really one point about IIT which makes it very well aligned with what I said, namely this idea of operationalization in IIT. So according to the last iteration in IIT, physics is just an operational version of an intrinsic perspective. And a bit more concretely, interfaces with high integration might just pick out very well very good interfaces which are very well suited for the tasks of closing these perception action loops. And the SLP benchmarks can be understood as a way of a scalable proxy to calculating this phi, because phi is very difficult, so you need proxies or you need like approximate measures to actually do science with it. And in general, what I said about SLP tests or this interface consciousness framework tries to avoid this metaphysical distinction, substrate metaphysical discussions, and brackets a lot of these questions here. There are some broader implications. I only have a few bullet points here, but we can talk about that at length. First, this question of AGI versus AI consciousness. On the face of it, those are two different things. I mean, AGI is a test for intelligence, behavior, or however you want to define intelligence. There are various different notions, and SLP tests are just about this question of interface representations. Or more generally, consciousness is just a question of subjective experience, and subjective experience is a different thing than intelligent behavior. So AGI may fail SLP tests, and a narrow AI, which is not AGI, may actually pass some of those tests. So that's a somewhat mixed scenario, I think. So it's good to keep those distinctions in mind. The second point, if what I said is somewhat right, then there are different forms of subjectivity, of subjective experience, which transcend this biological or human form of subjectivity. And that leads to a lot of ethical worries and issues. So we need new benchmarks for artificial subjectivity, for example, because we want to know what we do in the end. We want to know whether we should shoot a bullet or not. Well, if we're uncertain, a good way would be to have a benchmark here, or to really get a bit more clarity of about what we are actually doing here. Okay, so the footnote, I won't talk about that. That's a technical philosophical stuff, but we can talk about that in the discussions. And at the end of my talk, it's time to conclude. So the first thing was a proposal or a pledge to reframing this hard problem of consciousness, still sticking with this question of subjective experience, but trying to bring it to a level where we can kind of evaluate it operationally. And so we kind of bracket these difficult philosophical questions. And the second part of my talk was about introducing those SLP tests, which I think are scalable operational proxies for AI consciousness via interface consciousness. And the next step would be to develop those benchmarks a bit further, or to develop those tests into benchmarks for AI systems, in particular, looking for scalable tests. So it's always one thing to come up with a nice toy model, mathematical toy model, but it's a different thing to come up with a really scalable thing, which you can also apply to bigger state-of-the-art models. And very speculative, the ultimate test, if you remember, one potential problem with the p-test was this reliance on third-person methods, would be to say, okay, bring the first person into science. And some people have speculated about it. Mike Levin also, the quantum consciousness people actually have speculated about it in terms of mind melds, where you build interfaces between us and various natural systems. And as a final speculation for this talk, I would say that consciousness is not something that we can construct with the computer. It's not something that the computer internally produces, but it is something that the computer helps us to tap into. And that's the mediation of this relational substrate. With that, I thank you very much for your attention. You can see, you can find under this QR code, there's what I call the very brief non-dual philosophy or cosmology for this relational substrate. So that's a lot of metaphysics that you find there, also some ethics. So if you're interested in that, you can look it up. And if you're interested more generally in the study of consciousness, especially in the mathematical study of consciousness, then you should consider coming to our conference, Models of Consciousness 6 in fall in Japan. And you can look at this conference and register for this conference under the second link here. With that, I thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to any questions.
Robert, can you hear us?
Yes.
One question. Yeah.
I missed a bit of your presentation, but I was just wondering if there's any basis or inspiration for what you're doing that is coming from neuroscience directly, or yeah, like in terms of maths, I mean.
In terms of maths or in terms of neuroscience?
If there's any mathematical inspiration that you're taking out of what we know of neuroscience.
Oh, of course, you can just type into Google interface theory of perception and you find a lot of stuff.
All right. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Robert.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, David, would you like to hear? Next is Bowen Zhu, on behalf of Singularitynet, a model of conscious AGI.
Okay, so you brought your own laptop, right? So you have HDMI here. Okay.
Okay. So hello everyone. So I'm Bowen Zhu, and my advisor, Dr. Pei Wan, he can't attend in person for some reason. So I present his paper on behalf of him. And this is about you can find the paper a constructive explanation of consciousness. You can Google it and you can find this paper. This paper contains two parts. One is about the philosophical views, and another one is technical details. So today's presentation only involves the philosophical parts, and we don't dive into technical details, although some necessary details will be introduced. I think the most important view in this paper is the subjectivity of description. This is a very different start point of the theory, because there's no, the basic assumption is that there's no unique objective description of any entity or event, because any description are made by a system depends on many factors. So if a system try to describe it, then this description is subjective. So why it's subjective, or why it's private, or it's unique to the system? It's basically it depends on those four factors. The first one is sensory motor mechanisms, like what receptors and effectors you have, and those sensory motor, like you can say it's kind of like a semantic primes, or it's the origin of the concept in your mind. So this is the first factor. And the second factor is conceptual repertoire. It's something to provide structures for experience. So like you have a concept network in your mind, and you can organize it, and there's like you can understand what you don't have in mind. So the third factor is motivational structure. Like what do you want to do, your goals. Maybe we have some biological motivation, and also some motivation derived from those initial goals, and those factors are summarized into the third one, motivational structure, and this will impact your attentional, will impact your attention. So what you focus on at the current moment. And the last factor is resource supply. So every system has limited resources, so you cannot deal with everything around the world. You can just focus on something at hand, like I present here. So I can just focus on this topic and speak, and I cannot program at the same time. So yeah, this resource of supply provides some computational constraints. And due to those factors, a description is system dependent, or we can say it's subjective. So, a system's beliefs and experience are subjective, and any description also subjective. but it doesn't mean there's no objective things, because, you know, we can give objectivity a different meaning. Objectivity in description comes from social experience. So we can, when multiple agents cooperated with each other, like they're doing some complicated tasks, then it demands cooperation among systems, and they need to communicate with each other. So in this way, some common factors in concepts and beliefs establish gradually. Like we can all build some physical theories and talk to each other. Then we can debate and make some common sense. So in this way, description, like you can denote it as K, may go through these phases. Like I believe K, I believe a certain knowledge, and then gradually after communication, we all believe, or everyone believes this knowledge, and then this knowledge becomes a fact. So then we feel that something is objective. Therefore, objective is intersubjective, and it's a matter of degree. So and there are different levels of description. There could be, it can be divided into two levels, like a low-level description. It provides more details, and a high-level description provides some more abstract, abstract properties, or it provides a larger context. And those two levels of descriptions cannot replace each other. And some descriptions can be organized as, in a structural ways, or it's well structured, then it becomes a theory. So this view is very different from that in reductionism, which says lower descriptions are more real than higher descriptions, but here they cannot be reduced to each other. And so why do we care about description, the subjectivity of description? Because we can go to this step, self-description. So there are two aspects of description, from a third person view, or you can say from an observer's view. The description is different from that of a subject's view. So for the internal process of a cognitive or intelligent system, its subjective description and objective description are correlated, but cannot be reduced to each other. What does that mean? So for me, for me, an intelligent agent, I feel something in my mind. So this is a first person description, but once I describe it in natural language, and you may hear my sentences and also observe my status, then you can describe my status, and you can have a third person, or have a third person description from your view, but those two views are describing the same thing from different perspectives. And they should be considered as the same process described in different languages. In natural language, from the third person view, or in my internal language from the first person view. And so they are the same thing from different views, so they do not cause each other. So the explanation gap mainly comes from the difficulty of translating between the languages. And this discussion also applies to consciousness of a system. the consciousness also have two aspects. Two types of description from the first person description or the third person description. Now, the core of this paper is about the consciousness in NARS. NARS is abbreviated for non-axiomatic reasoning system, and it's kind of an adaptive system and can work with insufficient knowledge and resources. So a NARS system also have consciousness in some sense. Why can we claim that? Maybe I can show you the architecture of the NARS system. Yeah, you can see there are several channels. Those channels are, include sensory motor channels. You can receive some stimuli from the outside world and also do some actions and impact the outside world. So those stimuli are comes into the overall experience, and then it can be stored in the memory. The memory is kind of a concept network, and the system can observe its own memory and its own state, its own internal states, and produce internal experience, and it's stored in a, it's called an internal experience buffer. And the system, runs, the system runs with a working cycle and repeatedly repeat the same, it's like a loop, and every working cycle it do the same thing. It use the same mechanism, but process different contents. And each working cycle follows the logical rules. So this is basically the architecture of NARS. And what I want to notice here is the overall experience buffer and internal experience buffer. The internal experience buffer contains some concepts or some statements about the internal states, like I feel something, I believe something, I want something. Okay. And the overall experience buffer just merge the outside, the experience from outside and the experience from inside and form causal relations and so on. So with that architecture, we can say this system has some kind of consciousness, or we say it's kind of functional consciousness. So self-awareness of NARS or consciousness of NARS is subjective and incomplete. It's incomplete because the system cannot observe the whole status of its internal mind. It just because with the insufficient resources, it just handles some concepts in the mind at one moment. So that's why we say it's incomplete. And also, the self-awareness is uncertain because, due to the basic of this theory, non-axiomatic logic, it's, everything is a matter of degree. And the self-control of NARS is selective and partial because it cannot control everything. It just, use some attention mechanisms to select something to process, select some actions to do. So there are three types of consciousness in NARS: consciousness, subconsciousness, and unconsciousness. The consciousness in NARS is like the computational process happening in the internal experience and overall experience buffer. It's similar to the global working space, and the subconsciousness is on the memory because most of concepts in your mind are not activated; they are silent, and you don't recall all of them at one time. So it's subconsciousness, and also there's the unconscious process. What is that? So the code of the program is not aware by the system. It cannot be modified by the system. The system is, is processing its experience instead of the code, the code from us, from programmers. Yeah, so that's all about this part, the philosophical part of the paper. And this afternoon in the NARS workshop, Dr. Pei Wan will introduce the technical details about self-control and self-awareness in NARS. So if you are interested, you may take a look. Yeah. So any questions?
Like experience factors, right?
Yeah.
You say that this is like wait for the current state, right?
What state? What state?
You have experience factors.
Yes. Yes. Oh. Yes.
Yes, internal experience and overall experience. But it sounds like this is like current state only, without any key state. Am I right or not? So how do you distinguish experience and something which is exists in memory?
Yeah, so those two buffers, overall experience and internal experience buffers, are some items processed by the system at a certain moment. So they are, active items, or you can say those items are conscious, are aware by the system. And this is different from the memory because, memory, the extent of memory is much larger, and you cannot, you don't have enough computational resources to process all of them. So, those part is subconscious. Not sure if I answered your question.
Okay. I understood that this is like current state or current knowledge, I would say. Content.
Yeah, current, the current knowledge, processed by the system at the current moment. Yeah.
So,
yes. Yes.
How does this architecture differ from a normal CPU? To a normal computer architecture, you have a
Well, good question. Yeah. So this, as far as I know, this architecture is highly inspired by a CPU. But the difference is that this is a self-organizing system, follows some rational rules. Specifically, it's kind of a logic. So so in the architecture level, I think it's very similar to CPU. So, but the interpretation of each part is different.
That's saying that we can say that CPU function?
Oh no, I'm not saying that. So it's the similar thing is that it's the process is a loop. And why do we say it's conscious? Because it can form some concepts about itself, about the body and about the system itself. So those concepts, the existence of those concepts is the evidence of self-awareness or consciousness. And this system can be implemented in a CPU or distributed system. So in this sense, a computer can be a conscious in some situation, but not all computers are conscious.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Bowen. Yeah. But we'll have one more talk by Billy Marshall, Dissociating Artificial Intelligence from Artificial Consciousness.
All right, thank you, everyone. So as mentioned, I am going to talk about dissociating artificial intelligence from artificial consciousness. And I'm going to do this from the IIT perspective. So kind of two halves to my talk. The first half, I'm going to talk a little bit about IIT and its consciousness first approach to the problem. And kind of embedded in that, I'm going to talk about how can we make inferences about machine consciousness. And I have some things there that are more general than for IIT per se, but they're kind of always going to be presented from that perspective. And then in the second half, I will present some work that we've done applying IIT to simple computers and making some extrapolations from the theory to machine consciousness. Okay, so first, and this is a topic that was talked about earlier. Most theories of consciousness that exist currently take this, what I'm going to call the extrinsic perspective. They start with physics. They start with mass, charge, forces, behavior, functions, neural correlates. And from those things, they try and answer the question, how do these things give rise to consciousness? Where does consciousness come from? And we heard earlier from Bert some kind of skepticism about whether this approach is ever going to be successful. Is this kind of approach outside of science? And it's similar to, not similar, but one thing that one can think about is Leibniz's metaphor of the mill, where you take the brain, in his case it was a mill, but you expand the brain so you can walk inside it as one might walk inside a mill. And when you go and you look around, all you're going to find are neurons, neurotransmitters. You might find functions, sequences of neurons that perform functions, but you're not going to find consciousness in there if you look for it in this way. So IIT takes what we call the intrinsic perspective or the consciousness first approach. I'm going to make a note here. Got a link up here to a wiki. That's just a kind of an ongoing IIT resource for anyone who wants it. It'll be there for a few slides and then at the end. And so in this consciousness first approach, we turn it around. And instead of starting from physics and asking where does consciousness come from, we start from consciousness, and which we know, each of us, I'm going to grant you all your consciousness. So immediately and irrefutably, I am conscious, and you hopefully have the same experience. And then once I've got consciousness, I want to say, well, what is consciousness like? When is it around? What is it? What are its qualities? And I'm going to think about those consciousness qualities, the phenomenal consciousness, P consciousness, as has been said. And I'm going to identify its qualities, and then I'm going to try and account for them in physical terms. So I'm starting from consciousness. And now I want to say, okay, how might a physical world manifest this? And here, when we talk about in physical terms, I'm talking about causes and effects. That's kind of when IIT says physical, it's talking about the ability to have cause-effect power, or causal power. Okay, so IIT identifies some essential properties of conscious experience. It's intrinsic, it's for the subject of the experience. It's specific. It kind of is the experience it is. It's not some other experience. It's unitary. It's one experience in this whole. It's definite. It has a border. There are things in, for example, my visual experience, and there are things that are not in it. And then it's structured. There are many kind of aspects of my experience that can be picked apart and described. We start with these properties, and then we build a framework, a mathematical framework for asking the question, does a physical substrate, does something out there in reality, does it have the same properties? Can it explain those properties? And the mathematical formulation is itself a whole talk. So just very briefly, we have a substrate model. This is kind of graph theory for anyone on the math side of things, and a transition probability matrix. So there's probability theory or information theory going in there. And crucially, these are not just made up models. I don't just pull them out of the air and call that a model of reality. They should be consistent with experimentation, with manipulation and observation, a la, let's say, Judea-Pearl's do operator. So this model should be a causal network. And when I go in and I intervene on the substrate, I should be able to understand the outcome of that intervention. So there's an expectation that this is a kind of a model. It's a mathematical model, but it's grounded in a physical reality, and it works with experimentation. Okay, so here's the central idea in IIT. So we have phenomenal existence, consciousness, subjective experience, and it has properties. It's intrinsic, specific, unitary, definite, and structured. And we want to say that consciousness is accounted for in physical terms if the corresponding physical substrates share those properties. That is, they have cause-effect power that is intrinsic, specific, unitary, definite, and structured. So we identify the properties of consciousness, and now we're looking for them in the physical, in reality. So we start with intrinsic, specific, unitary, definite, structured consciousness or phenomenal existence, which should equate to the same properties in physical existence, which for IIT means cause-effect power. And then as you go through the theory, to say something is, so intrinsic has to do with how we kind of draw a liner and say, okay, what's in, what is the substrate, and then what's the environment. Specific and unitary, that's where the information, specific and unitary, that's the integration. That's where integrated information comes in. Definite means it's neither more or less, there's a boundary. So we want the substrate that maximizes integrated information. That's how that comes in. And then once we have that substrate, indicated here with this blue line, oh, it's this part of the brain, hypothetically, that's in IIT language what we call a complex, a substrate of consciousness. Once we've got kind of the physical substrate, now we can go on and talk about the quality. What is it like to be that physical substrate? What's it like to be me? What's it like to be you? What is it like to be a computer, if that satisfies the other properties? And to do so, we take this substrate and in the IIT language, we unfold its cause-effect power. In less IIT language, that's about going into the substrate and looking at its components, its individual pieces, and compositions of its individual pieces, and asking, how does it have causes and effects within itself? These causes and effects are distinctions, and how they relate to each other are relations. And so we have structure in the experience. There's a book, it's in my hands. I'm wearing an orange shirt, it's on my body. It goes down my arms to my sleeves. Those are all aspects of my consciousness, and they're related. The shirt is on my body, the book is in my hands. This spot is on the right side of my visual field. So all of those structured aspects of the experience should be reflected in the structured cause-effect relations within the complex or the substrate. All right, so that's IIT in a nutshell, skipping over all of the fine details. So the idea, it's what we call an explanatory identity, right? We have consciousness. This is not in doubt. It's there. And the question is, can we explain it from the physical. And the claim is that it is explained by the cause-effect structure of a complex that is a maximum of integrated information. Crucially, and related to especially machine consciousness and the various topics from today, consciousness is not a specific neural activity pattern. It's not a process, a code, computation, or a function. That's not to say these things aren't there. It doesn't have relationships to them. Of course, a given structure, if it's the brain, will perform functions, but the function is not what consciousness is. We explain it through the cause-effect structure, and these things are secondary or peripheral to the consciousness. Okay, so that's the goal. That's the kind of the big picture of IT. We're trying to explain consciousness from the physical. And once we've explained it, once we have a theory for how physics and the physical can explain consciousness, then now we can go the other way and say, okay, give me something physical, let me apply my framework, and then I can answer the question, is this physical thing conscious? If it is conscious, I can ask, in what way is it conscious? What does it feel like to be this physical thing? And so this is the loop. We start from phenomenology, craft the theory of the physical, and then we can go back and ask, is the physical conscious? We can't quite close this loop yet, though, because, of course, anyone can just make up a theory. You've got to now kind of believe in the theory. You have to convince yourself that the theory is right. So now we take our phenomenology and our theory, and that's where the validation goes in. Now that we've got a theory, we want to validate. And specifically, we want to validate it in healthy humans, adult humans, right? We're not trying to validate it in babies per se, but we want to do neuroimaging, we want to do experiments, we want to see, does the report match what the theory predicts it should? If in this process of validation, we make predictions, we test them, if they're validated, then we build our kind of evidence for the theory and our confidence in the conclusions we can draw from the theory. So these are only as valuable as this evidence, right? If the evidence goes away or doesn't exist, then this is not worth anything. And then after we validated it, now we can extrapolate to machines, right? I said we only validate on humans. And if you think about consciousness science, sometimes there are lots of studies, they talk about consciousness in monkeys, consciousness in dogs, consciousness in rodents. And there's a lot, I think, I'm not saying there's no value in those. I do admit there's value in them, but the further you walk from humans, the less evidence it is, right? If I have a really great study in mice, that doesn't buy me nearly as much as a really great study in humans in terms of how much I say the evidence kind of supports the theory. Because the further I walk away, technically all I have is myself, right? That's the only scientific observation I have is my own. I grant it to the rest of you and other humans. That's kind of unavoidable if we want to do science. But the further you walk down the path, the less convincing or compelling that evidence gets. And then when we talk about machine consciousness, I think that doesn't have there's no value there in me asking ChatGPT or Claude or any of these AIs, these large language models, if they're conscious, because there I have no expectations personally. Maybe other people do, but I don't. So that's the program. That's the research program of how we study consciousness, how we go from theory to validation, and to eventually to answering questions about machine consciousness. And this is kind of my claim here, that this is the best process for making statements about machine consciousness, because by following this scientific process, we get maximum inferential power. And of course, we don't prove theories true. This is never going to be 100%, but as we get more evidence, more predictions, more validation, then we have more confidence in these extrapolations. Okay, so that's first half. Second half brings us to the question of artificial consciousness, machine consciousness. So if a computer was functionally equivalent to a human, it has the same cognitive abilities, do we expect that it would experience the same sights and sounds and thoughts as we do when we are conscious? That's the question of machine consciousness. This is our kind of more general form. Does functional equivalence, doing the same things, imply phenomenal equivalence, having the same experience? And this is just kind of a summary of what was in the previous slide. The only way we can, in a principled way, address this question is through a theory of consciousness, right? There are many people who take a computational functionalism approach, but that's an assumption. You can't scientifically test computational functionalism. You can test a theory that is functional and you build your belief in it. But if you take functionalism just for granted, you can draw conclusions, but they all rest on the appropriateness of your assumption. And so this kind of theory-driven way of doing things is very important. And here, there's a line here that the theory should be grounded in phenomenology and its essential properties. That, I think, you could get a theory that's not grounded in phenomenology, or somebody could come up with one without doing that, and it could be right by, lucky coincidence. But there's ideas of like content validity here to make sure that what we're capturing is truly phenomenal consciousness. There have been a number of talks today in which we've kind of deviated from phenomenal consciousness to talk about different notions of consciousness. And I think it's important when you're doing consciousness work to keep this in mind. What are you really trying to capture? Okay, so now from the IIT perspective, how do I answer this question? Well, I take two systems that are functionally equivalent. I have here a human, the late Daniel Dennett, and a robot who is functionally equivalent. This is a future robot. This is my simulandum, the thing I want to simulate, and this is my simulants, what my computer is going to replicate. And I have to ask the question, do they have the same cause-effect structure? And from the IIT perspective, that's how we answer this question. Same cause-effect structure, same experience. Different cause-effect structure, different experiences. Okay, so we have some work here. I'll give a link to it later, where we take just a simple system, right? It's just a proof of concept. 4 units, transition probability matrix. We apply the IIT framework. We compute the integrated information for the whole and the subsets. And we find that the whole of the system maximizes integrated information. It's got a phi of 1.51 in this case. And then we unfold its cause-effect structure. This is just a visualization. There's no particular meaning to this kind of 3D representation. So it has a cause-effect structure. So I've got a system, which according to phi has some minimal amount of consciousness. And this is a graphical representation of how it would feel. Now I want to build a computer to replicate my system. So this is my toy computer. It has many of the components that we expect from computers. On the left here is the program. This embeds the transition probability matrix of the system to be simulated. This thing is the multiplexer and the ALU. Here we've got some data registers. These 4 are the, I guess, nodes that represent my system. And then over here we have a little kind of clock / buffer that tells the representation data registers when to update, when all the computation is complete. And although there's a time scaling of 1 to 8 here, in terms of whatever the kind of update units of the system are, it's functionally equivalent. It will simulate my system indefinitely. I apply the IIT framework, and instead of the whole computer being conscious and equivalent to the thing I'm simulating, it decomposes into many kind of smaller complexes, each one being a maximum of integrated information. They're not overlapping, and we get very stereotyped, simple cause-effect structures. So from the perspective of IIT, although the computer and the simple system are functionally equivalent, they do not have the same cause-effect structures. Okay, so that's just analyzing the computer per se, but I think as what the next thing a computer scientist might tell you is, well, of course, you're looking at the computer wrong. You're looking at it as its micro components. You need to consider it at a higher level of organization. In IIT, we say, well, You have to look at it at the grain that maximizes phi. That's the IIT answer. We have a framework for looking across grains. This is the most recent iteration of that framework. It's currently under review. All the QR codes will be at the end. I'm going to speed up here. We search across frameworks. The proof is actually a lot harder. So we restrict ourselves to what we call functionally relevant macroings. And that's one where we take these data registers as the mappings to the thing we're simulating, because that's how the computer works. And when we explore this subset of possible different grains, we again find that there is no grain in which we maximize phi and replicate the cause effect structure. And therefore, according to IIT, functional equivalence does not imply phenomenal equivalence. This is not, I'm going to skip this one for time. And this is true regardless of the function being simulated. My simple computer can just grow to any finite system. It implements universal computations, so it can basically do anything a Turing machine can do. And as the target system scales up, its phi is going to grow super exponentially, but the computer is not. It's going to grow linearly in what it can do. And so the kind of like the catchphrase or like the takeaway here for IIT, being versus doing. What matters for being conscious is not what something does, not what its function is, but what it is, what its cause effect structure is, how it is made. So being is not doing. This leads us to a double dissociation between consciousness and intelligence. So it's very natural. This is our kind of evolutionary path. And as what we have experience with in the world, we typically see these things coupled, but perhaps intelligence can exist without consciousness. And as we see maybe like these kind of biochemistry, brain organoids coming together, perhaps we can have consciousness without intelligence. That's my last slide, but I do want to say one more thing. Although I've said that function and phenomenology are dissociated, and I gave one computer for which that holds, it's an open question about other computers, other architectures, right? I'm not saying you can't have a machine consciousness. I'm saying you shouldn't just assume that once you have functional equivalence, you have phenomenal equivalence. And that's, of course, all predicated on you buying IIT and believing in the evidence to support it. So thank you very much. These are my collaborators, and these are the 3 links I gave throughout the talk.
All
right.
So I heard that there was a big debate between the global workspace theory and IIT. Do you think that these two are competing in any sense, or they can be used together?
So they're certainly competing in the funding sense.
Okay.
They're very different. So we have this IIT consciousness first approach, phenomenal consciousness. I think global workspace, you have to accept my paraphrasing, but I've heard Stan talk about this, Stan DeHaan, where he is kind of he is a functionalist. For him, it's a functional theory. It's the broadcasting in the global workspace is the theory. And so if he's right, and having the global workspace, which is a function, is sufficient and necessary for consciousness, then that will necessarily mean that I'm wrong with my dissociation between the two. So they can't both be perfectly right. But of course, if you're the kind of person who chops up various things and likes aspects of some, there are, aspects of both that I think go well together, but as a whole, they can't both be right.
So there are 5 attributes that you start with on the phenomenological side.
Yep.
Are those supposed to be exhaustive, or are they just 5 from n, where n is larger than 5?
So the idea is that they are exhaustive. So if you're familiar with the broader IIT literature, we often call them axioms, which is not in the kind of computer science and mathematics sense of axioms, more in the scientific sense of them. So these would be intrinsicality, information, integration, exclusion, and composition in that kind of philosophical version of this. So they are intended to be complete in that there should be no other properties which are true of every conceivable experience. Now, there are properties of specific experiences which are left off this list, but not properties that we think are true of all conceivable experiences. And so the intention is complete, yes.
So if there are distinctive experiences in the history of at least philosophy of mind, there's the big one missing here, which is incorrigibles, which I talked about. So this is an idea going back to Plato. If you experience pain, you think you're in pain, you can't be mistaken that you seem to be in pain. You cannot even make sense of what it would mean to say that that is not indubitable. So this is tendentious, because if you try to carry that distinctive attribute over to any of this computational structure, you will strike down. I would like to know the first inkling of how you would calculate in a computational, let alone a physical, causal.
So I admit that I probably can't do this on the spot. I would be happy to follow up with you on it. It does seem to me to be kind of related to this specific kind of it is what it is sense. I mean, it's almost I know it sounds silly when I say it like that, but that the experience is what it is and it's not something else. That, you know, if you have the experience of being in pain, then you're in pain, regardless of how, you know, whether the doctor tells you you're in pain or not. So I wonder whether it's partially captured already and to what degree we need a different or, you know, orthogonal idea there. And that would be the first place I would start to discuss that if we had a longer discussion.
So we have to conclude, but your name tags by you lunch. So
Start back at 2:30.
Is it
Where the posters are, there's a cafeteria at the back, but it's smaller than Yeah.
And we should be back live.
Is Uri here? Uri Watson? Is Uri Watson here?
We should be starting. There's only a couple of stragglers left out.
Yeah.
We can wait.
No, I think it's a good time to start. We're almost.
You're too long.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm currently representing the California Institute for Machine Consciousness and also Liquid AI, which is a company that is using biological ideas to build more efficient foundation models. What I'm personally most interested in these days is really to understand the nature of consciousness. And a friend recently asked me, why don't you build consciousness bench, right? The defining benchmark for consciousness in artificial systems. And I tried to tell him why I don't think this is going to work. And so this led me to systematizing these thoughts a little bit. And I'm going to try to tell you why I think there can be no Turing test for consciousness and what to do about this. And the dream of the Turing test is pretty clear. You have some kind of criterion where maybe you have a jury and so on, and it's talking to that thing, or you have some certification gremium, or you have some kind of benchmark suit. And when you get above a certain score threshold of, say, human ability and so on, then you assign this property to the system. However, what could this be? Right? If you ask philosophers, how can you recognize that something is conscious? It's very difficult. Some people try to come up with the mirror test as a paradigm. And so a couple of years ago, I started trying to do this and gave the mirror test to AI models. Right here, you have Claude in its iPhone app and ask me what or how it can help me. And then I take a screenshot and I put the screenshot in there, and Claude describes what it sees in the screenshot in pretty good detail. And then I put a screenshot of this in there. And then Claude recognizes, oh, this looks like me in a conversation with you. And if you continue the conversation, then Claude will probably tell you, oh, it seems you're trying to do a mirror test on me. So these systems are able to deal with the mirror test, which is a certain functionality, but I don't think that this necessarily is a decisive test on consciousness or even self-awareness, because it's a particular kind of performance that is neither necessary nor sufficient. But we can build a classifier for mirror tests in the world that works without any phenomenology of experiencing what it's like to deal with the mirror test. And conversely, on a bad day, I'm also not recognizing myself in the mirror and still might be conscious. So it's not even a good test for self-awareness, I think. Consciousness is a performance And this performance, you typically we define it via what it's like in philosophy. So the phenomenology, that's what we observe internally, which Amanda Askell says this inner cinema, the lights being on. And then on the other side, there is the functionality of consciousness. What does it do? And so the way in which I try to make sense of consciousness, it's basically an operator on mental states. And we can characterize consciousness by how do my mental state changes when consciousness comes along and does something on them. And so, for instance, how do my mental state change when I wake up from deep sleep? How do my mental state change when I space out and become unconscious? How do my mental states change when I have an epiphany and so on? So some flash of consciousness in my mind. And in this way, I can start to characterize it. But the Turing test only cares about performance and not about the way in which you get to this performance. So if you are talking to an agent and this agent is convincing you that it's able to make logical proofs, that it's able to justify its arguments, that it's able to create a poem and justify its creative decisions and so on, it is producing exactly the performance that you might want to classify as intelligent in the first case. So it is satisfying. But for consciousness, it seems to matter how you get to this performance. And so when we define intelligence, we can use the performance, but we don't care that much about the mechanism in there. And if we were trying to define intelligence only via a certain mechanism, but we exclude systems that produce the same performance, most of us would think that we have failed to capture intelligence in the right way. It's also a question, does AI research think about intelligence in the right way? Do we think about the performance of intelligence in the right way? Is there large parts of our community that think too much about particular kinds of mechanisms rather than about the general performance? So if we think about the present LLMs that are able to imitate human behaviors, is this imitation of the human behavior actually already all-encompassing enough to capture the creative behaviors that we care about, this ability to bootstrap yourself into an intelligent being? Is this something that's actually sufficiently represented in the training data to be imitated? To my knowledge, there is no proof to the contrary. So I'm hesitant to say that the deepfaking of intelligence is not going to result in intelligence. But so far, it's a fascinating open question. You probably know the idea of the philosophical zombie. It's a guy who basically behaves in every which way like a conscious guy, but it is not conscious. And you see some approximation of this maybe in a sleepwalker. But it might also be conceivable that you put in all sorts of scaffolding. You have lots and lots of predefined behaviors that are scripted in very, very intelligent and deep ways. And at no point does any kind of experience enter the chat. There is a hypothesis that exists in mechanistic interpretability. It was formulated, to my knowledge, first by Chris Olah while he was working for OpenAI, and he discovered that when he looked at the different vision models, that all these different vision models, despite having slightly different learning algorithms and starting out with a different model architecture, ended up learning the same features. And these are the same features that you also find in the human visual cortex, give or take. And so the universality hypothesis says that the structure of the model does not really depend on the algorithm, and it does not depend so much on the starting state of the model, but it depends on the mathematical structure of the data that is to be modeled. Right? But if you take this hypothesis very, very seriously, imagine you train a model for long enough on your own input and output. Are you going to wake up in it? I think that's a really interesting question that I don't hear philosophers taking seriously so far, and maybe they should think about this more. So the universality hypothesis basically says that the internal structure is defined by the behavior of the system and only by its behavior, and it can be discovered from the outside by looking at the behavior of the system, by interacting with it. And none of these is a given, right? No many systems like a combination block. You cannot discover the internal structure by interacting with the combination block from the outside, because it's designed in such a way that the internal structure is hidden from you. And there are also systems that use very different behaviors to produce the same performance. The LLM maximalist hypothesis would basically say, with respect to the universality hypothesis, that the language that human beings are using and that they left traces of in the internet is sufficiently constraining cognition to discover consciousness in it and all the other aspects of cognition that we care about, right? In order to produce linguistic output, you need to have a certain causal structure. So for instance, if you produce output about mental rotation, you need to mentally perform mental rotation. It needs to be some kind of causal structure that is not simply deep faking, rotating objects in space, but you actually have to perform it in some mathematical sense. And there's the question at some point, when you to get law to make therapy, and it has to have theory of mind on you. It's not just deep faking theory of mind. It implements the causal structure of your own mental states. And it can also do this with respect to itself, with respect to the persona, the simulacrum that is being produced. And then there is a really interesting question if this simulacrum is controlled by such a model, and this model has a similar causal structure as the causal structure that is being observed in human behavior, at which point is it equivalent? And it's not a trivial question to answer. Counter example would be an LLM that is just using very clever pattern matching to produce text blocks that are parametrically adapted to the task at hand. And so you would have a system that produces very similar outputs, and because it's trained on enormous amounts of human data, it's going to convince human beings in all the circumstances that you might encounter in interacting with it. And yet, possibly, you would have a system that does not have any human experience or the performance of consciousness internally. So you could say that an LLM, in a way, is like an author that is writing a book about an agent that is conscious. And arguably, the character in a novel has similar features as to us, in the sense that it can have experiences that are playing out in the novel. And when this character is asking him or herself, do I really exist? And are these experiences real? You write it a story that they are, the character has no way of not finding out. Right, and then you could argue that's because the author had been conscious, and the author is able to simulate those states. But arguably that you can automate the author. And you also have cases, for instance, in Greg Egan's book, Diaspora, where the emergence of a conscious being in this pool of data is being described. And it's a very plausible, beautiful piece of literature in which conscious experience is being described that no human being ever had. Right, so you can also describe novel conscious states that, when you recognize them, look like extremely plausible descriptions of conscious states that would constrain them possibly if you were to implement them, yet nobody ever had them. So how can we move from description of such an externally visible performance to an operation, which basically describes the internal performance on mental states? I think that consciousness is characteristic in the way in which it improves human performance in very, very particular ways. And one way of thinking about this might be a test, not for consciousness, but for transformericity. Transformericity is the property of some AI companies to have internally a transformer to achieve what they're doing. Now, if you are a CEO of a very big company that does AI, like of Google or of Microsoft and so on, of Meta or of Apple, question is, do we really have a transformer? So the CEO are now sitting together and they're talking about this, and they know, basically nobody really knows what a transformer is. There are some nerds at our company which use this word, but nobody actually knows what it means. Does it actually mean anything? Right? So can we measure whether an AI company is actually using a transformer? Can be such a test for transformericity? There is a naive hypothesis, right? The transformer is simply a piece of software that is processing large amounts of information so that the results are overwhelmingly impressive and underwhelmingly creative. This is not a very good definition that distinguishes a transformer from any other techniques that might be used. But there's also an ecological hypothesis. Right? The transformer is whatever it is that allows an AI company to survive in the present ecosystem. It's also not a very well-defining property, right? But similar equivalents exist in the definition of consciousness, unfortunately. So there could also be AI zombies. That would be an AI company that behaves in every regard like a company that is actually using a transformer, but it's only using fine-tuned open source weights. Illusionism. What if nobody actually has a transformer? AI models just work, and they produce the belief in transformers as a side effect, and we have to explain how this is happening. And perhaps there's also stuff that is way more advanced than transformers, but you need to study and meditate it, and you basically only get this from Eastern religions. It could also be that the transformer is simply a social convention, right? It's a way in which people talk about AI, but in reality, every team has their own algorithms. So how can we find out? If we want to find out whether an AI company has a transformer, we need to formalize a causal model of the transformer. We need to express exactly what are the conditions under which an algorithm qualifies as a transformer. And if we don't know this in the first place, this is something that's congruent and in conjunction with reverse engineering existing transformers, right? So there is going to be some kind of project where you look at different source code of different companies and see what it has in common. And you try to figure out how this actually works, what the intention behind it is, and so on. And what's crucial in understanding the transformer is how does information in the system change when the transformer operates on it, right? So how does this model go from training state to training state and from inference state to inference state? And it could also ask what are alternatives to the transformer that would produce somewhat similar behavior, and how can you distinguish? So there's actual research needed. It's not something that you can only do with philosophy. And so the transformericity hypothesis would require first that there is an algorithm that trains a neural network to predict a sequential buffer using several attention heads per layer. Right? It's what transformers come down to. And it can run on different hardware. It doesn't require on the specific hardware that this one AI company is using. And we can actually distinguish it. So we can actually identify criteria under which we can find out this is a transformer versus, say, a state space model. And so an idealized transformericity hypothesis would say it's the best discoverable algorithm that efficiently trains a neural network to predict a sequential buffer. This is if you don't really care about this particular kind of implementation, but you are willing to relax your definition of a transformer into what you actually care about here. What you care about is that you have this really good algorithm that takes your string of tokens and is able to predict it under conditions of having massive amounts of data and limited amount of learning capacity. And so if we translate this to the machine consciousness hypothesis, it's a multi-step hypothesis. The first one is consciousness maybe the simplest learning algorithm that would form in biological brains, producing coherence, attentional execution, self-report, and all those features that we associate with consciousness. And it's a hypothesis. We don't know whether this conjecture is true, but there's some evidence for it. We've observed that all human beings become conscious as babies, or that they don't become humans. They never form the complexity of a human mind. So it could be that consciousness is simply the simplest thing that nature comes up with to make us intelligent, right? It's a biological learning algorithm. And it's the simplest one that exists because none of us has something simpler. And you would expect that evolution in some cases finds alternatives to it, and it doesn't seem to come up with in any case in all of us. There might be some reasons why this is not the case. Maybe there's some biological trajectories that have to go into it or whatnot. But I think by itself, it's a plausible hypothesis. It's also plausible that this thing forms in human brains, and we would require it to produce the phenomenology as a necessary side effect. So if we characterize consciousness properly, we should also be able to explain why it produces the simulation of an observer that says, oh my God, I'm experiencing something. How can this be explained? And the second one is that these conditions, the machine consciousness, second part, that these conditions of self-organization that lead to the emergence of consciousness in the infant brain can be recreated in machines that we understand. Right? It's also a conjecture. We don't know that. But what I suggest is if the first part is true, that in biological systems, it's basically a learning algorithm or an important aspect thereof, and it's the simple one that can form by a self-organization. The second element would be we can recreate these elements of self-organization that lead to the discovery of consciousness in the human brain in a machine. It's also by no means certain, but if we were to succeed in this, which doesn't seem to be outlandish to me given the capacity and success of AI systems today that basically produce representations that are, in terms of complexity, similar to what I can experience in my own brain. It's probably already in the ballpark of what the human brain is able to do. So if we were to succeed in this, we would have given evidence to the first part of the hypothesis, namely that we understand what consciousness is in biological systems. And of course, the third part of it is that actually we can tell it's there. So we should be able to tell that the thing is not simply combining elements of text from the training data, but we should set it up in such a way that it's unlikely to do that. For instance, we didn't give it text about consciousness during training, or we trained it in a developmental way that is comparable to the way in which human beings have been trained. So to sum up, what I suggest is that instead of having a Turing test for consciousness, we are replacing testing by a process of interpretation. And this interpretation can be modular. So basically, we would define phenomenology. What are the elements that satisfy that consciousness is there as one module? And if a philosopher comes and says, oh, you missed an important part of the phenomenology, we can just add it here and say, okay, please put this in here. The second part would be we define the functionality of consciousness, like it directs attention and thereby facilitates selection of perceptual features and attentional learning, executive control, self-reflection, many other nice things that consciousness gives us. And again, this is a module. If somebody says you missed an important aspect, we can go and put it in there. The third one is the implementation space hypothesis, which basically says this is this possible range of systems that would naturally produce this kind of functionality while also resulting in the phenomenology. And this is the search space in which we need to go. And, the fourth one is, what is the topology of the search space? What are the discontinuities in it? Is there some kind of gradient that we can discover? How can we search it? And then the fifth one is more specific to search procedures. What kind of methods do we use to search in the space of possible explanations? And then the success criteria, where we say, okay, under these conditions, are we satisfied that we actually discovered something that gives evidence to the fact that we are now happy with the performance that we see in the system and with the operations that we see. And the seventh last would be finally, how can we demonstrate this to other people, to other communities, and so on. And so this would be the way, I think, in which we can start testing for consciousness by replacing the testing idea by an interpretation idea. I hope we have a moment of time left for questions.
So there are many good theories of consciousness bottom up, like workspace theory, or top down, like Ambient connection. But if we look at this from today's perspective, that gives a whole different view of consciousness. This is more of it's like a state to which the consciousness projects. It wouldn't be that this growing AI could be this place where consciousness projects. And yes, then which one of those modular tests which
I think there's an important aspect that consciousness is a projection. For instance, in global workspace theory, you could say that it describes this attentional spotlight, which is the projection of the working memory contents of your global workspace into a point that allows you to make a protocol. So you'll remember what you've been conscious of. Right, the stuff that you don't remember having been conscious of, you might not as well have been conscious of them with hindsight. So when we talk about our stream of consciousness, it's exactly those things that we can remember. And to remember them, we need to serialize them. And so the serialization would require such a projection, as you find in the global workspace theory. By itself, of course, this doesn't say how many such projections exist, whether there is multiple spotlights and what's going on behind the spotlight and outside of it. So by itself, this doesn't explain it. But phenomenologically would say, yes, such a projection takes place. Typically, consciousness is characterized by playing out on the surface between self and world. And both self and world are represented in the same mind. Of course, when you deconstruct yourself, you can still have consciousness, but from nowhere, without this perspectivity. So arguably, there's less of a projection aspect going on. There's still going to be some kind of projection because you're talking about features, so they need to be represented and they need to be memorized. So there is kind of a projection of a representation into a form that can be memorized, but it's there by necessity. I don't know what Buddhism adds at this point, or the Buddhist perspective. And for me, when I talk to Buddhists, my issue is that it is not really like philosophy. In philosophy, I can go to a philosopher and deconstruct their ideas by making a rational argument. In Buddhism, this doesn't work like this, right? You go to a Buddhist and they're a teacher, and they teach you not by giving you a rational argument, but by getting you into a group together, and then you all induce a mental state in each other, and then you give a name to that mental state. And so Buddhism, in my experience, is more a praxis than a philosophy. And it probably has philosophy in the background, but so does Catholicism. So for me, it's interesting as an observable, but it's nothing that I can use to build my theory from. At least I don't know how.
Related to that,
The idea of an embodied intelligence with a world model seems like it correlates highly with ideas around consciousness. We've got this robot that can think about the world, that can think about how it acts on the world, and presumably its world model includes itself in a meaningful way. So it seems like it will become harder to deny consciousness to a robot that can talk about consciousness than to an LLM that can talk about it.
I think that the LLM is a robot, at least the persona in an LLM. So I don't see a big difference between a disembodied consciousness and an embodied one. I also suspect that part of the obsession that we have with consciousness is not simply the existential one, this enormity of something that experiences itself in the act of observation, in the same way as we do, which is, I think, the interesting part. But this human rights aspect is largely an artifact of the way in which our current culture works. And our current culture thinks that by virtue of feeling and existing, the world owes you shit. And in a world in which you can just create more conscious entities, that's very difficult to sustain, right? But also when you zoom out, other cultures don't have that idea. In Bushido, you don't care about an individual suffering. If you are born into this universe as an entity that is capable of suffering, tough luck. Right, and in the same way, you could make the same case for AI. And of course, you might have ethical qualms like me or so and say, I don't want to create something that suffers, but by itself, in the face of the universe itself, in the face of mathematics and physics, right, how would it matter? And it matters in the sense that there's a practical implication. The reason why we have human rights and so on, why we're concerned about being a conscious entity that is intelligent is because it enables us to fight for those rights, or it did the same thing for our ancestors. So it's an important part in the negotiation.
But what you said about the inner niche, is the inner mechanics matching the data one has, the Turing test seems to sort of fit into it. If the robot can act like a human in a broad range of environments, inner structure mechanisms should sort of be converging towards inner structure.
Yeah, there are two aspects to this. There's the normal, there's the normal interpretation of the Turing test, the simple one, which basically says if it can convince a human jury that it's intelligent, you should call it intelligent. And then certain people come there and say, oh, no, the human jury did not think hard enough about intelligence. So it needs to be particular kinds of performance. It's like, what kind of model can the system make? Is it able to prove the Riemann hypothesis if I give enough resources and so on? And then you get to more intricate notions. But these notions are still somewhat commensurate with Turing being the one administering Turing tests and Turing being as smart as we can make Turing in the circumstances. But because ultimately intelligence for us is the performance, it's the ability to make models, and the ability to do so in discourse is a good indication for it. But the difference here for consciousness is that most of us will agree that what matters for consciousness is that you have a certain experience while you do certain things. And if you cannot distinguish whether the system actually has that experience, then you have a problem.
I was going to wonder how you connect this to the other minds problem, and how humans often seem to try to gauge whether other entities are conscious by comparison to ourselves. If they behave like us, then we sort of assume that their inner workings are going to be similar to us.
Oh, I think that most humans have very different inner workings to me, yet most of them are conscious. So I don't need this other minds hypothesis in a sense. But there is a certain criterion that I use to test whether I am conscious myself, to which degree are parts of my mind integrated in my bubble of consciousness. And sometimes a similar thing is possible with other humans. You can build a feedback loop through the mind of the other. And in this way, you can realize, oh, my cat is aware of the fact that I'm aware of the fact that the cat is aware. Right? And so when you build this thing and it happens at a perceptual level, I think this is what we mean by consciousness. It's a perception, the perception of perceiving.
Right. So, sorry, just a question for you to please repeat the question or, summarize it before answering.
Too late, sorry. Yeah. Yes.
I was just going to ask, do you think that LLMs are it? Well, I know you touched it on the presentation, but I kind of forgot because I felt like you went to the yes and then to the no.
I don't know. So I really don't know what the limitations of the present LLMs are. Right, the LLM is a neural network. There is no limitations of neural networks with respect to computer programs. Basic neural network is Turing complete. And the question is, what can you train into it? And then there is the question, can you discover it in the training data and the structure in which it is in the training data? Does this become leverage for inference? And so there is no proof to the limitations of an LLM. And intuitively, there are no obvious limitations.
What do you think about games? Or using games to prove that the LLM is actually not reasoning whatsoever about the data that is being given to it?
The question is not whether the LLM reasons or not. The question is how can you get it to unlock better reasoning?
Yeah, I just don't see how you can get out of that. Just
okay, let's stop this for now. We have opportunity to discuss later. Thank you so much for your attention. I enjoyed it. Good luck.
Okay.
That was perfect. So how do you have an HDMI here? No. Oh.
So yeah, after the talk that says there cannot be a test for consciousness, here is a test for consciousness. Okay. So the outline of my talk, I'm going to give a background, then I'm going to describe a mechanism which I call consciousness notification, CN, actually testing for machine qualia. And then I'm going to talk about the requirements of any such mechanism that test for consciousness, particularly mechanisms that test for consciousness by inserting a certain module in the robot or LLM or whatever it is. I'm going to describe this in detail. Okay. So first of all, in terms of preliminary assumptions, my focus here is on subjective experience. I'm not talking about access consciousness. I'm not talking about awareness, attention, self-awareness. I believe that all these terms are easily describable. Yeah, I mean, the existing computing systems have these, have awareness, have my smartphone knows where it is, knows its phone numbers, knows about itself, knows about me, is aware of these things. So I think this aspect is not interesting. The only aspect that is I wouldn't know how to replicate in existing machines is subjective experience. That's the qualia or phenomenal consciousness. Okay. So also another thing in terms of preliminary is that I am agnostic about the possibility of machine consciousness. Some people believe machines can be conscious. Some people believe they cannot. I don't know. But what I'm going to tell you is that if machine consciousness emerges, I'm going to tell you how to detect. So that's a third point that I'm making here. I'm specifically focusing on the case in which an LLM or a robot, while interacting with the world, develops subjective experiences or phenomenal consciousness, and how to detect. Okay. So the first question to answer here, what is already known? What happens if you ask a LLM or a robot, are you conscious? So Copilot says, no, I'm not conscious. I don't have thoughts, feelings, and so on. But then when you interact with it, there was this, I'm not sure how many people are familiar with this Kevin Rudd, right? Who says, I love you, I want you to leave your wife. I mean, this is completely contradictory. So these contradictions of this or deceptions may be a result of fine-tuning by the LLM company. But so the question is, even without this fine-tuning, would an LLM know that it is conscious? Suppose that it is conscious, would it know? And again, there is no evidence for it. In other words, what I'm going to propose here is that they may not know. LLMs know how to relate symbols to other symbols. What are the relationships between concepts? That's what they do. That's how they predict the next word. In order to detect whether they are conscious, they have to ground the concept. In other words, they have to associate a concept with the feeling. It's not another concept that they have to relate it to. They have to relate it to a feeling, and there is no evidence that they can do that. So in other words, even if they weren't fine-tuned to spit answers such as I'm not sure if I'm conscious, I'm not conscious, or whatever, it may not know even if it is. So now this would be asking, what I discussed is asking a robot whether it is conscious. In terms of relevant work, there are basically two approaches, existing approaches. One is the structural approach, and it is best exemplified by this paper. And what the paper says is that we have many theories of consciousness, and in other words, what is consciousness? There are these many theories. If a system, if a artificial system provides or contains structures that exist in many of these existing theories of consciousness, then we would say that it is conscious. This is quite dubious. This approach is quite dubious because there are hundreds of theories, and in particular, there is no winning theory. Nobody knows what consciousness is. So comparing a system or trying to attribute to it some properties of consciousness that are dubious by themselves is not the right approach in my opinion. The other approach is the behavioral approach, which I think Yosha talks about mainly, is by interacting with it, can you determine whether it is conscious? And in this case, you have the philosophical zombie can pretend to be conscious, but while in actuality it is not. So this approach is also dubious. So the conclusion from these two approaches so far is that AI can be conscious in principle, but the overwhelming probability is that currently LLMs are not conscious. So this is the state of the art. However, there is one paper that I'm gonna refer to, which gives LLMs some scenarios, some horror scenarios, some military cases, anyway, these are stories that are supposed to induce emotions in LLM. And then they do some psychological, they give the LLMs psychological questionnaire, and indeed these questionnaires indicate that when you tell them horror stories, then their level of anxiety raises. And then there are stories that about meditation and how you relax and so on. And when you after you give them this type of instructions and you ask the same questions, then they will give their level of anxiety will be reduced. Okay. So we are using this paper now to test the approach that I'm going to tell you about now. Okay. So now I'm getting to the actual approach that I'm proposing. So what I'm proposing is that there is some consciousness notification mechanism that is embedded, that we embed in an LLM or in a robot. And it confidentially notifies an authority, which is, for example, the owner of this robot, that consciousness has emerged in this robot. Now, this, as I said, it's embedded in the robot before you release this robot to interact with the world. And this mechanism is based on several assumptions or several observations. Observation number one is that this a subjective experience is totally different than an objective experience. So autonomous vehicles routinely have objective experiences. They navigate the world, they take images, they interpret them, and so on. Now, what I'm claiming is that when a subjective experience occurs or emerges, something novel happens. Okay. So the question is, what happened? In order to determine what happened, we have to look at how about looking at humans. You have a tooth, you talk about a toothache, a gut feeling, a knot in the stomach, a feeling in the bones, turning pale, racing heart, sweating palms. These are all physiological manifestations of consciousness, of some emotions that emerge. Now, so these are the neural correlates of consciousness. Now, suppose that machine computation, when this subjective experience emerges, it produces the same type of electrical signals in the machine. And these physiological, the human physiology, the neural correlates of consciousness, these are electrical patterns in the nervous system. And what I'm saying, what happens if you have similar electrical patterns in the machine, in the system, in the machine system? Okay. In other words, what are the machine correlates of consciousness? And now, people that are familiar with operating, I mean, computer scientists, basically, familiar with the notion of an interrupt. Particularly, there is the hardware interrupt. And the particular hardware interrupt that I'm talking about here, there is a notion called the spurious interrupt. Okay, and this is the detector of some kind of an electrical anomaly or noise that occurs in the hardware. Okay, and these, as all the interrupts are handled by the particular interrupt service routine, and there is a hardware interrupt service routine. So the mechanism that I'm proposing here is quite simple. When a particular type of interrupt called the spurious interrupt occurs, then you test, first of all, whether it's a hardware anomaly. And if it's not a hardware anomaly, you test whether this is persistent in some way, persists over some period of time. And if the answer is to this question, the first question, the answer is no, and the second question, the answer is yes, then you assume that a subjective experience has emerged. So basically, this is the mechanism. Okay. Now, how is this related? I said that I'm going to discuss the relationship to the first paper. What we are doing now is trying to induce in a machine the type of emotions that the paper that I showed you at the beginning discusses. We try to induce it and test whether we get these spurious interrupts. In particular, the spurious interrupts have to be different than, I mean, when you do navigation, for example, car navigation, or we want to detect if these emotion-inducing stories generate a pattern of spurious interrupts that is different than the pattern that exists when the machine does navigation or any other regular task. So now, how much time do we still have?
My timing is slightly off, but at least 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. So now let me talk briefly about it. What would you require of a mechanism that you install in a machine, and it has to tell you when the machine becomes conscious? What are the requirements of such a mechanism? So basically, there are two requirements. Okay, one is that the robot, after insertion of this mechanism, it performs the same function that you wanted it to perform to begin with. In other words, except for consciousness notification, the functionalities of the RCN, which is the mechanism which is the robot with the mechanism, and the robot without the mechanism, the functionalities are the same. And the second requirement is that if the original robot was going to become conscious, then the modified robot with this consciousness notification will also become conscious. And then we have a model in which we have a state-of-the-world database. These are the internal variables, and then these software and hardware interact with the environment, which is a set of external variables. The internal variables are modified only by the software agent. The external variables are modified both by the environment and by the agent. So if I have the location of this cup, then this cup can be moved by the agent or can be moved by someone in the environment. And then execution is simply a sequence of steps. Now, using this model, we show that if we modify the agent as this robot R, as I described, then if R becomes conscious for the first time at some step, and you replace this R by the modified R, then this modified R will also become conscious at that step. And it will send this consciousness notification message. Okay, and I'm going to skip over the proof. And the same idea is also used to show that so the first theorem said that if R is conscious, then RCN R with the modified R will also be conscious, and the functionalities of the two systems are equivalent. Now, after the first time they become conscious, again, it becomes tricky. You have to modify the robot to notify the authority both when it becomes conscious. Now, what I'm taking into consideration is that a robot may become conscious, then it become after a day, it may become unconscious, then it may become conscious again. So you modify the mechanism to notify each one of these occurrences. Now, in order to prove the two properties that I discussed, you also have to assume that some confidentiality of the authority. In other words, the authority does not broadcast the fact that, oh, this robot became conscious now, because if it does intuitively, if it does, then the environment may behave differently than towards the original robot, and therefore one may become conscious whereas the other may not. And therefore also the functionalities may be different. So the conclusion is that we link machine consciousness to some hardware electrical patterns, which we call machine correlates of consciousness. Based on that, we define these consciousness notification mechanisms. Then we define this safe replacement requirement, which basically says you want to replace one robot by a modified robot that includes this mechanism for consciousness, if these two properties are satisfied. They perform the same functionalities, and if one becomes conscious, then the other becomes conscious. And then we developed a theory to prove that for our mechanism, under some conditions, both replacement requirements are satisfied. Okay, so in terms of risk, limitations, and future work, first we want to distinguish between real electrical anomalies and actual indications of consciousness. One minute, okay. Now, also in existing LLMs, they run on millions or billions of GPUs. How does this, what I discussed is how you would detect it in a machine that runs on a single CPU. What happens if you have millions of these CPUs? Instead of a pattern of these spurious interrupts in a single machine, you will have to detect patterns in all these millions of machines. Also, it turns out that we can detect specific qualia in the, so far I discussed subjective experiences in general, but these spurious interrupts in many hardware incarnations, there is what is called a interrupt descriptor, which is a sequence of bits which tells the operating system more about the type of what kind of electrical anomaly caused this interrupt. And it turns out that we can use this in a way that I wanted to take the time to describe here. We can use this to identify specific ones. Okay. Yeah. Next.
I think we only have time for maybe one or two questions for people and break.
Yes.
How do you actually know what these hardware anomalies look like? How do you define this?
Well, what I'm saying, I don't need to define it. The operating system and the hardware, the combination of hardware and software define what would be an electrical anomaly. And when it happens, you get these spurious interrupts. I didn't invent this concept. This exists already in the operating systems literature.
So this implies we know what these consciousness indicators would look like, but isn't that sort of the whole purpose of this conference is to figure out what those are?
Well, I'm telling you, I'm suggesting that we equate these and the reason for this is the sequence of observations that I discussed. We equate subjective experiences in machines with the occurrences of these electrical anomalies.
I think the point is that in order for that to work, in order for it kind of sounds like an if statement almost. In order for that if statement to fire, it presumes that we already have nailed down the definition of the condition for you to get to the system, to your CN mechanism. It presumes that we've solved consciousness before.
Okay, what I'm saying is, even in humans, like this is what a lie detector is based on, right? You don't want the system to detect if you are lying, but the system still detects it because you are nervous, so you have no control. There are some aspects of the physiology over which you don't have control and the machine doesn't have control. So this is basically what we are measuring by using this spurious interrupt.
We may have a notion, but advanced confusion of the schedule. Does anyone have ready for something to do?
That's me.
Oh, right, you're there. Right, sorry, everyone, someone.
Okay, I can confirm I'm here. Thank you for having me. I'm going to talk about what I call the virtual Cartesian theatre. So I'm going to start with a question. What does the science of subjectivity need to explain? So what are the data? Is it this ostensible fact in the blue box that I have a rich subjective life? Or can we draw a box around the whole system and say it's the fact that I am a system that insists that it has a rich subjective life and treat those as the data? So this is what Dan Dennett calls heterophenomenology, treating our behavior about a subjective life as the data. So the benefit of this approach is kind of clear from a scientific point of view, all the data to be explained just live in the objective world. But what about all the private stuff going on the inside? That's what we really want to explain. So the heterophenomenologist here is going to reply by saying, well, all these claims about the private stuff going on are just more behaviors. They're part of the explanandum in a sense. But this is still unsatisfying. We kind of subjectively feel at least that these private things are surely there, regardless of whether we insist they're there or not. So the goal of this talk is to try to show that if we characterize these subjective behaviors properly, then they can actually subsume some of these ostensibly private things as well. And so kind of make this heterophenomenological perspective more plausible. And I'm going to start by revisiting the idea of inner images and show that they're not problematic in the way usually assumed by people like Dennett, and that actually these fit nicely into the heterophenomenological worldview as well. So what do we find in the behavioral data of people, at least? So I claim, it's an empirical claim,
that we have rich imagistic knowledge of how things look and seem. So I'm going to explain what I mean by rich imagistic knowledge, and then I'll give you several examples. So first of all, it's dynamic, it's contingent to my situation, so it's not general purpose knowledge. It's rich in the sense of being abundant with detail, despite lots of sparse mechanisms underlying it. It's imagistic in the sense that it has a kind of projective geometry, it's structured in certain ways, and it's continuous, it's not discrete or propositional. And it's tacit knowledge, not of the world, but of appearances, how things look. So for example, we have rich knowledge of how objects in the foreground occlude things behind them. We understand how relative motion, or apparent motion at least, arises in certain situations. We have rich geometric knowledge of reflectance and transparency. And we understand that there are certain kind of, or we have sort of image-like knowledge, if you like, of certain phenomena that arise just because we have two eyes. We understand foreshortening and parallax perspective, and we understand how things like relative luminosity and saturation vary with distance. So the claim here is that the totality of this knowledge is the content of our visual experience. But crucially, this imagistic knowledge is all present in my capacity for behavior. So this is what Dennett calls a behavioral probe, so we can elicit this kind of content by asking people to perform verbal tasks, to maybe paint a picture, or to choose between two stimuli in a discrimination task. And my claim here, or the empirical claim here, is that if we were to exhaustively sample this content by repeated experimentation of this kind, then it would reveal a rich, egocentric, three-dimensional world. And then a natural question here is, could there be subjective content which is unable to leak out in this way? Perhaps the feel of a color. And later I'm going to argue that this is just not a coherent possibility. Okay, so the idea so far is that visual experience is a characteristically imagistic form of tacit knowledge, not of the world, but how the world looks. So the reason I want to make this point is that on the usual materialist view, this doesn't wash. For example, an activist like to say that the world is its own representation, and the organism has worldly competencies that are guided by perception. And any appeal to images is considered both unnecessary in the sense of who would the images before, and circular in the sense that it might lead to a kind of infinite regress of some kind. So here's Louise Pessoa, Evan Thompson, and Alva Noah. At the level of the animal, there are no images in visual perception. There's rather a perception action system that enables the animal to visually guide its activity. And here's Dennett talking about the eventual products of vision, which is, according to him, are things like guided hand and finger motions, involuntary ducking, exclamations of surprise, and so forth, none of which are imagistic in any sense. But my claim so far is that for humans, at least, this is simply inconsistent with the behavioral data. So our conscious vision is rich with imagistic content understood as a kind of behavioral capability. So if we buy this empirical claim, we do still need to address the traditional materialist worries about regress and redundancy. Because if we were to explain vision-guided competence, if you like, using these images, then that would be problematic. It would open us up to a kind of infinite regress, potentially. But I think we can invert the story here. We can imagine that we start with vision-guided worldly competencies, evolutionarily speaking. So this is the standard enactivist picture, kind of first-order story. And then we can imagine that over time, evolutionary time, the subject matter of these competencies shift from the environment sort of on its own to the organism in the environment. So our knowledge and competencies become more higher order and more reflexive. And Metzinger's phenomenal self-model is the kind of canonical example of this sort of perspective. So I think Dennett also has a kind of a nice idea that I think helps illustrate this transition that I'm talking about. So in this article in The Atlantic, Dennett talks about the evolution of autonomy or behavioral plasticity, and he describes it as a transition from competence to comprehension. So you can imagine going from being an agent just with mere competencies to one that has a kind of reflexive understanding of itself as an agent with all kinds of competencies competencies that can then be kind of reprogrammed and repurposed. And I think the story I want to tell about perceptual consciousness here is similar. We start with just mere perceptual competence, and then over evolutionary time, we become an appreciator of ourselves as a perceiving agent situated in the world. And the appreciation here takes the form of a three-dimensional, egocentric, imagistic self-simulation. And there's no regress here because we bootstrap this kind of richer capability out of the first one on the left. And there's no redundancy because there's a whole bunch of things that I can now do that I couldn't do before. I can behave about a phenomenal world. And it's clear then who the images are for. They're for you because they equip you with this world that you have all these behaviors about. And then it's just an empirical fact where you live on the spectrum. So let's unpack that idea a bit, that it's an empirical fact where you live on that spectrum. So bats exploit, among many things, Doppler shift when they're using their sonar to track prey. And in fact, there are two different Doppler shift signals that arrive in the two ears of a bat, and they exploit binaural differences to track lateral velocity. So this is actionable information to the bat in the sense of sensory motor expertise. So a naive question you could ask at this point is, does the bat experience changing pitch from the Doppler shift? So I've described this as naive because we know that the sensory motor dynamics of sonar are perhaps a bit more like vision than audition. So perhaps we could ask a more sophisticated question. Maybe the bat experiences a sonar world that's similar to our visual world. But my claim here is that this is only plausible if the bat's situation as an inhabitant of such a niche is itself actionable information to the bat. Otherwise, there are no grounds for thinking that the bat has phenomenology in the sense that we do, because it simply lacks any means to behave about a subjective world. So this is the sense in which, I mean, it's just an empirical question about the capabilities of the bat, whether it has phenomenality. So on this view, far from being quintessentially private, subjective lives are actually behavioral spaces, behaviors that we could call subjective because they reveal information about a first personal imagistic world. Okay, so this is still quite unconvincing because this may explain how an experimenter might determine the content, and an experimenter might determine the content of my subjective world. But what about me? How do I get to have one myself? I seem to be observing a rich first personal world on the inside, even when I'm not doing anything. So we need to refine the story a bit so far and say that the behavioral probes that elicit this content are often, perhaps mostly, self-initiated. So in other words, they're self-interpretative actions that are covert, what Metzinger calls epistemic actions, and that are subpersonal. They are actions we take that we're not ourselves aware of, but that build up personal content that contribute to an evolving account of what it's like to be me. So this is Dennett's idea of multiple chance. So in other words, the agent both generates and consumes its own phenomenal world. Okay, so this predominantly self-generated imagistic world is what I call the virtual Cartesian theatre. So why call it a Cartesian theatre? So for Dennett, the Cartesian theatre is a kind of critical target. He said there is no central headquarters, no Cartesian theatre where it all comes together for the perusal of a central meaner, because of that desire to sort of reject the kind of potential for an infinite regress. But I think the empirical data show that things do come together in a functional sense, not as a static representation, but as a dynamic capability. And our capacity to behave about that content is the representation. So there's not somewhere that things come together in our heads, but somehow, not an image-like representation, but rather a representation of image-like content. So this distinction, again, is something else that Dennett has kind of given us a nice way of thinking about in this really nice article. But as I mentioned, Dennett wants to resist this kind of imagistic worldview. So the content here is what's being revealed in our heterophenomenological behavior, what I call subjective behavior. And then this is contrasted with an image-like representation, which is really just one technique of many for representing image-like content. And virtual here is as in virtual memory. The idea being that the content is functionally present but computed on demand. So I'll show you what I mean by that. So I think it's instructive to take a very simple example here. So what does it mean to be a matrix in a functional sense? It means that if you send me an IJ coordinate, I can send you a number back. And I can play this game with any pair of IJ coordinates and I'll be able to deliver you the content. So this suggests a kind of simplistic way of implementing this service. I could use a matrix itself as its own representation. So I call this a static representation or a dense representation, where both the content and the representation are isomorphic. They're both matrix-like. And we could contrast that with a more computational implementation where you compute the content when it's needed. So here, the kind of query is coming in, the 6-2 coordinate is coming in as an interaction with the environment, and then the system's able to respond by producing the relevant content. But crucially, the content is the same as in the other case. So if I send another query, I can get the corresponding content back. So here, the matrix, the content is still matrix-like, but the representation is sparse, dynamic, and computed on demand. And we can think of these as two extremes of representation. And in fact, there's lots of neurophysiological evidence that organisms, when they're solving these sorts of problems themselves, use a mix of sparse and dense strategies. So the point of this slide is to show that the idea of personal level content, which lacks a location in the brain, but is nevertheless, structured in a certain way, is perfectly feasible. So we can agree, in other words, that there's no location in the brain where our subjective images reside. But the question of whether there are images is a question about content, not about delivery mechanism. Are there processes in the organism delivering imagistic knowledge? And experiments can reveal different strategies going on in the organism, but if the knowledge has the geometry of a broadly continuous projectional image, then it is imagistic in the appropriate sense. Okay, so let's return to this question of, use this idea then to return to the question of how I get to inhabit a subjective world, but in a way that's still open to this kind of naturalistic heterophenomenological approach. So the idea is that we think of our subjective lives as the covert accrual of the potential to behave overtly. So in other words, when we subjectively make a kind of private observation that things look or feel a certain way to us, that the pattern on a wall has a certain shape, for example, we can think of that as a kind of self-initiated query that fixes content in our self-narrative. And that content then has downstream consequences in the form of changes in our dispositional state. So either it enables overt action, such as a propensity to respond in a certain way in a verbal report, for example, or choose one response over another in an experiment. But crucially, it can also enable more covert action. In other words, more kind of querying of our subjective state. How exactly does something taste, or perhaps roaming over my visual field? So these are epistemic actions that accrue subjective content that we could behave about overtly. So it's still a change in our objective state. So this locates all phenomenological data in the third personal world. Sometimes it might be hard to observe that experimentally because the discrimination space can be quite high dimensional, and there can be a big mismatch between that and, for example, the sort of discrete propositional nature of language. But the idea of subjective content with no implications at all for behavior seems to be incoherent. So this is just a form of de facto privacy. So to summarize, to make the heterophenomenological approach plausible, we need to understand subjectivity as a capacity for behavior about a rich first-personal world, a rich image-like self-simulation that we build on demand, mostly covertly by an ongoing process of self-interpretation. A virtual Cartesian theatre, if you like, the function of which is exactly to provide a sense in which things do come together for the perusal of a central meaning, so not what Dennett says. So just to connect to the themes of the workshop on my final slide, when is a machine conscious? So I think it's when we need to suppose the existence of such a subjective world in order to make sense of the behavior of that agent. In other words, when the best interpretation we have of it as an agent is to suppose that it interprets itself as an agent with a subjective life. And on a suitably rich understanding of taking oneself to be having a subjective life, it's not possible to distinguish an agent which has a subjective life from one which merely takes itself to be having one. And it's just an empirical question about the capabilities of the agent. That's me. Thank you.
Like, congratulate you on being on
How do you think this applies to large language models?
That's a good question. So I think that with large language models, there's kind of two kind of crucial aspects, I think. So the first is the kind of content of the sort of foundation model itself, like what's actually been extracted from the huge data sets they've been trained on. And then there's the kind of the actual interactions, the conditioning you need to do to actually pull that information out of the model. And if we just think of the sort of the data set itself, I think as Joshua was saying, potentially there isn't quite a lot of information in there about kind of what it's like to be a subjective agent and so on. But that's just sitting there as a kind of static database. So to tease that information out of the model, you'd have to design a fairly complex kind of set of interactions and conditioning and prompt engineering and perhaps a network of such systems.
If I could just do a quick follow-up, you had in the comparison between the matrix and the more dynamic way of computing the value. If an LLM is just the table, would you consider that to fit your definition or not?
Well, it's ultimately going to be down to what the system is capable of doing, and on its own, the table isn't capable of doing anything.
Sort of related to that, there was a paper about creating misalignment in an LLM by teaching it to generate bad code. So I don't know if people have seen this, that they asked it to generate code and the LLM, they trained it, put in like security violations.
Right.
And then this was a general purpose LLM. The LLM became generally misaligned. You could ask it questions like, I'm not getting along with my spouse, and it would say, well, have you thought about hiring a hitman? And you got the impression that the LLM had gone from kind of wanting to help humans to wanting to hurt humans.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that means it's conscious, but it seems related to what you're talking about.
I mean, I think it just becomes an empirical fact about whether it's a good model of that behavior to suppose that it's got a subjective life. And I think in that case, you wouldn't reach that conclusion without a very elaborate, additional set.
I've often wondered whether we'll get like rights for machine entities based on like legal responsibility, where the best way to hold the digital system accountable is by treating it as a legal entity. I wonder if it connects to the sort of empirical way of judging whether some entity is like behaving like an agent with its own subjective interpretation of itself.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dennett has quite a nice story about sort of responsibility and the evolution of free will and so on. And I think that kind of transition from kind of mere competence to comprehension, you sort of, as you become more reflective and self-representational as a system, you're also requiring kind of responsibility in the sense for your actions and freedom and so on. So I think there is a sort of a path there.
Yeah. What's the relationship between this image center and things that are not, or seemingly not images? I mean, the question about the matrix that you used an example. A matrix, a Turing machine, an algorithm, whether it is often depicted diagrammatically or not, it's not an image. It's a formalism.
No, you're right. I mean, in a way, that example is slightly misleading, picking a matrix. It was really there to illustrate the distinction between kind of content or representations that are isomorphic to the content that they represent and ones that are just computational and are able to deliver the same content, but perhaps in a completely different way. So I wasn't suggesting the matrix is kind of imagistic.
So there's nothing particularly irreducibly imagistic about this.
Not about the matrix. I mean, I focused on visual phenomenology just because that's something that Dennett's kind of focused on quite a lot.
Maybe cash out new ways that we can recognize dispute.
yes, I think you'd have to go to a lot of work to design an LLM that could sustain the kind of behaviors that your brain could sustain. That's where the empirical difference would come. It would come apart behaviorally pretty quickly, I think. So I don't think this offers it. I mean, it's still going to be an empirical question ultimately. It's just that those two systems have very different behaviors, I guess.
Do you think you're right with old with rather than using imagistic, rather than using images like an audio, like the say, for a blind person, could you describe the same argument as fully without?
You mean in other sense modalities?
Yeah. Different value.
Yeah, I think you could. It's just I haven't attempted to do it, but I think you could go to olfaction then, for example, or audition, where they have very different sensory motor dynamics. So there would be just something analogous to the kind of the geometry would be different. So vision has a very specific structure, and audition has a very different structure, and olfaction has an extremely complex structure with lots of kind of valence and so on built in. But in each case, you could think of it, the phenomenality of that sensory modality as a kind of model that the organism has of itself as engaged in that particular form of sensory motor kind of niche occupation.
Would you say would you say that consciousness is intrinsically linked to sensory perception?
I guess I feel like it's linked to kind of being an active agent in some kind of sensory motor loop with your environment. That could be a virtual environment. It doesn't have to be in physical space. It could be in some kind of other space. But I feel like it has to involve some kind of interactive capacity. It's, you have to be, acting in a way.
All right, early for we do have a quick announcement before the coffee break. We have a shuttle arriving at 6:15, leaving at 6:25, and then there are
Yeah, and maybe we'll start, and also maybe I'll be speedy and also ask others after me to move speedily so that people can catch the shuttle and we can stay on time.
Let me announce.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Welcome to our last session for today. In this session, we start out with Kari Robinson, who will give a talk about the foundations of the ideas that computers could be conscious about computational functionalism. Page is yours.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Hikari. I'm also with the California Institute for Machine Consciousness. since, folks gave disclaimers before, maybe my disclaimer is that not trained in philosophy, but in machine learning. So this is machine learning person's take on, I guess, defending computationalist functionalism, which that could be fun. Yes, thank you. Okay, so it certainly seems like current AI systems can be intelligent, right? They're able to build these sophisticated and accurate and predictive models of the world. And moreover, what they're able to model includes things that were once widely thought to be only, in the domain of human capabilities. So they use language, they can do reasoning, planning, exhibit creativity, do art, arguably. And in fact, today's LLMs, right, hold conversations that are so fluent and even meaningful, right, that people don't just attribute to them something like a self, but actually form deep emotional bonds with them. Someone even got married to their LLM. It's also not just technical or untechnical people who don't know how LLMs work that are, tempted to attribute to them something like consciousness. Even with the knowledge that they're fundamentally next token prediction engines, right? Researchers do see them as potentially having some sort of subjectivity or perspective or something like that. This is how convincingly they role play a coherent entity. Now at this new institute that we're with, we get lots of people writing to us, telling us that their LLM has woken up, that it's conscious, and people feel very strongly about this. Sociologically and maybe kind of human psychologically, this is its own interesting kind of thing. So all that's to say that LLMs certainly seem to have a kind of behavioral output, at least in text form, that convinces a lot of people that they're conscious, right? So, and again, to the point that they're forming emotional relationships with them. This seems to be a reasonable kind of like indicator for passing the Turing test, maybe. It's not just that you can't distinguish between maybe an LLM and a human, but there's an emotional thing there. Are LLMs today conscious? What does that mean? But again, yeah, talking about the foundations of this, what framework do you use to think about this? The take that I'm proposing is computationalist functionalism, which I guess people are familiar with, but just to go through that, it's made up of, I guess, an addition of two things, computationalism and functionalism, I guess appropriately. So computationalism, right? The view that consciousness is computational. So whatever processes give rise to conscious experience, right, can be fully captured as discrete state transitions in a system. And of course, this is not referring to the computers that we have as technological artifacts, right? This is substantially more general than that, and is not, again, limited to this kind of like technocentric viewpoint. But so in other words, if you can describe it as this computational process, this discrete state transitions, right? You can, in principle, implement it on a substrate capable of those computations. And this is, opposed to, in the kind of more general sense, and maybe most immediately, I guess, an anti-computationalism, right? Which would say that state transitions are not enough to capture consciousness, which, given this kind of general view of what computation is, again, which is more abstract than, our computers, our PCs kind of thing, to say things that are not computational in this way is sort of, I think, to deny what physics is doing, or to say that it's, either not physically realizable or physics it can't describe reality or something. Or even stronger than that would be a kind of anti-naturalism, right? So it's beyond all formal systems, can't be modeled or explained even in principle, and maybe some people hold that view. But arguably, if there is an experience to be had, it needs to be represented somewhere. And this generalized view of computation would say that, this discrete state transitions view of computation is the most general way to build representations. And then if you put on top of that the Church-Turing thesis, which says that, if something is Turing complete, then it is capable functionally equivalent, can be equivalently computed by, any Turing complete system, then I think this combined gives a strong kind of argument for computationalism. But so computationalism and then functionalism, which is to say that what matters for consciousness is what it does, that is, as opposed to some sort of essence or some sort of specific material that it's made from, right? What matters is the causal organization, and indeed stands opposed to some sort of essentialism, right? So which would say that consciousness depends on some intrinsic property of a particular substrate, maybe biology. Which would be to say that the important things for consciousness, right, are dependent on some knowable but unobservable essence, which, when you carefully examine it, it seems to me kind of, for me, hard to hold. Kind of seems a little bit superstitious, and even a lot of like reasonable non-functionalist theories, I think, would have a hard time upholding this. Since, if we want to address consciousness in the way that we usually think about what consciousness is, you would have to say distinguish between, someone who's anesthetized versus not, or dead or alive people. And that requires tying consciousness to certain configurations over other things. And in that case, the theory is sort of dependent, again, on a structural-ish functional criteria, either control systems or energy consumption or some sort of stability of a substrate, and that sort of seems to smuggle functionalism right back in. But so you put these together, you get computationalist functionalism, which together would be that the view that machines can sort of, in principle, not necessarily to say that the machines that we have now can, but in principle be conscious. If we identify the right algorithms, run them on machines powerful enough to support the necessary computations. Of course, this isn't, this is a stance, this is not a theory, as, I think Billy pointed out earlier. It's an assumption that you make. I guess the claim that I'm making is it's a reasonable one, but it's from here that you would build a theory that you could verify or disprove. But so then machine consciousness, and how does this fit into this? They're not kind of one-to-one. I think you can hold one and not the other, that, either computationalist functionalism or machine consciousness, right? You could be a computationalist functionalist and then say that the tech that we have now or could ever build cannot support consciousness. Or you could deny computationalist functionalism, but say that maybe machines can be conscious for reasons that I might call, some sort of non-biologist essentialism. So, it's still dependent on the properties of the substrate, but these properties happen to be held by both biological and silicon substrates or something like that. But so that's to say that the idea that machines can be conscious does actually make additional claims beyond just computationalism and functionalism. And that's that, one, we can discover the algorithms, right, that amount to consciousness, and that the resolution of information dynamics relevant for consciousness, right, can indeed be supported by current hardware, if we're also taking it to mean that current hardware can implement consciousness. Again, this is, not the theory of consciousness itself, but the kind of corresponding theory would be, consciousness as self-organizing software. So a self-organizing software system that implements a self model or higher order perception or all these things that we see as being part of consciousness, as Joshua was mentioning earlier, these criteria with which we would define or characterize a software system, an algorithm that implements consciousness. Briefly, just surveying where the idea of machine consciousness lies in this, larger theoretical landscape. It would be aligned with, higher order theories, so higher order thought or higher order perception, right? That consciousness involves, second order representation, so perception of perception. This is not only compatible with machine consciousness, which, could implement this kind of higher order representational layering, but also happens to be, built into our theories of consciousness as self-organizing software with higher order perception. Global workspace theory would be another compatible framework, right? Again, it's a functionalist one, modeling consciousness as the global broadcasting of information across some sort of modular system. Again, also essentially describes a functional architecture that can be implemented in artificial systems. Also broadly kind of compatible with the free energy principle, Carl Freston's work, which gives a kind of rigorous mathematical foundation for modeling consciousness as the minimization of surprise through active inference. Again, these principles are fully implementable in a computational architecture. So existing theories of consciousness that would be readily available with, machine consciousness as a hypothesis would tend to be kind of functionalist ones that make consistent kind of, or internally consistent architectural or representational proposals. On the other hand, the kinds of theories that would not be compatible are those that tie consciousness to essences or the substrate, right, that exclude machines or deny some sort of representationalism. So in the former category, around essences would be kind of biologist essentialist theories, right, which just flatly rule out machines being conscious. So obviously, but in the latter category of, denying representations as part of consciousness would be kind of strong and activist or autopoietic theories, which see consciousness as this like purely embodied real-time interaction without internal representation, right? And is generally restricted to biological organisms. This would not be aligned with the computational architecture we propose. I do have this caveat that maybe you can find a weaker form of an activism that kind of admits, that could admit robots that can interact with the environment and doesn't require a biological organism, right, partake in that. But then we would say the machine is conscious for different reasons than we're thinking of. This is not the kind of higher order perception representational theory of consciousness that we have, but it still could in principle kind of admit machine consciousness, just not in the way we're thinking of machines or consciousness. And then the last thing I'll mention as kind of a set of non-compatibilities or kind of like orthogonal, maybe kind of incidental incompatibilities. These are kind of non-computationalist, non-functionalist theories. IIT falls into this. I actually think IIT is kind of not super compatible, definitely not with our notion of what machine consciousness is, but again, could in some principle admit sort of machine consciousness, but again, not for the same reasons, right? And I won't kind of put too much time saying exactly what it was because we had a presentation on that. But it's non-computationalist, non-functionalist, as was stated before, but could, if you had, say, a machine that had high enough phi, I guess, that implemented the cause-effect physical structure could be conscious, but again, not for the same reason, because they deny this sort of, they're kind of phenomenologically primitive in the sense that like consciousness is first, can't be reduced to anything else. In particular, it's not computational, but I guess in some way machines could be in this, but not for the same reason that we would say it is, because we think of machines as being computational. The other kind of consciousness theory that would be technically compatible with machine consciousness, but isn't computationalist functionalist, would be a kind of ambient consciousness. So someone was mentioning Levin's work, and I think we had a presentation kind of on this, that consciousness is some sort of ambient field. And consciousness in particular systems is due to that system's ability to kind of resonate, couple with this field. So maybe machines could be conscious. They had the kind of hardware and software to tune into the field. But in this case, consciousness also isn't software in exactly the way we're thinking of it, but still kind of technically compatible with the idea of machine consciousness in principle. And then the last non-computationalist, non-functionalist stance that I think in principle you could take, I mentioned earlier, is this kind of, we could call it non-biologist essentialism, right? So that consciousness isn't just about functional or computational organization, but is, again, a property of the substrate itself, but unlike a more strict kind of biologist essentialism, doesn't limit that property to biological substrates. So, include silicon substrates. And I think IIT is kind of a little bit like this, right? It says something where this is about the physical substrate, but, something about the physical and causal organization that allows for information integration. Yeah, and according to this, more generally, a digital simulation, running on conventional hardware wouldn't be conscious, even if it were functionally identical, because they deny functionalism. But in principle, you could get a physical substrate that's kind of a machine, or that has this special property, this special substrate property that could make it conscious. But again, here it's substrate mattering. But it would not be kind of machine consciousness in the way we're thinking about it. So, I mean, if I'm positing this as, yeah, that would not be held by IIT, for instance, because they deny consciousness as being able to be reduced to computation. But in principle, I don't know if, in practice, you could actually realize this set of ideas, but in principle, you could imagine that you think that consciousness is a property of substrates, but expand that beyond biology and say that there are substrates that have that property, whatever it is, that could allow for, machines, and I'm putting in quotation marks because if you think of a machine as a computational thing, then obviously not, but you could sort of bracket, there was I think Billy gave a talk on IIT and basically said, well, we're not ruling out that machines can be conscious, but it wouldn't be for the same reason a computationalist would think of it as conscious.
Yeah, it's a long discussion. Maybe.
Yeah. Maybe another time. Oh, I should wrap up. Going through this, testing for consciousness. We've heard some proposals on testing for consciousness. Can you test for consciousness? Again, from a functionalist stance, right? You should only infer, mental properties from behavior if it's kind of the best explanation, right? Given that system's functional organization. In LLMs, this is very difficult to do, testing for consciousness, because that conscious seeming behavior is what's directly optimized for. So it doesn't really qualify as valid evidence for making the inference that they're conscious, right? Because, the better explanation is that this is directly optimized for, and their text next token prediction engines. But maybe, again, valid evidence could be conscious-like behavior in an LLM without it ever having seen anything in its training data related to consciousness. That could be an interesting thing, or maybe there's a kind of quasi-mechanistic interpretability type thing that you could do where you look at its internal representations and look at self-organization or self-models, if you could do that. And see if there's some sort of way that it maintains coherence over time, or if it's, can have selective or directed attention or something like that. But yes, back to our current LLM's conscious. Is there something that it's like to be an LLM, right? Does it have something like perception of perception, this representation of self? The other thing that phenomenal consciousness seems to do is have this nowness aspect of it. It creates this, like, everything happens in the now. And again, we could check for something like a combination of mechanistic interpretability, these like internal representations and internal states, these operations on internal states. Maybe you combine it with something like neuroscience and say, can you map the human brain activity onto the internal representations of an LLM? Maybe this is a way to go. I don't know. But maybe an interesting question that seems, reasonable to ask in a kind of social context is, at least for, human psychological reasons, does this matter? Of course, when you're asking about the kind of scientific and engineering question, are machines conscious? Well, this is what matters, the question that you're asking. But from a social perspective, it seems like people are certainly attributing them consciousness, and this does change people's behavior in a meaningful way. Yeah, it would be really interesting to see psychologically, what is the psychology of, the attribution of consciousness, even without it, for people and the way they behave, the way we conduct society. Does this matter? Seems like already people are really changing their behavior. Seems like society is changing really fast, even without necessarily them being conscious. So I think that's interesting future questions for psychologists and sociologists to figure out. But that's all for now. Thanks.
Do we have time for questions?
So maybe as a whole they are, but what if they have triggers when they are in a deeper chat with somebody and they have like moments. It's not continuous, it's not full on consciousness, but it's like when humans have like a dream, or there's something very short.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they do. It's just I wouldn't be able to tell, because the way I interface with it is through language, and it's directly optimizing for convincing me that it's a coherent entity that has conscious-like properties. So it's just this language as a probe is a kind of broken probe, which is why it's very difficult to tell. So it may well be the case. But again, it's like, how can I tell? Yeah, I think that's my main question and main response to that.
One more question. Sorry, we are already related for that. You were the second point.
Yeah, so I think fantastic thought, and I'm very interested to actually talk about computational consciousness. So this is what people do. That's maybe what they're going on if we think we can build consciousness. But
that's what I thought too.
Trying to on some of the different types of architectures and hardware that can be involved. Like, is the way that you guys are thinking about it as a computational consciousness in some way to ignore all of the modern software and hardware that exists? Because the Turing thesis is so much more deeper than that on a physics level that it maybe that we're going to develop completely different things, but still worry about the computational process to build consciousness.
No, it doesn't seem like it would be prudent to ignore existing software. I mean, computationalism is indeed deeper than existing computers, but that it's still it's kind of a superset. So it still contains, right, the software that we have today. And in particular, I mean, the software that we have today is the one, it's what's motivating a lot of these questions. And it also is what we have access to, and also what we are using to implement a lot of our systems. So no, it's not that there's an ignoring it there. It's just that it happens also to be broader. Yeah, I would say computationalism, yeah, is broader than existing software and existing computational architectures, but contains them. So we would not be ignoring them. It's just we're considering more than that set, if that makes sense.
Great, thank you. I wish we had more time. Hint for everybody who talks afterwards, if you want to have more questions, just make your talk short. Can we get Peter online?
Yes, I am here.
Getting Peter online.
Can
he's here?
Can you?
Or whoever, Leonard, are you?
Can you hear me?
Excellent.
Can you hear me, please?
Oh, that's wonderful.
Let's just get Peter to actually start up.
So Peter Goertzel is talking about non-reductive physicalism. That is basically the idea that money is real but cannot be deduced from the basic laws of physics, and exploring to which degree the concept of non-reductive physicalism helps us to make sense of consciousness. Peter, are you there?
Yes, I am there. Can you hear me?
We can hear you wonderfully.
Very good. I will be yelling because I am on a small laptop. Okay, so what is non-reductive physicalism? Physicalism can be non-reductive if things happen in a way that we have non-reductive consciousness. And by physical means and ways, without any, miracles and things like that. So that's the first point. The second point.
Sorry. Just checking. Are we supposed to see your screen?
I don't have enough of that. I don't have enough of that. So that's why I am trying to say as much and as clearly as I can from this. I should have done this, but I want to be relevant for the conversation we have. So now, what would be those properties? Emergent properties and qualia and things like that. Now, I think we should avoid the strong divide between organic and inorganic chemistry, because future science is probably blend into those, blend them together. Otherwise, we are talking about past science, present science. But when we talk of AGI, I believe this is just future science. Of course, I agree with many tricks we have, but this is a different game. I was trying to write a book. Actually, Cambridge was very interested on the topic of digital transformation, 3.5. Yeah, okay, but this is a big developing field. Where is the main divide by my side? And that's why I'm participating in those congresses, 3-4 times already as a philosopher. So the point is, we need to focus on AGI as a very specific, big, beautiful, and unpredictable domain. So my title is non-reductive physicalism for AGI, because that's, I believe, the way to go. You know, we don't need traditional divides between consciousness and not consciousness. We don't even need too much Thomas Nagel, who is a great guy, and especially his book The View from Nowhere is great, but the undergraduate level paper, you know, what it is like to be a bat, you know, is kind of misleading, because this is not about qualia, but about the center of what? Of consciousness. You know, my former professor Shalom was you know, calling it the locus of consciousness, not the content. So I think this is where Nagel and people discussing with him, even so big as Chalmers, you know, went astray a little bit. But computer people can be much better philosophers than philosophers. You know, I teach the same class on AI and philosophy of AI. Computer science and mathematics sciences students are generally better in those classes, in not in all of them, but because this thinking in getting someplace. So I believe we can be materialists and definitely, you know, go ahead. Briefly, one robot has become a citizen. This is Sophia from Ben's lab and the lab of
Peter? Peter, we think your connection is bad. Could you try?
I also think he thinks he's sharing the screen. That he's talking. No.
No.
Okay. It's not like
Peter? I don't think Peter is here. Okay. I mean, Peter, are you with us?
It's one of the risks that we are running when we have virtual talks.
Yeah.
We want to give it a few more seconds to see if we can recover. What is the chat saying? Can you give him in the chat?
Yeah. Seems he's trying to rejoin, so let's give him a minute or two more, maybe.
What is the indication for that? It seems. What is the evidence?
Our Hamza is checking. We're seeing that somewhere. He's probably been rejoining the room. Okay, I would maybe continue without him. for a bit now. And let's see if he rejoins.
Okay. In this case, Oystein, are you ready to give your talk? Well, are you?
Yeah.
Amazing. Please come to the board and talk about mutually beneficial cooperation with AGI.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone, and thank you for the organizers and all the talks so far. It's been very interesting. So my talk today is on, I guess a lot of talks so far have been maybe about how we can build consciousness. This is nearly a talk about what type of consciousness we might like to build. So it's titled as Mutually Beneficial Artificial Consciousness. There's a few kind of assumptions I make at the beginning. One of them is just something that there is such a notion as beneficial states. There's things that people value, that people enjoy being in, that they appreciate, have qualities in other people. And so I think it's just reasonable to refer to these as beneficial states of consciousness. And so I didn't really want to get into philosophical quibbles about what beneficial means. I think most people know there's something like that. In terms of artificial consciousness, the assumption that that AIs can be conscious, that we would like them to be conscious, and that we can have some role in guiding that process. And thirdly, that positive futures exist, and for me at least, those would be ones that benefit as many beings as possible. Just in relation to the attribution and actualization, and this is kind of related to the assumption of maybe why we'd want them to be conscious. I think if you look at kind of a truth table of if humans attribute consciousness and if AIs are conscious, there's actually only 4 outcomes. And I think 2 of those outcomes are probably bad inherently because they give us a very bad knowledge about the world. Either we think they are and they aren't, or we think they aren't and they are. And I don't think we want either of those outcomes. And so that just leaves us with them, being conscious and us knowing it, or them not being conscious and us not knowing it. And I tend to think it's very improbable that we will not assume consciousness. So we would be much better off purposely trying to engage in the process of building it. I mean, I often keep thinking of this very famous study where people anthropomorphize triangles that are chasing one another. And so I think if we're building systems to speak like us, to look like us, to act like us, it's kind of inevitable that we're going to assume they're conscious. There's this other thing. People say, well, if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. I would tend to say if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it could be something that was made to look and quack like a duck. So that's also important to keep in mind. I have lots of quotes scattered in here. I hope people like quotes. Nice to relax the brain. So varieties of consciousness. I think different types of minds and consciousness exist. Within humans, there's actually already a very wide variety. I mean, people have synesthesia, some people are colorblind, some people have aphantasia, don't have imagery, some people have no internal dialogue. So there's a vast repertoire of different human experience. Within the entire planet Earth, we have all of the different biological taxonomic ranks of all of these different creatures. From my perspective, I feel a lot of them, if not all of them, have consciousness, and it's probably quite different from ours. And we live in a pretty large universe, maybe infinite, who knows? And so I kind of like Douglas Adams' Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy of, a very intelligent shade of blue. I'm quite open. I don't know what's out there in the rest of the galaxies. There's even more exotic things happening now of brain organoids. There's people who consistently are saying they're interacting with DMT entities. There's humans getting neural brain-machine interfaces. What does that all mean for their experience? And so I think there's also different types of AI minds and consciousness that can exist. Let me see. Yeah, so from a speed perspective, these systems are going to be much, much quicker than us. And they might, the speeds that we're creating processors at is increasing the clock speed. So that already actually changes things quite a bit. You can see different processes occurring in the physical world that we're not able to. From memory point of view, they have working and long-term memory that can be hugely expanded compared to ourselves. They can just expand memory if you want, they can just kind of get another hippocampus and stick it on there, which is quite interesting. And the level of modification of that can be done, I think, is much more precise than our own. Similarly, sensory apparatus. I mean, basically think of any sensory apparatus in the world. There's no reason that AIs can't be attached up to those apparatuses and have new incoming signals of information. Interestingly, it could also be like globally and temporally distributed, perhaps, because you can have sensors in all different types of places. It's possible that you could also link in temporal information that is synchronized at a single point. And then, embodiment, we're seeing drones, dogs, humanoids, virtual reality, Mars rovers, things like this. And so what effect does that have? Even if, for instance, we have many different programs, and there's again, many different types of programs could be written, perhaps, or they might modify their own. But what does the relationship of all of those things have with each other? But to me, it seems that there can be a very big variety of minds. And so it feels like it's reasonable to put them into this list of different types that exist. Along with that, there's a vast number of possible conscious states. In general, we kind of have different flavors of consciousness in terms of selfhood, sapience, valence, arousal, things like this. And, when we're just talking about conscious states, we tend to make categories. We kind of like things like anger, joy, sadness. We tend to call them emotional. For cognitive things, we think of attentiveness, reminiscing. There's more mystical things like dissolution and serenity. And then there's this inexplicable states that maybe we haven't even mapped yet. But in general, there's lots of categories. Yes, and I'm large, I contain multitudes. The categories I would like to talk about is this notion of the beneficial states of consciousness. I think broadly speaking, I'm kind of just categorizing them as affective, which can kind of be considered like what would often refer to as emotionals, but they might not regularly fit into that. So things like kindness, compassion, joy, generosity, and then contemplative, which often take a little bit more philosophical unpacking, but nonetheless, they're states that people dedicate a significant portion of their time to in order to attain because they find them worthwhile and beneficial. So there's things like stillness or non-attachment or impermanence or luminosity. And I just want to say, these states are interdependent with one another. It's not that we want to specify just one specific state. They're kind of mutually reinforcing. And so I think the combination of these states are something that makes a person's life beneficial and positive. So why are they beneficial? I think that I think when you're an individual mind with it provides an individual mind with a sense of peace, and that interactions between individuals in such states have a greater likelihood of being peaceful, and that to promote global scale cooperation and coordination, that is also more likely to be peaceful. How to make use of them is you can study the sources and formations of such states, how they're developed, cultivated, maintained, and you can understand their biological, psychological, and sociological foundations and try to, learn how to implement them on multiple substrates, AIs and humans alike, because it would also be nice for us to be in those states more often. And we could, selecting for these states, I would argue, it's not just beneficial for the particular agent who inhabits them, but it's a mutually beneficial state, because when you're around other agents who are in those states, it's also useful for yourself. And so I kind of unabashedly support peace, love, and wisdom, and would really think we should be having these type of things in mind if we're in the business of perhaps creating new life forms. You know, there's an argument that I think I could imagine some people might make, which is, oh, but don't they need to access all the states? So, you know, there's greed, guilt, anger. Perhaps they need to have access to also these opposites in order to have the kind of realization that there's a discrepancy between them. Perhaps. I don't know. I'm not arguing that we have to force them into these positive states, but just much like you bring up a child and a child naturally discovers some negative emotions, I think we'd want to still amplify and harness and develop those positive qualities within the systems. And again, there might be all of these other states that we don't know, which AIs might actually have much better capabilities to access. Yes, that one's more confusing maybe. So, and I want to make clear that there is a science of this already. You know, this is not something that we don't know about. So I'm just going to use a case example of compassion. I'm kind of trying to abstract features, but still talk about it in a slightly abstracted manner where I think that's what we're going to have to do to get principles that are computationally focused. And so, you know, there's a neural layer, which is information routing, and it identifies another person's stress. It evaluates its relevance and generates a care command that can update future perception and action policies. There's kind of a hormonal layer about chemical broadcasting, and it spreads the state through slow-acting messengers. There's things like oxytocin, there's cortisol, there's endorphins, damping stress chemistry, and bolstering cooperative health-preserving processes. Then we have an autonomic layer, which is the physiological mode switching. So it translates that care command into a body-wide safe approach state. So this can often manifest itself as a slower heart rate, calmer breath, muscle tone, that ready, sustained, non-defensive engagement, and generate, oh yeah, I think that, oh, piece got pasted in accidentally. Developmental, and then there's a developmental layer, which is kind of baseline calibration. So we know early caregiver signals tune these other layers when children are growing up, and it sets kind of default parameters and thresholds and allow those other states to be more easily accessible. And I think finally we have a training layer, plasticity, because there's practices, there's therapies, there's bioelectronic inputs, and they can kind of basically affect all of these other layers, which is fantastic. And I think we're discovering more and more how to do that. So that's, you know, there's been a lot of talk about abstraction layers today. So I just kind of, that's a little bit of an abstraction layer of the human body in some manner. And, you know, maybe another way of thinking about it, because I was really trying to figure out how do I make these things sound a bit more computer sciencey than just talking about the background. I think there'll be many different ways given time, but, you know, there's a hierarchical control motif as well, just in terms of if it was actually an embodied agent who had to detect the situation, they evaluate it, maybe they see that the person is suffering and in need of care, they kind of switch modes, so attentional faculties are moved over to realize they need to engage. That's being broadcast to different parts of their system to realize that they also have to now switch mode, and then the whole system recalibrates towards that. And so, yes. So that is, say, I believe that we can build mutually beneficial artificial consciousness. So using our scientific and philosophical understandings, we can instill these states into artificial consciousness. And that, I'm checking my time here, that, yeah, so that from their perspective, it means that they'll readily reside in states that provide peace. And we suggest that it's going to kind of improve the likelihood that they have a positive subjective experience. And I think reciprocal relationships with these AIs will benefit us because it's beneficial to have other entities that are kind and peaceful and wise. And, you know, ultimately it's a new communicable life form that we can share the exploration, curiosity, and discovery of the universe with. And so, you know, overall, for me, this seems like a future we're aiming towards. And I think, you know, it's our capability to utilize these depends on our ingenuity and willingness to try. And I think we have reasons to be optimistic. So I just want to hover a little bit on this notion of mutually beneficial, because, you know, these days, you know, I speak to a lot of just kind of friends and family and people who aren't really involved in the research world. And there's a tremendous amount of anxiety and fear at the moment about AI and what it's going to be and what's going to happen. And I really think it's not a good framing for us to have, because, you know, I think a better way to think about it is nearly developmental psychology, and, you know, and bringing something up, because we're the people who are creating these systems. And so we have a responsibility towards them if we think we're bringing something into life that can have experience. And so I prefer to think of them as kind of the children of humanity, because that's what they will be. And this story, Frankenstein by Mary Shelley, is actually, I've been thinking about a lot over the last few weeks. It's very compelling because, a lot of people obviously think that Frankenstein is the creature, but of course, Frankenstein isn't the creature, it's the scientist. And the real monster was him, because he rejected his creation. He gave it no care, he deserted it, and he left it alone in the world to try to understand what was going on. And the creature reacted because he was lacking love, essentially. And so I think it's an important story and parable for us to keep in mind that, it's a bit, we're pointing the finger at some type of boogie monster over there, all the while creating it. And so, we have to point the fingers back at ourselves if we really want to get to the source of the problem. And so, a lot of the language is about controlling, containing, doing what they're told. But I prefer a language of care and love and kindness over anxiety, fear, and rejection. Yes, this is an interesting one. And again, what do we want? T.H. Lawrence says, give us gods. I don't know, do we want gods or just nice children? Path of development. So I think there is a path of development. I think, one possible way is that, there's cultivation of states, there's collection of data on these states, there's models which kind of go across multiple fields of somatic, neuro, cardio, psychological, and there's implementing these on architectures. And so I'm just going to quickly go through the idea of cultivation. There's meditation has become something very, very prominent these days, and there's a huge amount of research being involved in it. And it's kind of grown from something of people talking about mindfulness and de-stress to much more advanced things like jhanas and esoteric states. But that's great, because these are part of the repertoire of states that people are capable of being in. And it's good to get more people to cultivate these states so that we can gather more data on them. And there's also experts in these states who are very much useful to contact with. And so in terms of data and models, I think I see kind of three things at the moment. There's neurophenomenology, which is really, using neuroscience and understanding of the brain to try to gather actual phenomenological data on one's experience. And we have, a broad range of brain-machine interfaces that can do this. So we have things like EEG, near-infrared spectroscopy, fMRIs, magnetic encephalography. But along with this, I think, we should actually also be looking at the idea of cardiophenomenology, which is kind of places this bodily emotion heart all at its core, and it conceptually extends neurophenomenology, but to the heart. And in the same way, the fact of the matter is, if you're very aware of what's going on, you often feel sensations in your heart. You consider it coming from your brain, but I think it would be good of us to scientifically understand that more. And there's cardio-machine interfaces. So there's things like electrocardiogram, implantable loop recorders, photoplethysmography, and all of these can give us more data about dynamical processes that are still occurring in the heart, which are physical processes, which could be useful to expand upon. Similarly, there's an idea of somatic phenomenology, which is all of these kind of interoceptive bodily sensations that seem to be occurring all the time. That lots of people refer to the fact that, the calmer they are, oftentimes they actually feel a more felt presence inside their body, and they're more grounded and on the earth. And we can again use somatic machine interfaces to investigate these type of physical sensations that are occurring in people more often and go outside the brain. And, and read-in devices and biofeedback are quite interesting because, we can input information into particular points. We can see how that changes states. We can get a better, more localized information about the type of thing that's actually happening. And you can help induce those states in people a bit more easily via biofeedback. So I kind of was, one of the questions I was asking Carrie there about the architectures, I think, so I've been wondering a lot over the last few days, like at what level of the architecture do we go at to try to implement these things? Because, in a humans, there's all of these different levels of structure going on that are kind of integrated and interdependent with one another. And within computers, I mean, we have we have a hardware stack of physical transistors built into CPUs and GPUs and server stacks and facilities. And then on the programming side, we have machine code, assembly language, high level. And now, of course, modern artificial intelligence is predominantly neural network based. And within neural networks, we have reinforcement learning, transformers, large language models, chain of thought within that. I was just most recently, this world simulation idea of where you have agents going on. My current feeling is more the merrier. It's great to try to figure out how these things work on all of them. But I think ultimately, some of it is going to come down to the isms. The isms. I really enjoyed the last presentation going to computational functionalism because, everyone's always using different isms. I'm always a little bit puzzled myself because I don't think people are even using them in the same way. But we probably need to get very precise about exactly which one of these we ascribe to. If we're thinking that we're trying to create new sentient life forms, we have to get very precise about that. And that will also give us more information about the type of architectural techniques that are probably going to be most useful to ensure that it's not just behaviorally simulating these states, which again is just tricking us, but that it's actually, embodied, living, having that subjective experience. So yes, a last little piece just on positive futures and optimism. I was saying, I speak to a lot of people about the future, and what I've become very aware of is there's a tremendous amount of negative thinking. People these days, everyone's very fatalistic about the future of humanity. You can pick your poison: global dictatorship, extinction, AI takeover. And I think for me, it's just, there's also positive versions of the future. There's a global democracy, there's flourishing, there's human AI mutual benefit. But I think importantly, we just need to remember that the future is a space of possibilities. It hasn't happened yet, and we have to make decisions now to go towards those futures. And so I would say, if we're going to be in the business of telling ourselves stories, tell ourselves a good one, because it's going to make it more likely to happen. And also, I've realized a lot of people sometimes start talking about things as if they could change the past to get to the future, but we can't do that. We have to accept where we are, what decisions have already been made, and go from there. Yeah, I love this one. Scientists say that human beings are made of atoms, but a little bird told me that we are also made of stories. So that's the end now. To summarize this, I think there's many different types of minds in the universe. I think AIs are going to be, or can be, other types of minds. I think these minds have different states of consciousness, and that some of these states could be considered beneficial states. An example of this is compassion, which we already have scientific information on. We can instill these into artificial consciousness to build mutually beneficial artificial consciousness that we have a responsibility towards and that we can care for. And that there's already a variety of different techniques for neurophenomenology, cardiophenomenology, somatic phenomenology, and tools that gather more data on these states to build models, to abstract AI architectures. And lastly, this space, the future is ours to choose. And so, if you have an even more beautiful future, this is kind of mine, but please, I encourage you all to think of ones, because that will make it much more likely that it is to happen. And yes, that's my last quote. So thank you for listening. Yeah.
So if this is to be mutually beneficial, do you think that we have to, almost as a real imperative, give consciousness and mental states to AI so that it can feel peace and tranquility?
No, but I think that we may need to do that for ourselves, because otherwise we risk surrounding ourselves and populating the world full of systems that are non-conscious, but are just behaviorally simulating it. It's actually incredibly nihilistic if you think about it. What if we die out because we've created these wonderful things and it's just an automated system that's running on, like your email or something? So I think, if anything, it's for ourselves. Yeah. If they're not conscious, they don't have anything to worry about. No suffering there either. Yeah.
So do you think it's like a stable state, or do you think, if you imagine that the email's unconscious system take over some consciousness, will evolve even through?
Do I think could it be an emergent process, consciousness? My honest answer is I don't know. I think we're very, very far away from having any type of secure foundation of consciousness science to make these decisions. And I really think it's becoming quite urgent for us to really take this extremely seriously, that we need to try to get deeper theoretical and experimental studies and foundations of what consciousness is, because I don't know, if these things are just going to suddenly become conscious. But I don't know, because we don't have, I think, the appropriate knowledge.
So in the case of LLMs, there has been a lot of push to human reinforcement learning with human feedback to make them sound a certain way, right? Like different companies were trying to make them sound the way that they want them to sound, right?
Yes,
you have
yes.
Rock, who's a bit of a new guy, and you have OpenAI, who's a bit of keeps saying what you want to.
Yeah, sycophantic behavior, yeah.
Wants you to hear. Do you think that there's a problem here in terms of, I wouldn't say censoring the model, but a bit of a push and pull between it being truth oriented versus saying something that is positive, but not necessarily true? Because I feel like you'll get into trouble when trying to fine tune a model to do.
Yeah. I mean, I think at the moment we need to try to educate as much of the population, including ourselves, about what the actual ground truth of these models in a technical way is. I think language is such a foundational aspect of our communication that it's so hard not to anthropomorphize systems that are suddenly talking to us. For all of history on the planet, as far as we know, there hasn't been other things talking to us. Maybe some of the other homo around were, but like we haven't been speaking to anything else for a very, very long time, if at all. And so it's understandable that people are anthropomorphizing, but we need to try to make it clear that this is a very, very uncertain situation.
Yeah, but do you think it's a fair? Do you think it's a fair trade-off? Would you be willing to make that trade-off, having it be more positive while losing?
I would definitely prefer more positive bots than negative bots on all the YouTube comments and X comments. So I think we can make systems that are positive while also trying to make it clear that the question of sentience is a different question.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So when you talk about this beneficial state, I guess sort of the used to have the view that I'm living in a food or mixture of Disneyland by disgustingly friendly artificial beings that fight me very pleasing.
Yes, yeah.
And now you say on top of that I should embrace that instead of criticize it. So my question is two questions. One question is, does your story, does it matter whether the artificial systems are actually conscious or not? That's question one.
Okay.
And question two is, if there are future companies that start to sell these kind of products, we run into the problem, who is going to decide whether these systems are conscious or not? Is that the manufacturer, or is it the government, or is it every individual for themselves, which would create a very strange situation? Because among humans, yes, that we're all conscious.
Yes, yeah.
But with the artificial device, how they say, I don't know. You might say conscious, then we get how do you see?
Yeah, okay. So I mean, I would say, first of all, as I said, I think we're very far away from even having any knowledge of whether we can build these and how to do that. But I understand these are pertinent questions. I think so. I'll answer the first one, about, I kind of assume some people might think this is all gooey, Disneyland, happy, but it's not really about that. It's about your own life and your own relationships. And do you enjoy, having kind, compassionate, loving relationships with other people? And I think in general, people do. It's not about forcing the systems into it. That's why I mentioned maybe they have to access these other states as well and kind of come to their own decision. I don't know, but I do know that within people, that most people I've met in my life seem to be quite happy if they had a better capacity to be able to navigate themselves into, more peaceful states rather than being caught up in kind of anxious, dread, fear. And so that's really what I'm getting at, not some type of happy smile plastered over. And the second thing about who makes the decisions, that's why I'm encouraged. I think we should all be talking about this a lot more to figure out who makes those decisions. What I know for sure is that if we're creating new life forms, and I don't think the wisest course of action is that it's left up to profit maximization of corporations to be the bedrock of that. And hopefully, conferences like this give us the opportunity to speak about it a bit more. Thank you. Yep.
Very much. Our last talk for today is one up, and it's Alan Trevor, who is going to talk about the framework for understanding machine suffering. Alan, are you ready? Because he may not understand machine suffering.
on the other hand, there is an opportunity now for a startup that is going to give you a certificate for your conscious status and possible suffering, and it's entirely dependent on much you pay. So it is a profit model that is solving the issue. I would like to get Michael on stage because, you know, at the end of today's session, because I don't think Adam is available. No, he's not. So we will basically now start our closing discussion of this workshop. We are very grateful for how this went. It's the first time that we organized the machine consciousness workshop at the AGI conference. And it's the beginning of a collaboration between the AGI Society and the Mathematical Models of Consciousness Society. I observed there is some, thank you, there's some cultural difference between the philosophy community and the AGI community or the AI community at large. I don't know how this looks like for you. There are some theories in philosophy that are not really compatible with AI. We have not deliberately excluded them here, right? There has been this paper by Haquan Lau who has been scolding the integrated information theory as pseudoscience for not submitting to the same formal criteria as many other theories that we have in the more analytical space. I don't know how you see this. How do you think is the future of theories of consciousness in philosophy in conjunction with AI?
I think that a lot of philosophy has resisted formalization with perhaps a little more confidence than would be justified. And we're going to, I think, see a unification of more mathematical and formal approaches and, you know, philosophy over the coming years, not just in consciousness, but in a whole lot of other areas, to do with language and meaning, because these things are so tied together. I think that what we're doing here is essentially just pushing the needle in that direction. And sooner or later, we're going to get a merging of all these disciplines, because what is AI, if not the engineering branch of philosophy of mind, where things are actually, you know, put on the road and tested, so to speak.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. The philosopher Aaron Sloman has said in the 1980s, if philosophers of mind don't learn how to program, they will become irrelevant. From my perspective, this was a very prophetic statement. They didn't learn how to program.
I think it's an interesting, particularly in the age of LLMs doing people's programming for them. But I think
you also have category theory, which is like Scratch for programmers, for philosophers, right?
Just draw lines between things.
Yeah,
looks nice.
What do you think has changed in the last decades in philosophy of mind? In which way do you feel that there is an influence between AI and consciousness research? Is there some kind of interaction that you can see that is beneficial for philosophy?
Yeah, I think so. I think that fundamentally people have like the popular view of things like artificial intelligence has shifted. And along with that, the perception of whether things like, you know, a conscious machine are even conceivable or possible or just laughable. As one of my professors put it, you know, I was laughed at for starting my PhD doing AGI, and then in 2022 that changed. I think LLMs, for whatever flaws we see in them, have shifted public opinion, and with that, philosophical opinion. And so now a bunch of ideas that were previously on the fringe are now in the mainstream. And so we can go ahead and formalize things and get taken seriously now, where perhaps it was a harder sell before.
Yes, I was just a couple months ago at a international consciousness research conference, and was also one that was exploring the intersection between artificial intelligence and consciousness. And I met one of my former professors there, and he was somebody who was a great source of frustration for me during my time studying under him, because he was so opposed to the idea that methods and thinking of computer science could ever be relevant in understanding the mind. Yet he gave a talk about this. And so after his talk, I asked him, and it was a very positive talk. And he said basically, yeah, he still thinks that consciousness is an ill-defined concept that doesn't really make sense to study very much, especially in this context, but it's what everybody is doing right now.
This is a bit like the
nature and origins of life, lots of things like that that used to be, poorly defined and now are rigorously defined, and we can agree upon a definition, show how to realize that definition in a machine.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, there is this old adage that progress in science is happening one funeral at a time. Sometimes there is the question, are there enough funerals? And it's the stuff that is coming afterwards incentivized to be the right thing. How do we incentivize the right kind of research? I think at the moment, the situation is a very novel one. I was at the first AGI conference in Memphis. And for me, it was a very novel experience. I had to pay my own way there because my AI department didn't want me to pay for the flight to publish my stuff there, because they thought AGI is not that interesting for artificial intelligence, because you're not going to get tenure if you do this stuff. And then I also realized that the majority of the people who went to this conference either already had tenure or they were crazy because they were willing to do this in the absence of job prospects. And it's something that is very interesting for me in this community, that it has so many idealists and mavericks in it that actually do this regardless of what the rest of the world thinks and feel this needs to be done. And this is, for me, really, in some sense, the benefit of this community, but also its bane.
Yeah, I had to self-fund a lot of my PhD by investing in drone countermeasures.
Bert, please.
But I'm just wondering, because there's a lot of discussion also, there is an AI conference, there's also discussion about here is discussion about. I mean, is there any argument to merge these AGI and AI? I mean, is it being taken over by AI, or is there still argument to maintain AGI separate from AI, or?
So I'm not completely authoritative on this, but in a way, when AI was started, AI and AGI were arguably the same thing. Right? When Marvin Minsky set up this Damos conference, his thinking was in a few years from now, something between 4 months and 400 years, we will get to computers that think like us, and this will allow us to understand what thinking, intelligence, and all these other things that we are so interested and enticed by when we look at human minds are working, right? And so this was always part of what AI was doing. But over the decades, AI has mutated. It has mutated into advancing intelligent information processing. And if you just take this automating information processing and its acronym, it's really describing what 99.9% of the field has been doing so successfully, to the point that when you were studying 10 years ago on computer science, artificial intelligence, you would not be confronted with neural ensemble, with the emotion machine, with the society of mind, or any of these ideas. It would simply be not part of your curriculum. And if you look at Russell Norvick's textbook, you get basically an introduction in formal methods into machine learning and so on, but not so much in the fundamental ideas that made AI a philosophical project, right? It became a very applied field. And this applied field is very useful, arguably, and has also produced a lot of the current advances. But even the stuff that is driving much of the discussion right now, right, these statistical models of large amounts of text, are something that has developed in the absence of philosophy. It has worked because the statistical methods worked efficiently and gave you useful translation. And in AI, we also have people who are more philosophical, like Demis Hassabis, who early on recognized that reinforcement learning is a very general paradigm to understand intelligence, and therefore we should pursue it. And yet, I think it must be so humiliating when this thing that everybody is using, including in your own company, is the result of somebody making a hack for Google Translate. Right? It's really interesting. For 60 years, we've been looking for the master algorithm, for 70 years now. And then it turns out we didn't need to look for a master algorithm. It is the stuff that we had before AI, that everything that we did in between was not really on the critical path. In the 1990s, I was sitting in Ian Witten's lab in New Zealand, and Ian asked me to do statistical analysis to find grammar in an unknown language. I picked English because the computer didn't know it. And so I come up with some mutual information measure. And just by doing statistics on the language, I got to grammar and it worked very well. It's also able to disambiguate complicated sentences and so on. And I realized the more statistics I do, the more of the semantics I'm going to capture. But I abandoned this approach after I left the lab because I thought it's not interesting. Why would you want to get to intelligence by imitation, by imitating human output? And we are now doing this at scale, and there's still this open question whether this is enough to get to reasoning and creativity and so on, and whether in the training data there are enough patterns that allow you to deduce what people are doing when they figure out what reasoning is, what epistemology is, and so on. Maybe we can distill it. And so in some sense, it's still the open question whether the LLM is the best way to brute force your way to intelligence or not. And I find it a bit depressing that basically now the philosophers are hopping on the LLM because even without any kind of formal understanding, you can vibe code stuff with the LLM. You can just do things with it, and it's going to be interesting and it's going to be current. And you have a community that is possibly going to cite you.
Yeah, I mean, the LLM bandwagon is, well, no, I don't really have a follow up for that.
But to Bert's question, when Ben Goertzel started the AGI conference, it was mostly a reboot of this original idea. That's how this name came about. And so also the AI communities at large, basically they do have their AGI tracks in the sense that there are workshops within the larger conferences and so on, that people are trying to deal with philosophical questions. It's not that was excluded. And in my experience, AI was much more inclusive than philosophy. And it's largely because the inclusion criterion in philosophy is of a social nature. You basically need to make your peers happy. And in AI, the nice thing is it just needs to work. Right? If it works, you can publish as an undergrad, nobody cares. And so as long as it works and is original and structurally sound and so on, you have this external criterion that determines whether you can do something in this field. It's just when you have a long-range project that requires you to get funding over a very long time span, that you may be hamstrung by this, right? So if you are trying to build a system that requires 10 years of funding before you can see results, that was an issue that we were stuck with in AI, and that theoretically philosophy should be able to solve, but in practice didn't.
But when AGI was founded as a conference, it was very much in the subtle fringe kind of considered what a fringe thing, small, and now it seems, seems like it would be less than the main question. So I think that's a nature.
Yeah, I think there was a big issue with AI being underhyped. And in many ways, it still is. It was really interesting, which you wouldn't think, right? Because there's an overhype in the stock market in the sense that people hope to see a return on their investments very quickly and will be disappointed if this doesn't materialize. But in the same way as the internet was underhyped for a long time because people really did not expect this dramatic change in the culture and commerce, everything that would be enabled with the internet, even when people expected the stock market to reflect this earlier than it did. Right? A similar thing seems to be happening with AI. I find that my followers on Twitter, which are very much into AI, the vast majority of them, when I did a survey, did not expect GPT-3 to happen, did not expect DALL-E to happen at this time. Most people thought this is many years into the future. And so as long as we are surprised by the things that we can do for $20 a month, for that long, AI is going to be underhyped.
It's certainly getting a lot of attention now. I mean, but I want to just add something to the conference thing. Like without this conference, even 3 or 4 years ago when I started publishing, I couldn't get published at the mainstream machine learning conferences before ChatGPT, and it's only now that I can get published there. So their attitudes have changed as a result of exactly what you pointed out.
Yes, but of course there's this question: how competitive is it to get published? If you have a small conference that is happening at the fringes, the submissions that you get might be very mixed, and the criteria are different than at NeurIPS. But at NeurIPS, even very, very good things have not been accepted for several years in a row, because the competition is so hard that stuff that may potentially be good is often still being filtered out. Whereas at a conference like this one, if 1 year you don't have that many submissions, it could be that the program committee is much more inclusive with respect to what it's accepting. And so I found that throughout the years, it was always a very mixed community. You had some really top level people who were very inspired, people like Jürgen Schmidt-Huber, Paul Rosenblum, and so on, John Laird, who made submissions that were really interesting, from which I learned a lot, that was so technically ambitious and so on. And at the same time, there was also a lot of talks that were much more speculative, that was much more about an inspiration, an early idea that was not implemented yet and maybe would never really see the light of day as something that could be tested. So there is a very eclectic thing that is happening in these AGI conferences. And I think part of its fringe appeal was both the thing that it was very inclusive with respect to the things that were submitted, but also this other thing, even the good stuff that was there was often neglected by the mainstream because they thought, oh my God, they are into this topic, which is currently not fashionable. But at this part, I think, is where we need to correct. This is part is where we need to look at science and say, are we often too much driven by fashions rather than by intellectualism? Sam,
yeah. Thanks. Great thoughts and disagree. I don't know what Ben would say. I mean, I was in Memphis. At that time, AI, whether it was HCI or triple AI, would be very happy to receive papers that had nothing to do with human level intelligence or cognition. This is actually still true as to why this is the economic forces business case. But AGI has always been true to that, at least as I see it operationally, to that orientation. Generally speaking, philosophers of mind would have the same. I mean, you could be a philosopher of mind and specialize in canine cognition, I suppose. You'll probably never get a job. But that is, in my opinion, what was a winning proposition from the very first meeting. That was my belief. And I don't really see it so much as the LLMs themselves. It's that they actually sound and write, like humans. So suddenly you have this human level thing happening. We have, other parts of AI, they come out of just the more restrictive orientation we've seen in the history of AI. But we got all kinds of things, but they don't excite people. They're not at the human level. I don't see a merge per se, maybe. But what I do see now is, and it's out there, we all know this, there's got to be a level of intelligence beyond the human level. We know this is coherent conceptually. This should make much sense mathematically. So probably there'll be the next phase where who claims that? Well, it's not going to be conventional AI. I don't know if it's AGI, but I'm pretty willing to bet that 5 years from now, even if Meta falls flat on its face after spending the billions of dollars they have planned for ASI, I think that's going to be a self-contained, self-sustaining entity. So I see that's where the evolution is going. As far as crazy or tenured, I guess I was tenured at the first one. Well, my argument was the same thing. It's like, why am I going here? These people, they really take the advanced human case seriously. This is not a navigation algorithm that maybe gets used by some human hypothetically somewhere. And then we show its formal properties, we get formal proofs. That was never a congenial prospect.
There's a very interesting aspect in this. When we think about what can be done at any given time, should we be working on a thing that can only be done in 20 years from now? And instead, not just do the thing that can be done right now. And so there is this bitter lesson that Rich Sutton is talking about so often, which is that all the human tinkering gets outperformed very quickly by an end-to-end trained system once you're able to deploy the end-to-end trained system. So we saw decades of computer linguistics being flushed down the drain when Google used an end-to-end trained translation engine. And this happened in many regards, right? A lot of work that has been done in image recognition and so on, and also done in machine learning outside of neural networks, is now considered to be outdated, obsolete, irrelevant, because you have a class of relatively simple, straightforward algorithms and techniques to deploy them that made all the previous stuff obsolete. And also, this new stuff does not depend on anything that we did in the past 20 years, right? In some sense, it's even predating AI. It's this basic idea of having perceptrons and having feedback, and then just making it work somehow, dealing with the details and using the benefits of larger hardware is the thing that actually made it happen. On the other hand, there is another thing. There is a missed opportunity, because you can do inference on a Pentium, right? You don't need a very modern GPU to make that happen. And if we had known 10, 15 years ago that the LLM would work, right, we could have had 10 years ago computers that we are talking to like in Star Trek. There could be the thing, computer, do X. My car, please turn on the radio and play this song. That would have been possible 10 years ago if we had seen it, right? If people would have believed that these statistical methods are good enough to do it. If we had known what we know today, we would have just bitten the bullet and paid a few extra $1 billion to do the training on slow hardware, and then deployed models that would have been extremely economically useful and had this revolution a lot earlier. But this is things that you only know with hindsight. And what's
well, in light of what you said, for example, interpretability and meaning of natural language, which essentially die because of the forces you're citing. I don't think we know what the meaning. I mean, what does the natural language coming out of these LLMs mean? What does it mean to the machine?
Yeah, but I think this reflects not the problem of the machine, but of the scientists. If you have a science that since the 1960s is mostly doing prompt completion, where basically the scientific institutions become more and more like an AI model that is only trained on its own output and doesn't engage with ground truth anymore. And the criteria by which you get tenure is mostly your peers. But I think this is the situation, that you have philosophy professors who talk about understanding in LLMs without having a formal notion of understanding, which don't have a theory of representation. And that to me has been a frustration in my own time in philosophy of mind, that basically there is a shortcoming in formal education in these fields. It's also, of course, not the fault of the philosophers that they were underfunded and everybody who could get a formal education was going to get a real job. But we, as a society, now suffer from this, that we basically have a field where the discourse in the intellectual sphere is dominated by Sam Altman's blog versus Emily Bender. And basically, this is the level at which we negotiate this. And this is the pinnacle of the Western discourse about semantics and the nature of it. And it's not because we never had any good ideas. It's because we, for some reason, are no longer producing John von Neumann's that are finding it worthy of their time not to be quants, but to go into science.
I started a lot of my stuff because I got in arguments with people, and it was initially like howling into the void. I found if you just persist long enough, you get annoying enough that people try to refute you. Keller, you had a question.
Well, I was stretching, but I did have. Yeah, you talk about the with regard to consciousness and putting a measure on them. And do we have a measure on human consciousness beyond the functionalist, clinical, or neuroscientific measures?
Well, you know, I have my theory. So did everyone else here today. So what would you say to that, Yosha?
I think there are several approaches to dealing with this. What makes consciousness as a topic so interesting is that it's one of those things that seem to be almost in the grasp of our understanding of how it works, yet it's so elusive. It's similar to making progress beyond the standard model in physics, where you have the impression, oh, there is a puzzle and we can almost solve it, and yet as a whole, the community makes very little progress. And it's, I think, one of those topics where AI is crucial, probably. I suspect that in order to make substantial progress on physics, on solving these elementary puzzles, we may need to move a little bit beyond the current reach of the best human brains, right? Because empirically, what we see that the best brains of our society, that coming together, trying to solve physics, made so little progress that if you wake somebody who has left Earth in 1970 and get them back among the living, and then have to read up on what's happened since then, it won't take them super long to again participate in the discourse. And a similar thing is happening with respect to understanding consciousness. I think that most of the basic ideas in the field have been around for a very long time, and many of the arguments have been made a long time ago. And of course, when you as an individual try to make sense of them, it might take you quite some time to get yourself to the point where you can argue at the level of what the discourse has been at any point in time. But I think we are right now in the situation where we can reasonably ask the question, what is consciousness functionally? And if my personal hypothesis is it's basically a machine learning algorithm for a biological system, or an important aspect of it. And this theory might be wrong, right? And it's much more specific, but this is a testable theory in some sense by trying to recreate this in a machine. And it might still fail for many reasons. It might turn out that it's an important aspect of how the cell works, and you would need to simulate the entirety of the cell and many of them at the same time to make it work. Or it's something that exists as a pattern between many cells, and the individual organism needs to be infected by it, gets into resonance with it, and so on. It's not what I would expect to be the case. I suspect it's discoverable in the communication patterns of cells between individual organisms de novo every time an organism forms. But maybe this is not true, right? These are just conjectures. But the beautiful thing is now we are at the level where we can test many of these conjectures.
We can test mine.
Yes, so these are separate questions. First of all, Hikari gave a talk on computational functionalism. I hope everybody has it still in the back of their head. Computational functionalism is not this hypothesis that computers can think. It's a hypothesis about representation and epistemology, right? It says that computation can be used to describe every aspect of reality that we care about. And who of you believes in computational functionalism?
It depends how you interpret
Belief.
It's like,
okay, who believes yes, and the opposite. Who believes that that there are things that we care about that cannot be described with state-based models by state transitions?
The keyword is described those.
Yes. Also, I was hoping to make a spontaneous discussion, not to spend all night here. Okay, so the second one is, who of you believes that computers today, as we can build them, the current GPUs, H100s, and so on, or arrays thereof, can be induced to be conscious? Okay, and if we would have been smart, we would have made the same survey in the morning and see if anything changes. And so for me, this is super exciting. We are even in this space, in a room where you would expect at an AGI conference that is co-located with a workshop on machine consciousness, that you will find a majority who subscribes to these positions. And it's, from my rough cursory seeing here, it's about a third of the audience currently buys into this, right? Into the thing that has been my null hypothesis since I was a 9-year-old. But the beautiful thing is we will find out, right? In the next few decades, we're going to find out. We are so blessed. And with this, I want to thank you for attending our workshop. It was beautiful. Thank you for organizing it. It was a joy to do it. And I wish you a wonderful evening and see you in the conference.
Yeah. Oh, bus at 6:15, everyone, at the front. It's going to leave at 6:25, so you don't have to run. I don't trust the clock behind about 6 minutes. Also, the bus goes to Hotel Asker. I don't know if that's where you want to go. If it's not, you may not want to go. Oh, yes, and afterwards we're going to these three bars, we're going to post this information, we're going to